Chapter 111. The activation price of the teleportation array blind box is too high. A 9th level crystal core. When the vampires of the real county break through the Blood Clan castle, she will get dividends, and should have points to buy the teleportation array blind box. I just don't know if Eleonora has so much property. She doesn't seem to be as rich as Alistair. However, the Duke of the Blood Clan should not be that poor, right? Xiao Jia set up the mobile biological prison, and the resting point, and starting point of the Doomsday Guardian on the grass outside the Lord's mansion. The Stygian willow is very large, and the grass outside is also large, enough for them to live. The Doomsday Guardian was just released, and started working immediately. Xiao Jia walked out of the Lord's mansion. Now the town can no longer be seen from the Lord's mansion. Because of the Stygian willow, no matter how heavy the snow outside is, it will not fall into the Lord's mansion. She jumped onto the Stygian willow lightly, and soon reached the highest point. The town now has a very large area, and construction is underway everywhere. Although Xiao Jia has a blind box, it is too random. The town panel can only provide some simple buildings, such as walls and roads. Xiao Jia has not upgraded the walls for the time being, and the roads in the town are still ordinary bluestone slabs. Pulling out 2 butcher knives made of Tianding stone from his waist, Xiao Jia is ready to go out and help clean up the area. Otherwise, when the vampire dividend arrives, the town's new territory may not be ready. Because most of the human survivors have joined the conflict mission between vampires and blood clans, the town has no combat power now. The more powerful monsters are not convinced by Xiao Jia, but Xiao Jia is not going to use them for such things. It would be better to let the low-level monsters in the town practice with humans and improve their strength. Xiao Jia had just left the town not far away when he encountered a robbery crime. Of course, this is a crime in the town, but it is not counted outside the town. In fact, the competition between the residents of the town is very fierce, and robbery and extortion are nothing. Human residents and monster residents have never been able to live in peace. She passed by calmly. If Xiao Jia had not suppressed it by force, the town would have been in chaos. Recently, there are more and more survivors from outside, and the situation inside the town has become unstable. The mobile prison and the Doomsday Guardian were opened at the right time. Xiao Jia left the town and started cleaning. At the same time, several human teams also appeared at the gate of the town. One of them was a mixed team of humans and monsters. The momentum of these people is different from that of ordinary people. It seems that a group of powerful characters have come. They all have superior looks. The women are all tall, white and beautiful, and the men are also broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted and long-legged. There are too many talented people in this world, and the protagonists and supporting roles are born anytime and anywhere. Xiao Jia can't gather all of them in the town. The overnight fee is 1 first-level crystal core, which will be refunded when you check in to the hotel. Old Sun hunched over, raised his eyelids and looked at these people up and down, and said in a half-hearted manner, "It's quite cheap. Here, old man, no need to change." A man in a flowered shirt, who looked sloppy threw a 2nd-level crystal core to Old Sun. Old Sun still had that half-hearted expression, and woodenly stretched out the enamel cup in his hand to catch the crystal core thrown by the flowered shirt. No bribes. He weighed the enamel cup, and the 2nd-order crystal core instantly turned into a pile of 1st-order crystal cores, so full that they were about to overflow from the cup. Old Sun threw all the crystal cores into the backpack of his companion in the flowered shirt. Xiao Jia treated Old Sun very well. Although he was a gatekeeper, he had everything from water cups and kettles to a security booth and a rocking chair and umbrella for summer coolness. Old Sun was a ghost, and he was not afraid of the cold at all, so he used a lot of equipment now. This old man is quite interesting. A pair of soft hands rested on the shoulders of the man in the flowered shirt. The girl in round black sunglasses chewed gum and pulled down the sunglasses on her nose to look around the town. The roads in the town were clean and tidy, and there was no snow at all. Even if there was snow, it would soon be cleaned up by the sanitation workers in the town. Xiao Jia was not Zhou Bapi, and the sanitation workers were also employees of the town, and they were treated equally well. Every sanitation worker has a rest room, which is a plant that looks like a street lamp flower on both sides of the street. That is actually their rest room, with a bed for rest, a private bathroom, and a storage room for cleaning tools. Xiao Jia is a very good boss. This town doesn't look that lively. There are only a few people on the street, very few people. Old Sun raised his eyelids again, and took a look at the people in front of him. Crazy, who has nothing to do when it's so cold, and dressed like this. Except for Mayor Xiao Jia, she is not a human. Hey, 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 make way, make way. As the group was talking, There was a sudden sound of a small electric donkey horn outside, and the panicked shouts of the town residents. Beep beep beep. Get out of the way. Everyone turned their heads, and saw several crooked electric bikes rushing towards the town gate. Shanza, who was passing by, frowned slightly, and quickly stepped forward to stop several out-of-control electric bikes. The oppressive feeling brought by the tiger Shanjun, who was more than 2 meters tall, was very terrifying. Hee hee, Shanza. The residents of the town whose lives were saved by Shanza touched their heads, and smiled awkwardly. Well, we haven't entered the town gate yet, so it shouldn't be considered a foul, right? They asked tentatively. Shanza looked stern, folded his hands, and looked down at them from a high position. What do you think? We will pay the fine later. Several people responded angrily. I thought I could find a loophole. The human survivors of the new teams at the door watched several people being carried away by the unusually strong tigress like a chick. This town is really interesting. This is the second time the girl with sunglasses has said this. Let's go, let's stay here first. The man in the flowered shirt patted the girl with sunglasses on her shoulder and glanced at the other teams calmly. They entered Jimmu City from different directions and met just 10 kilometers away from Jejia town. The little monsters on the road said that the hotel business in Jejia town has always been very good, and if you go too late, there will be no room. Coincidentally, the human survivors of the other teams also thought of this. Everyone went to the town hotel at the same time. Because there was a town map at the gate, these people found the hotel very smoothly. When they came, Su Qianqian was inspecting the hotel complex in this area. The two sides just happened to meet. When they met for the first time, Su Qianqian immediately realized that this group of outsiders was definitely not easy to deal with. They came with bad intentions. There were only these people in Jejia town, and Su Qianqian knew all those who were a little capable. These guys were definitely not humans in the town. And the humans on the opposite side were also observing Su Qianqian. She seemed to have some status, but her strength was very poor. Could it be hotel lobby manager? One of the boys in a hoodie made a puzzled sound. His words immediately stunned everyone who was working in the hotel. All the staff stopped their actions at the same time and turned to look at the boy in the hoodie. However, the expression on Su Qianqian's face did not change at all, and he was still instructing the staff in the hotel about today's work. Because the management personnel have not yet arrived, many tasks in the town currently need Su Qianqian, Su Shaoran and Tao Wenyang to follow up. The hotel staff was silent, and the sweater man and his companions were silent too. They seemed to have mistaken the identity of this person. Her status should be quite high. To be precise, Su Qianqian's status is not quite high, but very high. In terms of the status of the town, there are few people in the town who can compare with her and Su Shaoran. This is Minister Su Qianqian of our town. A hotel staff member reminded quietly. Su Qianqian is really vindictive. These people are finished. Why did she meet Su Qianqian when she met anyone else? The man in the sweater was even more silent. He was a minister. He looked very high in status. If it was someone else, it would be fine, but Su Qianqian was someone who was particularly concerned about her status and identity. I believe that next, Su Qianqian will become a vicious female supporting role. Check in all the guests who have come from afar. Su Qianqian casually handed the list in her hand to the hotel staff next to her, and smiled at the group of people who had just arrived in the town. Goodbye, everyone. She nodded to them politely, and turned to leave. Pop. The gum bubble blown by the sunglasses woman exploded with a crisp sound, as if hitting their hearts. Ew. She offended the local snake when she first arrived. This is not a good sign. Sister Qianqian. Su Qianqian had just left the hotel, and immediately, there was a human resident of the town around her. She is Su Qianqian's deputy, and has been following her since Su Qianqian and Fu Jingchuan started to fight against each other. Qiao Jia should be very familiar with Su Qianqian's other deputy. Qin Jiujiao, who has no brains, helped her to raise 5,000 crystal cores as her initial capital. Find out where these people came from. Su Qianqian's smile remained unchanged, but her eyes darkened. Power always changes people. Su Qianqian's ambitions are very big now. Where is the mayor? She asked Qin Jiaojiu on the other side. Although Qin Jiaojiu is a little brainless, she has chosen to stand on Su Qianqian's side from beginning to end. The mayor just went out. Qianqian, should we take revenge on them? Qin Jiaojiu has an innocent and naive face, and it is a bit incongruous to make such a vicious expression. However, compared with Su Qianqian, Qin Jiaojiu has been committed to the vicious female supporting role, and should not be the identity of vicious cannon fodder. No hurry. Su Qianqian shook her head. She had to see Qiao Jia's attitude first. But she could still give those guys a little trouble first. You should know that Su Qianqian now has a considerable force in her hands, and the team of survivors she cultivated in Beichen Base has always been firmly in her hands. Xiao Jia, who was still working hard to clean up the monsters outside the town, did not know about the disputes in the town, and she had no time to care. Although most of the human residents in the town went to the Real County, the reward for the cleaning operation that Xiao Jia took out included the marrow cleansing pill. It still attracted a lot of humans and monsters. This marrow cleansing pill was opened by Coco from the blind box and given to Xiao Jia. This is not the first marrow cleansing pill she opened. At present, the most numerous monsters in Xiao Jia's encircled territory are the winter-limited monsters, and the second is zombies. The third is not a vampire. After all, there is a blood killer in the town. Which vampire dares to bump into it without thinking? The third is a creature that Xiao Jia and her friends have never seen before. Not only Xiao Jia has never seen it, but the monsters have never seen it either, and there is no record of it in the system database. There are only some records of similar creatures in the database. This kind of creature is collectively called pollutants. Xiao Jia always looks familiar with their appearance. Since it is a pollutant, what is the source of the pollution? The first time Xiao Jia knew their unified name, two words popped up in his mind. Yudu. It's the evil things in Yudu. These pollutants should be polluted by the evil things in Yudu. The speed of Yudu's invasion is faster than she thought. Or she didn't care about it before. Looking at the Tianing knife and the lingering black air on her arm, Xiao Jia frowned slightly. Pollutants. Are they also the source of pollution? Fortunately, she is a corpse. Xiao Jia waved away the black air on her hand expressionlessly, and she would not be affected. But it's hard to say for other creatures in the town. She opened the blind box mall and started to check if there are any blind boxes that can remove these pollutants. Enter the keywords, and the first one that pops up is the strongest town blind box in the Doomsday. Can't afford it, next one. The second one is the Holy Light blind box, which belongs to the magic side. Can't afford it either, next one. Xiao Jia directly pulled the page to the bottom, and soon a cheap and effective blind box appeared. Universal Glutinous Rice Blind Box. The activation price only requires 1/6 level crystal core, and the purchase price is 0.5 level crystal cores. Cheap. The Exorcism Glutinous Rice in the Universal Glutinous Rice Blind Box can dispel the black air on the body, that is, the evil spirits. However, there are many types of omnipotent glutinous rice, and ordinary glutinous rice accounts for a relatively large proportion. The second is the Exorcism Glutinous Rice. The more black air is contaminated, the higher the level of Exorcism Glutinous Rice is required. She glanced at her current points balance. Very good, there are no points to activate now. I can only wait and see. As soon as she closed the mall page, a group of strange pollutants appeared in front of Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia looked indifferent, holding a knife and rushed towards the pollutants. Two sharp cold lights flashed. In an instant, all the pollutants were torn into pieces. A large amount of black air gushed out. Xiao Jia looked at the black air, and took out a large sack from his backpack expressionlessly. These sacks were picked up on the road when she and the system first met. Maybe they can be used now. It's all air anyway. She carried the sack and walked calmly towards the black air. Chapter 112. While the black gas was not paying attention, Xiao Jia suddenly swung the sack in her hand. She actually caught a large part of it. She quickly put the sack into her backpack and took out a new one. This group of pollutants gathered together and emitted a lot of black gas after death, so she filled several sacks. Xiao Jia collected the black gas and prepared to see if the Doomsday recycling store could recycle it. After all, it can recycle a lot of things. If the black gas can be recycled, the meat of a mosquito leg is also meat. If you want to be rich, both increasing income and reducing expenditure are indispensable. Xiao Jia here is working hard to earn crystal cores, and on the other side, Shintong and others in the Real County are also working very hard to kill monsters such as vampires and vampires. However, the situation is very unfavorable for Shintong and others. There are just too many vampires. There are so many vampires, it seems like they can never be eliminated. Sister Tong, there are too many vampires, we can't handle them. The survivors under Shintong became very serious, looking at the densely packed vampires outside the manor with caution. Where are Chung Xian and the others? Shintong asked. They are not going to leave. Chung Xian should have a backup plan. The survivor immediately answered in a low voice without alarming others. Shintong nodded. Since she entered the Real County, she discovered the difference between the survivors in the Real County and the Juma City. The survivors in the Real County are obviously stronger than those in the Juma City. If the two sides were in different places, the situation in the Juma city might be better than it is now. Many survivors in the real county give people a feeling of being tough. Zheng Xian is part of the reason, and the tense relationship between the vampires and the Blood Clan accounts for a larger proportion. Let's retreat. Shentong quickly recognized the current situation. She was not the kind of person who was competitive. Compared with this illusory victory, she cared more about the safety of the survivors under her. They couldn't beat the vampires outside, and staying would only lead to death. It's time to leave. After so long, Shentong's character has become more and more stable, and she has a better view of the overall situation. This is why Xiao Jia has always wanted to lure Shentong to her camp. Shentong is different from Su Qianqian. She will not let her personal emotions affect her work, and she will always stand on the side of justice. Tell Chengxian and the others, and then we will prepare to evacuate. Shentong retracted her gaze without any nostalgia, turned around and left. The survivors under her immediately began to pack their bags, and their movements were neat and fast. Shentong is indeed a very qualified leader. Xie Jinghan and other small-town residents, who were also in the Blood Clan camp, also received the news that Shentong was going to retreat, and they had already started to pack up their equipment and supplies. The number of vampires outside is indeed beyond their ability to deal with, and evacuating as soon as possible is the best strategy. Anyway, they have already gained enough benefits in this battle. It is not that the online game life activation device is faulty, and it issues some impossible tasks for them to die. Shentong and the others evacuating at this time will not affect the activity tasks. Chengxian on the other side knew that Shentong and the others were leaving, and was silent for a while. If you want to leave with them, do it now, she said to the human survivors behind her. Chengxian's implication was that she would not leave here. Unlike Shentong and the others, Shentong and the others at least have an online game activity task to lure them, but Chengxian will not get much benefit from this battle. What is she going to do? No one knows. And then, let's go together. An extremely handsome young man immediately held Chengxian's hand, and his tone was not to be refused. Most of the survivors, who are now with Chengxian, are people who have followed her since the beginning of the Doomsday. Both her character and strength are guaranteed, and she is Chengxian's closest partner. But because of the double betrayal of her ex-boyfriend and ex-bestie, Chengxian does not trust anyone. She is reserved about everyone. You go. Chengxian shook her head. She still has things she wants to do. I will go to Jejia town to see you if I have a chance. She gently broke free from the man's hand, pulled out a smile, and said to these companions who are about to become the past tense. Chengxian's personality is somewhat similar to Su Qianqian. They both care too much about certain things and are stubborn and unable to change. No. Let's go together. If you don't leave, I won't leave either. The man refused directly. He couldn't make decisions for others, but he would never let Anan stay here alone. No matter how strong Chengxian was, she was alone. What's more, she was not strong enough to deal with all vampires. Even Xiao Jia didn't dare to say that. The other short-haired woman quickly winked at the man. If Sharon didn't leave, then use some abnormal means. Afterwards, whether she resented or hated him, they would let her deal with it. They knew that Chengxian had a space, but no matter whether it was a vampire or a blood clan, they all had ways to break through the space. It's a crime to hold a treasure in your hands. The few people looked at each other and acted quickly. Chengxian fainted before she could react, or in fact, she had no defense against these people at all. The man carried Chengxian horizontally and walked out immediately. Ask Shentong if she can take us with her. Okay. The short-haired woman nodded immediately and ran quickly in the direction of Shentong and others. Shentong and her friends were very fast. Most of them had already boarded the truck, and the lead truck was ready to set off at any time. Shentong. Hurry up and get on the bus, the number of vampires is increasing. The short-haired woman didn't see Shentong, but Shenhui followed Shentong out this time, and her tone was not very good. Of course, even if the tone was not good, they were allowed to get on the bus. This time they came out. They were ready to take a group of survivors back, so there was a lot of space in the vehicle. While the two were talking, the man had already come over with Chengxian in his arms, followed by many people. They were all Chengxian's followers. Sister Tong, everyone is here. Okay. Shentong, who was sitting on the lead car, nodded. The lead car had been specially modified, and would not affect their ability to use their powers. Make way. Shentong looked at the seemingly endless vampires at the gate of the manor with a firm look and shouted loudly. Instantly, the metal power user pushed open two huge iron doors, and with a bang, a large number of vampires were knocked down, blood gushed out, and the vampires filed in, roaring and waving their claws toward Shintong and the others. The expressions on Shintong and others' faces did not change at all. A huge thunder ball with an explosion was thrown out from Shintong instantly. Kill! After the order, the truck stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and rushed out of the manor, crushing countless vampires crawling on the ground. Puff! The blood splashed on the windshield of the truck, and the sound was clear and audible. Because there were too many vampires on the ground, the car was driving a little crooked. Come and someone clean the glass. Are you blind? The driver of the first car was a middle-aged lady with a cigarette in her mouth and a very bad temper, with messy short hair. Facing such a large number of vampires, and leading the vehicles behind to evacuate the real county, her pressure can be imagined. After hearing the words of the bad-tempered lady, a water-based supernatural person behind immediately controlled the water flow to wash the windshield clean. The unlucky guy who was scolded by the bad-tempered lady was Xie Jinghan, the newly appointed water-based supernatural person. Xiao Jia had been away from the town for so long, and had been back and forth, and these humans had already changed their powers several times. However, whether it was Shintong or Xie Jinghan, they were very adept at various types of powers. Perhaps superpowers were the most suitable power system for them. Under Shintong's command, all kinds of superpowers suddenly appeared frequently and fell on those vampires. The limbs of the vampires were scattered all over the ground, and blood flowed like a river in the true sense. Damn it, these things are like they can't be killed. A machine gunner couldn't help cursing. In addition to the superpowers, Shintong and the others also brought out a hot weapon team. Guns can't deal with blood clans, but dealing with low-level vampires is definitely easy. Bullets hit vampires, and can easily penetrate the barrier of their skin. At this moment, the real county has become a purgatory on Earth. There are mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and rotten bones. A large number of vultures perched on the roofs of abandoned high-rise buildings, tacitly making greedy calls waiting for a feast. The convoy drove through the real county with difficulty, trying to escape the siege of vampires, but it seems that this should be very difficult. Compared to the difficulties in the real county, the atmosphere in Jiejie town seems much more relaxed. The booth stepped on the snow, making a creaking sound, and Xiao Jia returned to the town with a few bags of black gas. The backpack could no longer hold the black gas, so she could only carry it in her hand. The weight of the gas is very light. Even if the black gas has substance, it is not that heavy. And these gases actually filled Xiao Jia's backpack. It can be seen that the number of pollutants she killed is so large. It is probably not less than the number of vampires killed by Shintong and others in the real county. Mayor. Seeing Xiao Jia coming back, Old Sun hurriedly got up from the recliner and came to help Xiao Jia. Old Sun's attitude towards other humans and monsters in the town was completely different from his attitude towards Xiao Jia. Old Sunday Xiao Jia nodded to Old Sun and rejected his kindness. Don't come over, this is not a good thing. Old Sun stopped obediently. He was very awed by this great benefactor who saved the eldest lady and the entire Tao family from endless painful reincarnation. Be careful next time you see him. Don't get close. Xiao Jia gave an instruction and left only after getting Old Sun's consent. Although Lao Sun is just an ordinary ghost, his perception is surprisingly sharp. He is also a talent. With such a lot of black air, Xiao Jia came to the Doomsday recycling store. It has been 2 days since she went out. Xiao Jia received the latest news about the battle in the real county, so she stopped her cleaning operation and came back from outside. The vampires won a big victory, the Blood Clan Duke Eleonora fled, and Xiao Jia himself won a big victory. However, it is said that Eleonora took away a lot of treasures in the Blood Clan castle, so Xiao Jia's dividends should be less than expected. The town panel bar said so. Entering the Doomsday recycling store, the store is full of people every day, and both stores are like this. Especially after the item synthesis factory opened, there are more and more customers in the Doomsday recycling store. The points recycled by the Doomsday recycling store can be exchanged for things synthesized from the item synthesis factory, and the things produced there are of good quality. And the price is not high. Many old ladies and old men braved the cold weather and picked up garbage everywhere just to get more points. Xiao Jia did not attract attention when she came in. She stood quietly at the end of the line. Her identity as the mayor has a high presence in the town, but her presence is not very high. It can be said that not many people know her. Coincidentally, the few people in front of Xiao Jia were the sweatshirt man and his group, whose name Su Qianqian remembered before. And what they were discussing was Xiao Jia herself. When will the mayor of this town come back? It's been so many days. The sweatshirt man complained unhappily, and his companions echoed him. Maybe they heard that our boss was coming, so they were scared and didn't dare to come out. The few people were discussing with laughter, not knowing that Xiao Jia was behind them. From what they said, it seems that they still have a large group that has not arrived in the town. It seems that the town will become very lively next. Xiao Jia lowered his eyes and thought quietly. Hey, how long have you been in this town? The sweatshirt man suddenly asked when he saw Xiao Jia, who had been silent behind him. This guy looks pretty good. You can try to recruit him into their team. A long time. She glanced at the sweatshirt man and said in a flat tone. Then you must have met your mayor. How strong is she? Compared to our Zhuang? The sweatshirt man pointed to a man among them, who looked honest and looked like a meat mountain and asked. I have met him. Xiao Jia replied calmly. The mayor is very powerful. Xiao Jia really thinks that she is very powerful. Although she is not as powerful as those old monsters like Alistair, she is more than enough to deal with these humans. She has a clear understanding of herself. Strong is strong and weak is weak. Really? Why don't we see her all the time? She is a mayor. Why doesn't she stay in the town and run around all day? The hoodie man's personality is a bit too arrogant. Even if he doesn't know Xiao Jia is Xiao Jia, he shouldn't say these things in front of the townspeople. But Xiao Jia has seen many arrogant people like him. Generally, they exist around the protagonist and are cannon fodder for the protagonist group. Because something happened. Xiao Jia didn't care about him. Her personality is really good. What can be more important than the town's affairs? Really? The hoodie man muttered in a low voice. The task given to him by the boss was to find out the situation of the mayor of Jejia town. As a result, after coming here for a few days, let alone asking, he didn't even see two powerful characters in Jejia town. However, the next second, Tangkik's words made him break out in a cold sweat. Hey, Aunt Mayor? Chapter 113. I don't know why, but it's always easy to get caught when you say bad things about someone. This is not the first time that Xiao Jia has met someone who said bad things about her in front of her. Auntie Mayor, why are you here? Are you here to see Cuckoo? Cuckoo looked at Xiao Jia expectantly. She was not against opening blind boxes at all. Instead, she was looking forward to helping Xiao Jia open a good blind box. In this way, she could save up town contributions and buy a house for her brother. I sell things. Xiao Jia's answer disappointed Cuckoo. It turned out that she didn't want to open a blind box. Hearing Xiao Jia's words, the sweatshirt man and the people who were queuing were shocked. The mayor actually had to queue up himself. However, for the old townspeople, this was not a rare thing. The mayor has such a personality. So everyone likes to follow the mayor. It feels safer to follow the mayor. No airs at all. Okay, bye Aunt Mayor. Coco just came here to take a look and see if anyone was causing trouble. There are now 2 Doomsday recycling stores in the town. Although there is no explicit regulation, the monster townspeople and human townspeople are very tacitly separated. Humans go to one store, monsters go to another store. The diversion is very clear. However, Xiao Jia didn't know this, so she just picked a recycling store that was closer to the Lord's mansion. Coco left obediently, and Yin was not in the town these days. Since the two of them got the safe house, Coco started to go out to pick up garbage. It should be said that she was collecting materials to upgrade the safe house. Unlike the Lord's mansion can be upgraded by spending points. But the safe house still needs materials, and the crystal core is also indispensable. If the safe house blind box can be opened later, Xiao Jia plans to sell the safe house. Of course, the house opened by the safe house blind box cannot be placed in the town or around the town. She supports the survivors who own the safe house to explore outside. Xiao Jia's subconscious mind has been reminding her that the town must not be controlled by a few people. Whether it is the rights of the town or the house, land, goods and goods. This is very dangerous. So far, the maximum upper limit of the rent that can be paid for the town house is 1 year. Renewed once a year. Next, after the town team is officially established, she will also strictly investigate the sublandlords. There are some things she can do, but others can't. Xiao Jia knows that some people in the town secretly rent a lot of houses, under the names of different people, and then rent and sell them. Especially when the town was in short supply before, these sublandlords made a lot of money. These sublandlords are terrible, even worse than when Xiao Jia rented the Lord's mansion to a dozen people at the beginning. They can fit 20 to 30 people in a single apartment. As expected, humans always like to make a fuss about real estate. Xiao Jia calmly lined up behind the sweatshirt man and others, and had already started to prepare to deal with these things about the house. We need to open a few more mobile biological prisons. There is only one now, which is not enough. The sweatshirt man and others stood in front of Xiao Jia, feeling like being pricked by a thorn. Xiao Jia did nothing, but they always felt that Xiao Jia would take her butcher knife and chop them all in the next second. These people are really mean-spirited. Xiao Jia would never do such a thing. Why are you guys like quails? The timid appearance of the hoodie man, and the group of the flowered shirt, and the sunglasses woman, who just came in was seen by them, and they couldn't help but laugh at them. What, am I wrong? Look at you, it's like you were chased by a dog, ha ha ha. What, were you beaten by Xiao Jia yesterday? The flowered shirt, sunglasses woman, and others came to Jia town, of course. They also wanted to see Xiao Jia. As a human being, Xiao Jia is too famous. Everyone wants to come and meet Xiao Jia. However, they have been in the town for so long, and they haven't even seen Xiao Jia's face, so they are naturally very unhappy. They have been cricketing Xiao Jia. Faced with the ridicule of the sunglasses woman and the flowered shirt, the hoodie man was as quiet as a chicken. Hey Xiaolin, you're so good today. Seeing the sweatshirt man's appearance, the man in the flowered shirt was immediately happy, and he went up to the sweatshirt man and put his arm around his shoulder and teased him. Then Xiao Jia isn't here. What are you afraid of? Let's just say, hey Mayor, you're here too. The two sisters Bai Yu and Bai Xing walked in from outside, looking very happy, and greeted Xiao Jia with smiles on their faces. They just finished today's cleaning plan. They didn't participate in the Blood Clan rebellion. Shen Tong, Xie Jinghan, and Mao Shua all went to the real county, so they definitely didn't get the reward for the top 3. It's better to stay in the town and fight for the marrow cleansing pill. Yeah. Xiao Jia nodded, just in time to meet the line of sight of the girl in the flowered shirt and sunglasses in front of him. In the silence, the sunglasses of the girl in sunglasses slipped off her nose and greeted Xiao Jia awkwardly. Hi Mayor. Xiaolon, the man in the flowered shirt and the sweatshirt, put a lot of force on his hands, his eyes full of anger. You idiot, why didn't you tell me? Xiaolon was helpless. He didn't have time to say okay. Who asked them to say bad things about Xiao Jia as soon as they came in? Besides, it's not embarrassing to be embarrassed together. Xiaolon laughed silently in his heart. Hello. Xiao Jia nodded slightly. She was also helpless. She didn't know why these people were so hostile to her. Xiao Jia didn't know how to describe her current thoughts after bumping into 2 groups of people saying bad things about her. Xiao Jia really felt it was unnecessary. To be honest, whether it was the sweatshirt man Xiaolin, the floral shirt and sunglasses woman behind him, or the 2 Longfeng Outyan and Lu Yanfeng, Xiao Jia didn't take them seriously. If you want to be Xiao Jia's enemy, you are not qualified. Because he didn't take these people seriously at all, Xiao Jia didn't care about their offense. Mayor Xiao Jia, who looked very friendly, was actually a somewhat arrogant person. It's your turn. Xiao Jia reminded Xiaolin. Ah? Xiaolin was a little confused and hadn't reacted yet. Although he felt that Xiao Jia was not as powerful as their boss, he still felt embarrassed when he was caught. Xiao Jia motioned Xiaolin to look forward, and Xiaolin turned his head and met the unhappy expression of the robot clerk. This customer, you are so rude. The robot clerk put his hands on his waist and angrily accused. It has called this customer many times. Sorry. After being caught by Xiao Jia, Xiaolin's personality has become much more humble. Humph! The robot clerk snorted, and his hands were still very quick to collect items from Xiaolin and others. These people also chose to settle the bill with points. After paying the bill, they did not leave, but waited for Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia stepped forward and handed the black air to the robot clerk. Warning! Warning! Dangerous goods! Dangerous goods! Xiao Jia took out the black gas, and all the lights in the recycling store began to flash red, and a cold mechanical voice announced loudly. Dangerous goods! Dangerous goods! Special staff dispatched. Special staff dispatched. Under Xiao Jia's puzzled eyes, the ceiling of the recycling store was opened, and a black fat robot fell down. Hello, dear customer. I am recycling robot number 444. The fat robot fell down and immediately pretended that nothing had happened and got up from the ground, rubbing his hands and walking over, and said to Xiao Jia attentively. Hello. Let me see. Wow. This customer is really brave. He actually killed the pollutant. The fat robot shouted exaggeratedly and praised Xiao Jia wildly. Can it be recycled? Xiao Jia asked. Of course. The fat robot said loudly in disapproval. Is there anyone who says these precious pollution sources cannot be recycled? Who? Who? Its eyes instantly became very dangerous. wandering from the human or robot employees present. No one, please help me recycle it. Xiao Jia handed the entire backpack to the fat robot, and opened the panel of the recycling shop to check. All the buildings in the town that were open from the blind box have panels, which are included in the town panel. It can also be opened separately. This fat robot obviously has not yet realized that Xiao Jia is the mayor of the town, and the owner of this recycling shop. Let me come and see. Wow, the quality of these pollution sources is really good. My guest, I can give you this number. The fat robot gestured a number to Xiao Jia, with an expression that you have made a lot of money. Peng Peng can guarantee you that you will never find a higher price than my offer. This price is the highest, Peng Peng said exaggeratedly. To be honest, Xiao Jia didn't understand what number it gestured. However, even if he could understand it, there is no other recycling shop here, right? The recycling shop next door is the same as this one, and they have the same owner, so there is nothing to compare. You take it, and the crystal core will be transferred to my account later. Xiao Jia doesn't need points. The items exchanged with points are all from the synthesis factory, and she can take them directly. Good customer. The fat robot was proud of his own wit, spending so little money to take down so many pollution sources. After synthesizing them in the item synthesis factory, they can be sold at a high price to those pollution aides, or some beings in the abyss. If the boss knew about it, he would definitely praise Fatty. Maybe he would even give Fatty a promotion and let Fatty become a manager? Fatty Robot was dreaming happily. Now let Fatty see the account of this victim. Ah! Fat Robot held its cheek and screamed loudly. It was scared from black to white. Boss! Ah! Fat actually cheated the boss. It's over, it's over. This will affect my future. Woo-woo. Boss, listen to Fatty's explanation. Fat shed 2 noodles-wide tears and stretched out his hand towards Xiao Jia's back. Anyone with a discerning eye would know what happened. Fat wanted to cheat people, but ended up cheating the boss. It's okay, Fatty. You are making money for the mayor. The mayor won't blame you. Baiyu comforted softly. When the crying Fatty heard Baiyu's words, he blinked and stopped crying immediately. Yes, Fatty is making profits for the boss. Ha ha ha. The boss will definitely give Fatty a promotion. The crying Fatty suddenly showed an evil smile, put his hands on his waist, and laughed arrogantly. Sister, you don't need to comfort it. Bai Xing patted Baiyu's shoulder. This looks like another profiteer. It's just that this profiteer's brain doesn't seem to be enough. The Fatty Robot has a feeling of being very good at calculating but can't figure it out. Xiao Jia, who left the recycling store, was stopped by a group of people with flowered shirts and sunglasses. Xiao Jia, wait! Is there something wrong? Xiao Jia turned around and looked at the few people in confusion. They don't seem to know each other? We are from Binhai City. Well then? Xiao Jia nodded. Binhai City seems to be quite far away. No wonder these people are dressed like this. It really feels like a beach. We want to challenge you. The woman in sunglasses took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of platinum eyes, with a serious expression. Challenge me? Xiao Jia was even more puzzled. Why challenge her? Because everyone is saying that you are the strongest person. The man in the flowered shirt also became very serious. Those monsters were spreading the word. That's why they came to Jiajia town on purpose. The mole spirit and Granny Lin, who were passing by carrying wood, heard the conversation of these young people. Granny Lin smiled unconsciously. Young people are really energetic and still care about the first place. Unlike her old bones, she is so old, how can she care about winning or losing? Grandma, we stole the secret of making soup from Granny Tang. As she was sighing, 2 kittens jumped on her shoulders and said loudly to her. Shoo, keep your voice down. Grandma Lin hurriedly told the 2 little guys not to be so loud, otherwise others would hear them. Grandma Lin, who was unhappy because she heard others say that Tangaba's soup was the best in the world, secretly instructed the little cat thief to steal Tangaba's secret recipe. She just wanted to know where the old woman won. After so many years, she still couldn't beat her. Grandma Lin quickly took the little cat thief and the mole spirit away from the scene. It was too embarrassing. What kind of people are in this town? The companion in the flowered shirt, Sea Urchin Head, was full of black lines. Why did he feel that there was no one who could stand up to the challenge? Facing the challenges of these outsiders, Xiao Jia certainly couldn't agree. If she agreed like this, wouldn't she have to deal with one person every time she came in the future? But if she refused like this, they probably wouldn't let it go. Find someone to play with them. When Xiao Jia was thinking about the candidate, a soft female voice came. Mayor, let me and Lin Lin come. Su Shaoran pushed Su Lin, who was lying in a stroller and drinking milk from a bottle, and stood not far away. smiling at Xiao Jia. The protagonist and the strongest villain mother-daughter combination made a brilliant appearance. Aren't you still in confinement after childbirth? Xiao Jia was a little surprised to see Su Xiaoran and Su Lin here, and asked, Still in confinement after childbirth? Are there still normal people in this town? Chapter 114. The sunglasses lady and the others were complaining in their hearts, and they saw Wei passing by with a cold face, followed by Yulian like a follower. Wei, will you listen to my explanation? Yulian's eyes were melancholy, and his whole body seemed to be broken, like a poor puppy abandoned by his owner. No, Wei answered bluntly. This pair of amazing beauties made them believe that there were still normal people in this town. Xiao Jia, you're back. Ling Yu, who had just delivered the goods, looked at Xiao Jia in surprise. The moment he saw Xiao Jia, his eyes, which were originally blurred and red because of his lack of energy, instantly brightened. If Yulian is a dog with a little wolf blood, and a bit of indifference and ferocity, then Ling Yu is a pure puppy who wags his tail when he sees his owner. This one is even more outstanding. The guys who just arrived in the town immediately felt the beauty attack. Does there have to be appearance requirements to join this town? Probably not. The mayor doesn't look that good. Someone whispered that compared to the only Yulian Ling Yu, Xiao Jia was indeed a bit dull. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present, except Xiao Jia, focused their attention on him. Xiao Jia didn't care, but that didn't mean that others didn't care. The point of this sentence was not about Xiao Jia's appearance, but his derogatory and arbitrary evaluation of Xiao Jia. It was essentially a disrespect for Xiao Jia. And he said it so carelessly in public, not only disrespecting Xiao Jia, but also disrespecting the people under Xiao Jia. Yulian beat him. The only one pointed at the man who was speaking and said without hesitation, Okay. Yulian nodded, and neither of them cared about the rules of the town. No, Lin and I will do it. Su Xiaoran shook her head at Wei and Yulian. She would let these people know who in the town should not be offended. Su Lin, who was lying in the stroller, glanced at the survivors. The little baby had no expression on his face and stared at them coldly, which looked very strange. Mayor, can I apply to challenge them outside the town? Su Xiaoran turned to look at Xiao Jia and asked. Yeah. Xiao Jia nodded, thinking silently in his heart. Maybe there should be a challenge hall or something like that in the town, so that these humans and monsters can vent their anger. This kind of building is also in the Doomsday town blind box, but it's a pity that she didn't open it. With Xiao Jia's consent, Su Xiaoran looked at the group of new survivors with a smile. Let's go! There is an area outside the town, which is specially used by the townspeople and survivors to resolve personal grudges. Xiao Jia didn't know, and didn't care. Are you afraid? The red-haired Long Tianyu folded his hands, and looked at the group of foreign survivors with his brothers in a mocking manner. During this period, Long Tianyu was beaten badly by Yu Ji and the system, and he also lost several harem members because of Xiao Jia. Even his childhood sweetheart was abducted by Xiao Jia. It can be said that the loss was heavy. The harem of Long Tianyu was his harem, but they were also his capable men, and to some extent, his angel investors. Now that Xiao Jia has taken away so many of them, isn't it a heavy loss? However, this aroused his desire to conquer Xiao Jia even more. He was determined to win Xiao Jia. Of course, this was his wishful thinking, and Xiao Jia was completely unaware of it. He hadn't caused any trouble for Xiao Jia yet, otherwise, Xiao Jia would definitely let him know why those people in the town were so afraid of her. We are afraid that you will say that we are bullying the minority with our numbers. The yellow-haired man who had just provoked Xiao Jia sneered. This yellow-haired man was obviously a bad guy, with dyed hair, tattoos, and lip studs. Don't worry, we will never say that you are bullying the minority with your numbers. The onlookers, led by Wang Banlan, said in unison. I don't know when, a large number of townspeople who came here to watch the fun had gathered here. There were humans and monsters. Even the usually elusive silver-haired man came. Everyone was looking forward to Su Lin's performance. You have to know that Su Lin is a rare card player in the town, and a card player who is full of talent before he was born, and has collected a whole elementary card book. This was the first time that Lin wanted to show her ability. The mayor did not stop her, which meant that Lin could definitely deal with these people easily. Xiao Jia did not say anything. Su Lin could not deal with these survivors easily, but at least they were 40% and 60% respectively. Su Lin 60%, and those survivors 40%. After all, this child was born not long ago. Her eyes fell on Wang Banlan. If she remembered correctly, Wang Banlan should have been in the real county before, and now appeared in the town. Then Shintong and the others should have returned? Xiao Jia opened the town panel and took a look. Sure enough, Shintong and the others were on their way back. And returning with them was the Blood Clan Duke Eleonora. Manju, the vampire of Real County, is counting the wealth of the vampires of Real County. The town panel has given Xiao Jia a detailed number. According to the previous contract ratio, she can get 6.384 9th level crystal cores. Very rich. Xiao Jia smiled faintly. Sure enough, war is the fastest way to get rich. 9th level crystal cores, teleportation arrays, intermediate card players, official version of superpowers, online game professions, magic professions, physical professions. In addition to cultivation, these power systems can be arranged. Xiao Jia can already foresee the prosperity of the town. The first place in the strongest town in the Doomsday is very easy. Less than 1/3 of the game process. Xiao Jia originally thought it would take a lot of time. Do you really think we are afraid of you? They are all young and energetic. No matter which side, the people and monsters are unwilling to give in. Who made the most mature? Shintong and Xie Jinghan not here. The remaining Xiao Jia is unwilling to take care of these things. In the midst of the battle, 2 waves of people rushed out of the town with great momentum. Xiao Jia took a look and calmly withdrew her gaze. She was not going to participate. There were still many things in the town that needed her to deal with. Especially since the war payment was about to be paid. Xiao Jia called Yi and the little goblin to go out and start cleaning the land. When Xiao Jia came back, the war payment was in place, and the group of new survivors had been completely integrated into the town. It is said that at that time, Lin Lin was alone, holding a bottle in one hand and a card book in the other, and single-handedly challenged 28 people on the opposite side. The scene was so spectacular. The 2 sides fought back and forth, and neither of them killed anyone, and it continued until Shintong came back and called a halt. The final result was that the group of new survivors apologized to Xiao Jia for 3 consecutive days at the town gate. Since then, Su Lin became famous in one battle. She became the strongest person under Xiao Jia, and everyone recognized her as the strongest in terms of force. This child is too strong. Not even a month old, but he is fighting against 28 people. These 28 people are not unknown minions, and their strength is at least similar to that of Shintong and others. Su Lin's strength and talent are really too terrifying. When Wang Banlan gossiped with Xiao Jia, she couldn't help but be curious. Mayor, were you as strong as Lin Lin when you were just born? Me? Xiao Jia shook her head. I don't remember. Shouldn't be as strong as Lin Lin? Her vague memory told her that she must have had a miserable life when she was a child. Hey. Wang Banlan, who didn't find out, was not disappointed. As long as she continued to work hard, she would definitely make the mayor treat her as her own. Xiao Jia patted Wang Banlan on the shoulder and turned to enter the Lord's mansion. The war money has been paid, and the next step is to spend it. System Coco, Su Xiaoran, Su Qianqian, Tao Wanyang, Little Goblin and other important members of the town are also waiting for her in the town. Seeing Xiao Jia coming in, the system immediately opened the current virtual building model of the town. With such a huge territory, the town can no longer be called a town, but should be called a city. However, Xiao Jia has no plans to change the name. At present, the town's territory is combined into a huge irregular circle, and the construction team has planned a square 9-square grid in the circle. The middle position is Xiao Jia's Lord's Mansion. The area of the Lord's Mansion alone occupies 0.03 square kilometers. The remaining 8 areas will be set up with different biological residential areas. The 4 major areas that have been confirmed are Human Residential Area, Undead Residential Area, Aquatic Residential Area, and Land Monster Residential Area. In addition to the 9 major living areas, there will also be separate underground cities and sky cities, but they have not yet started construction. It is just a prototype concept. Xiao Jia and others have already discussed the irregular areas outside the 9-square grid and used them for farming or breeding. Some of the territory of the Lord's Mansion will also be divided for farming and breeding. The town cannot always rely on blind boxes. It needs to have its own internal circulation. In order to circle these territories, all the small amounts of the war funds this time have been spent. Although it is a small amount, it also costs a lot of 8th level crystal cores. Xiao Jia has only 6 9th level crystal cores left. And today, these people were summoned mainly for the next activation of blind boxes and the personnel arrangements in various areas. Outside the Lord's Mansion, there are many people and monsters waiting for job assignments. As long as their positions are determined inside, they will take office immediately. The position of the deputy mayor was still vacant. Xiao Jia sat in the main seat of the living room of the Lord's mansion. The atmosphere was very quiet, and no one spoke. "Let's get started," Xiao Jia said to the system. The system nodded, just like the chief steward beside the emperor. "The first formal meeting of Jejia town begins," it said loudly. As soon as it finished speaking, Su Qianqian stood up. "Mayor, this is the blind box demand category that our trade department has initially drafted." She handed a list to Xiao Jia. "What the residents of the town need most now is a different power system. After all, not everyone is suitable for car disciples and superpowers. Not everyone is good at fighting, and logistics is also necessary. There are quite a few monster residents in the town now, and their ideas must also be considered." This list was obtained by Su Qianqian after she spent a week with her subordinates to ask the residents of the town to fill out questionnaires one by one. Surprisingly, the blind box type most needed by the residents of the town is not the power system or the teleportation array, but the communicator. Indeed, the town was small before, and everyone knew what they wanted by calling out. But now the town is so big, 50,000 square kilometers, maybe you need a voice-type ability to call people. Xiao Jia nodded and continued to read. The communicator blind box, add to the shopping cart. The second is the teleportation array. The teleportation array blind box is also very necessary, whether it is human or monster. Everyone wants to explore outside. Then there are a variety of other types of blind boxes. Xiaoxian, priest, warrior, refiner, Taoist, priest. Xiao Jia crossed out Xiaoxian. If you want to activate the Xianxian blind box, Xiao Jia has to spend a 10th level crystal core just to obtain the spiritual root of Xianxian qualification. Can't afford it. Pick and choose, upgrade what needs to be upgraded, activate what needs to be activated. Xiao Jia's 6 9th level crystal cores, 5 of them were spent in an instant. The most expensive ones here are the teleportation array and the level 7 blood blind box, as well as the online game Western Fantasy Occupation blind box that matches the online game life. These 3 blind boxes remove Xiao Jia's 3 9th level crystal cores. The remaining intermediate card player card blind box, science fiction plant blind box, spiritual soil blind box. It's a mess. Dozens of blind boxes together cost 2 9th level crystal cores. Xiao Jia kept a 9th order crystal core for purchasing. The blind box was activated, and Xiao Jia simultaneously released an announcement. The residents, who had been patiently waiting in their respective living areas, burst into warm cheers. "I didn't expect that after such a short time, the town would develop so fast." The blind box mall in another space also received a large order from Xiao Jia, and the blind boxes were transported to the Time-Space Express truck and began to drive towards Jejia town. Coco sat obediently on the side, waiting to open the blind box with Yin, the two-dimensional girl Zhao Fei, Su Lin Yuji, and a group of lucky red hands. Zhao Fei was also recruited by Xiao Jia. According to her wishes, this guy will be a member of the security team in the future. The blind box matter is settled, and the next step is the very important town personnel arrangement and the town regulations. The system has listed a perfect list of town regulations to ensure that no one can take advantage of loopholes. Even if someone takes advantage of loopholes, it doesn't matter. The final right of interpretation is in the hands of Xiao Jia. It will be handed over to the prison beast later. If she told the prison beast that she was guilty, then she was guilty. No one can escape the punishment of the law. The law was distributed to the town members, a very thick stack of paper. If there is no problem, I will feed it to the mobile biological prison and officially start to implement it. Xiao Jia asked expressionlessly. How could there be any problem with the town law compiled by the system? This is just a formality. Su Qianqian looked at the law and regulations in her hand and raised her eyebrows slightly. I can't tell that their mayor is still a good person. The law fully guarantees the living space of ordinary people, and the rights of the town will never be in the hands of certain people. It is even more impossible to be monopolized. No matter what aspect, it is impossible to be monopolized. Unless this person is Xiao Jia himself. No objection. Second, the members expressed their opinions one after another. At the same time, a large number of blind boxes arrived, the town site expanded, and the buildings were built, and Xiao Jia's game points soared rapidly, overtaking the competitors one by one at a terrifying speed. On the 100th day of the Doomsday Strongest Town competition, Xiao Jia successfully topped the list. Chapter 115. The regulations were put into use, and the mobile biological prison that had been resting on the 10,000-year-old Styx willow immediately flew out of the Lord's house yard. Its action startled the candidate employees waiting for notification in the yard, and everyone looked at the unknown creature flying out of the yard in shock. I always feel that the town is going to make a big move again. Xiao Jia is not such an unreasonable person. For some lighter crimes, such as using the town's houses for profit, if he is caught this time, he only needs to pay some crystal cores as a fine. After all, there was no very clear regulation before that these were not allowed. However, some crimes cannot be forgiven, such as extortion and threats to collect protection fees in the town. For such crimes, just be locked up in the mobile biological prison. Next item, town personnel arrangement. Xiao Jia rolled up the regulations and waved them lightly. Immediately, a virtual screen unfolded with a pyramid-shaped trapezoidal table on it, and the name at the top was Mayor Xiao Jia. Next in order are 2 vacant deputy mayors, 9 department heads, 2 deputy heads, and so on. There are so many empty positions waiting for Xiao Jia to fill them. At present, only Su Qianqian, Su Shaorian, and Xiaolu have been confirmed as the heads. Xiaolu was eventually captured and used by Xiao Jia, who placed her above the public security department. Mayor, I think Chen Bing can be placed in the public security department, Su Qianqian suggested. Chen Bing was poached by Xiao Jia from her. He is indeed a talent and has some affinity with her. Su Qianqian is of course happy to push Chen Bing to a high position. Okay. Xiao Jia nodded and agreed readily. Most of the subsequent powers of the Ministry of Public Security will definitely be transferred to the hands of the prison beast. Xiao Jia doesn't particularly care who the members of the Ministry of Public Security are. She moved her finger slightly, and Chen Bing's name appeared on the Ministry of Public Security, and he was the deputy minister. To be honest, there are not many talents available in the town. It's not that there are no talents, but most of the talents will focus more on improving their own strength in the face of such a world full of monsters and special power systems, where people can practice immortality and practice magic. After Su Qianqian, other people and monsters also made a lot of suggestions. Xiao Jia agreed to most of them. Long Tianyu's harem and Qimei were arranged by Xiao Jia in very important positions. These people are real talents. The blank positions on the pyramid were gradually filled, and the humans and monsters waiting outside the Lord's mansion also received the appointment notice one by one. Granny Lin brought the mole spirit and other monsters, and looked at the appointment notice they had just received excitedly. She didn't expect that she could get an official position at her age. The most unexpected thing is that the 2 children, Su Lin and Tang Kiki, also became employees of the town. Su Lin was arranged by Xiao Jia to work in the Public Security Department, and Tang Kiki was arranged to work in the Public Affairs Department, and also served as the manager of the Doomsday recycling store. In the town, as long as the building stores opened by the Doomsday's strongest town blind box, all have their own staff, and they can run a store by themselves. There is no need for Xiao Jia to arrange additional people. This makes it convenient for Xiao Jia to arrange some people or monsters that are not convenient to be placed in the town department, but are very useful to the town. Putting these people and monsters in will not affect the operation of the town. Xiao Jia originally planned to arrange a special department and put people like Coco, Yulian, Shanza, etc. in it. They are under the management of the mayor, and other departments cannot control them. However, Xiao Jia thought again and gave up. The competition process has passed 1/3, and Xiao Jia is not sure what will happen next. The personnel arrangement lasted for a long time, especially when the ministers of several departments competed for their subordinates. Granny Lin is still strong, and can beat the remaining 8 by herself. Of course, part of the reason may be that the monsters behind Granny Lin are too good. I really don't know how Granny Lin makes so many monsters listen to her obediently, and really treat her as a grandmother. The meeting lasted until 8 o'clock the next morning, and Su Shaorian and others were so sleepy that they barely ended. At this point, the various affairs teams of Jejia Town are officially established. Su Shaorian from the Ministry of Finance, Goblin Xiaolu from the Ministry of Public Security, Justice, Yuing Kara from the Archives, Intelligence, Lin Lingzhen from the Ministry of Agriculture, Su Qianqian from the Ministry of Trade, Zhao Fei from the Ministry of Public Affairs, Fan Jinglan, a retired teacher from the Ministry of Education, Linger from the Skeleton Monster from the Ministry of Health, and Sure Xing, an old professor from Juma University from the Ministry of Construction and Planning. The responsibilities of all departments are clear, and the best of the game is Granny Lin. Among the 8 departments, the heads of 3 departments are elderly people, and the proportion of elderly people is quite high. Many are new faces. There is no way, those familiar faces are more ambitious. Mimi, Chen Bing, Xia Yin, and their generation have not really grown up yet. Okay, that's it for today. If you're too sleepy, you can sleep in the Lord's mansion. There are rooms upstairs and downstairs. We have dinner at the Lord's mansion tonight. Xiao Jia glanced at the time. It was almost time. Kuka and Yin were already drooling in their room on the first floor. The two little guys had been opening blind boxes all day and were almost numb. They hadn't finished opening yet. Zhao Fei wanted to curse. She didn't expect that one day she would hate drawing cards. Sure enough, when a hobby becomes a job, people really get tired of it. All kinds of material buildings filled the huge warehouse in the yard. Xiao Jia's Lord's mansion yard is called a yard, but it's actually bigger than a forest, and you have to drive in and out. She came to the warehouse and pulled out the teleportation array. These teleportation arrays have different shapes and distances. Because the blind boxes are too expensive, Xiao Jia didn't buy many. There are only dozens of teleportation arrays. A lot of them have to be used inside the town. The 9-grid living area plus the 2 in the sky and underground, that's 11. This is the teleportation array for teleportation within the town, and there must be a teleportation array leading to the outside city. However, although these teleportation arrays have different styles and distances, they can still communicate with each other for teleportation. Xiao Jia picked a vine dead wood teleportation array and placed it on the trunk of the 10,000-year-old Styx willow, locating the exit of the teleportation array here. For the remaining living areas, let the residents of each living area choose for themselves. Xiao Jia picked up a bone teleportation array, which is quite suitable for the undead area. At present, the town has only 3 real living areas, but each area is inhabited by people or monsters. The town does not restrict the residential area of residents. Even humans can live in the undead area. Monsters can also live in the human area. It's up to the residents. Xiao Jia is very democratic. After choosing the teleportation array of the Lord's mansion, Xiao Jia threw the remaining teleportation arrays to the construction department. The next thing is for the construction department to worry about. After they arrange the teleportation arrays in each area, Xiao Jia will take the remaining teleportation arrays to the survivor bases in other cities. Like Gakwanchuan in Gujia City that I have been to before. Now, Xiao Jia has to go to the mine for a tour. Yes, the mine. The hidden model that Tang Kiki opened from the blind box, Energy Mine, comes with mining machines and mining robots. The mine is located in the area where the 9-square grid is located, in a forest resource. The mine can dig out various energy blocks and ores. There are many types of energy mines, including crystal cores, magic crystals, magic stones, including spirit stones. This mine is like a blind box. No one knows what kind of energy, or can be dug out from it. Xiao Jia drove his 3-wheeled motorcycle to the mine. The mine can also arrange a teleportation array to facilitate the transportation of the excavated ore. Although the construction of the 9-square grid plus 2 areas has not been completed, the semicircular area outside the 9-square grid has been arranged with various natural resources. There are forests, mountains, lakes, fields and cultivated land, all kinds of landforms. There are also residents living here, mainly members of the agricultural department. When Xiao Jia came, there were already many people gathered in the mine. They are all middle-aged and elderly people, and certain types of monsters. Mayor. Seeing Xiao Jia coming here, the residents greeted her one after another. Hello. Xiao Jia nodded at these people. Why are you all gathered here? She asked. Mayor, we would like to ask, will this mine recruit workers in the future? A dark and rough old couple looked at Xiao Jia with a smile and asked cautiously. Most of the middle-aged and elderly people gathered here make a living by hard labor and have no skills. The cost of living in Jijia town is actually not high. If you just want to live in Jijia town, the monthly living cost will not exceed 1,000 crystal cores, including renting a house and other expenses. The prices of blind boxes of food and daily necessities are not high, and the prices sold by scalpers are not much higher. And with the status of townspeople, the town will also issue a fixed amount of blind boxes, which can be exchanged for blind boxes of food and water, and you can live. However, for these residents, who have no professional skills and cannot keep up with the progress of the times, it is still a bit difficult. Maybe these people are not in a difficult situation, but decades of life have made them develop the habit of saving desperately. People will not panic if they have money in their hands. So, even if they are in their 60s or 70s, they still want to find some work to do. Yes, I will notify you later. Xiao Jia nodded. She didn't mind how old these residents were, as long as they were capable. Of course, if something happened in the mine, there would be no humanitarian compensation. Xiao Jia is not a kind person. Everything she did was for the operation and development of the town. Compensation, there was no such word in Xiao Jia's subconscious mind, and she naturally would not plan for it. Really? Hearing Xiao Jia's words, the eyes of the older townspeople suddenly lit up. The eyes of the monsters also lit up. For many weak and peace-loving monsters, they don't want to leave the town to kill monsters outside. They just want to live their own lives in peace. The more jobs provided in the town, the better for these vulnerable groups. Really, there is no age limit, and there will be no compensation if something happens. Xiao Jia replied indifferently. Hey. The human townspeople didn't care about Xiao Jia's last words, and discussed among themselves. Xiao Jia ignored them, and crossed the mine's cordon and entered the mine. The mine was not open, but the machinery and robots inside had already started working. It was very lively with the sound of clanging. The mine is divided into 2 mine veins, above ground and underground. The underground mine vein has a mine car leading to the ground, and the above ground is a huge mountain. Mr. Mayor. Seeing Xiao Jia coming, a track robot with 2 small mustaches came over to greet him while rubbing his hands. Mr. Mayor Guan. What brings you here? Your arrival has really increased the mining rate of the energy mines several times. This mustache robot looks like the fat robot in the Doomsday recycling store. The mine manager is really good at flattering. The mining robot that was working looked at the mustache robot's dog-legged appearance and whispered. That's right, it's the best at flattering. Their conversation was heard by the mustache robot, and it immediately got a glare from the mustache robot. Come and have a look, Xiao Jia said casually. Her eyes fell on the mine on the ground. The mine had just started to be put into use, and the mining robot had already mined some ore. They were all the most common and basic ores, and could not be sold at a high price. Can I try? Xiao Jia asked a mining robot that was working. The mining robot had a white towel on its shoulder, a short haircut, and a red nose, and looked like a stereotypical miner. Huh? The red-nosed mining robot turned its head impatiently, and looked Xiao Jia up and down, with suspicion written all over its face. This is a robot with a bad temper. The robot employees in the town have different personalities, and they all have their own little tempers. Xiao Jia is very tolerant. After all, it doesn't cost money. Mayor, although you look strong, the mining industry is not that simple. The red-nosed robot replied very reluctantly. Shut up. If the mayor says to try, then try. The mustache robot rushed over immediately, whipped the rosacea robot hard, and yelled, because they are all machines, they have no other function except making louder sounds. Mayor, this is a new tool. Do you need me to take you to the best location in this mine? The mustache robot handed over a set of mining tools attentively and asked expectantly. No need. Xiao Jia shook his head and patted the mustache robot on the shoulder in a disappointed look. You will be the person in charge of the mine in the future, and everything here will be under your control. Make money well. Xiao Jia encouraged. The mustache robot opened his eyes wide, and steam was coming out of his body like a boiling kettle. Promoted. It got promoted. Guaranteed to complete the task. The mustache robot burst into tears, and was very excited. Come on. Xiao Jia encouraged expressionlessly, and then left with the tools. She arranged for the mustache robot to be the head of the mine, of course not just because it can flatter. Chapter 116. Xiao Jia had never seen a mine in this world, so she didn't know how energy mines were different from those in this world. She randomly found an unmanned location and started mining. The temperature in the mine was different from other places. Some of the temperatures here were high, and some were low. It might have something to do with the ore buried underneath. Xiao Jia found a bare, stone-filled foot of the mountain. She was just here to experiment, so it didn't matter what kind of ore she could dig out. After finding a good angle, Xiao Jia smashed it with a pickaxe, and the seemingly hard stone was immediately smashed into pieces. The soil under the stone was relatively soft, so she tried to dig down. In less than 2 minutes, Xiao Jia dug up an oval or rough stone. She weighed the rough stone in her hand and estimated that it was about 10 pounds, which was quite heavy. The rough stone looked like snake scales and shaped like a dinosaur egg. It looked very valuable. It's the raw stone of Snake Shadow Fantasy Jadeite. Miner, you are really lucky. A familiar mining robot came over and explained to Xiao Jia. Snake Shadow Fantasy Jadeite is a kind of energy or belonging to the wood element. It is called this name because it has snake-like scales on the surface. When miners dig it, they always have the illusion that they have dug a python. The purer the energy of the Snake Shadow Fantasy Jadeite, the more it looks like a snake. What Xiao Jia dug is probably worth a second-level crystal core. Its value is really not high. But Xiao Jia has a different idea. The ore output of this mine is very rich. Even without the income of the town residents, the town can maintain its operation with the output of the mine or a loan. After being the mayor and the boss, Xiao Jia has gained a new identity. A super rich mine owner. This is good news. Xiao Jia threw the ore into the robot's backpack and prepared to leave the mine. She just came to stroll around and experience it. There are still many places and buildings in the town that she has not visited yet. Xiao Jia plans to take advantage of this time to stroll around. After the mine, the destination is the item synthesis factory that has been opened before. Item synthesis factories are now only available in human and undead residential areas. Xiao Jia drove her three-wheeled motorcycle in the fields. There are fertile arable land on both sides of the road, and part of the land has been planted with plants. Xiao Jia's blind box activation this time has activated a lot of special plants, such as the technology plane, magic plane, ancient martial arts plane, immortal cultivation plants. Xiao Jia also wants to activate them, but the points are not enough. We can only talk about it next time. The road must be taken step by step, and the meal must be eaten bite by bite. Xiao Jia is patient. Not all of these special plants will be planted in the agricultural area. Granny Lin and members of the agricultural department will plant them in different places according to the habits and preferences of the plants in the blind box. It may be the undead area, the aquatic area, the human area, or the Lord's mansion. Xiao Jia completely delegated power to them. This would be a very large amount of work. Passing by the agricultural area, Xiao Jia came to the item synthesis factory. There was no living creature in the factory except the machine employees. The character of the machine employees in the factory is different from that of employees in other places. Most of them are cold and don't like to talk, just like this factory. The place is full of cold silver white. As soon as you enter the factory, it seems that the temperature has dropped by dozens of degrees. Xiao Jia stood at the highest point of the factory, overlooking the assembly line below. The waste collected from the Doomsday recycling store will be synthesized and remade here. A pile of rusty daggers were thrown into a huge black machine, and soon sharp daggers appeared on the tracks of the assembly line. These daggers will be directly put into the market or reprocessed according to the needs of the town. For example, they can be synthesized with some monster materials to generate animal horn daggers, snake pattern daggers, and so on. It can be said that the synthesis factory is really a very powerful building. Just relying on a factory, a Doomsday town with a factory as the core can be built out of thin air. As for what the market demand is like, the robot employees in the factory will be responsible for investigating it clearly. They have their own channels. After inspecting the synthesis factory, Xiao Jia will go to the next place. Wasteland Bar, Doomsday Apartment, Mutant Training Room, Death Fight Arena. The fighting desire and anger of the residents of the town, who had nowhere to vent, finally have a place to vent. It is amazing that the buildings in the human survival area and the undead living area are actually different. For example, the Doomsday Recycling Store. The Doomsday Recycling Store in the undead area is very rich in undead elements, bones, blood, nether fire, crows, fallen leaves. It is very different from the Doomsday Recycling Store on the human side. It is amazing. The members of the construction class were very surprised by this discovery, and I believe that they will continue to make various attempts. Xiao Jia spent 3 days walking around the town, working day and night, and made many adjustments and changes to the town. During these 3 days, the mobile biological prison captured many residents. Xiao Jia had never paid much attention to the town panel before, and she would not care unless there was a red warning. I didn't expect that after the new regulations were put into use, there would still be so many people who knew the law and broke it. The mobile biological prison is almost full. You know, there are 7 mobile biological prisons now, and even the prison beast Feng Yuan now has opened. Yes, the prison beast was opened by Feng Yuan now. I don't know where she got the crystal core from, and she bought a strongest Doomsday Town blind box from Xiao Jia, and then she hid it, directly opened the prison beast. The prison beast is a very ferocious beast, and it is said that it does not have a unified image. The more heinous the person is, the more terrifying the prison beast is. The prison beast feeds on sin. As for what the prison beast looks like in Xiao Jia's eyes, it can only be said that Xiao Jia does not think it is terrifying. But Xiao Jia didn't know whether others felt terrified when they saw the prison beast she saw. After all, everyone has their own aesthetics and cognition. The prison beast was taking a nap on the 10,000-year-old Styx willow at this moment, looking very leisurely and comfortable. Under normal circumstances, there should be nothing in the town that could alarm the prison beast. If it could alarm the prison beast, it would almost alarm Xiao Jia. Just like what happened to Lu Yanfeng before. Speaking of which, it was only after the prison beast and the mobile biological prison were all put into use that the residents of the town discovered that there were so many crimes hidden in the town. It's not just about encroaching on the interests of the town, but more about challenging human nature. Just like special fetishes, cannibalism. All the arrested town residents were survivors. Their crimes will be announced immediately. The sentence ranges from 1 month to permanent imprisonment. In the eyes of the prison beast, the death penalty is not the most terrible punishment. When Xiao Jia inspected the entire town, the people in the construction class had almost finished installing the teleportation array. Xiao Jia was about to set off. With the remaining long-distance teleportation array, Xiao Jia drove away in a single-person plane. This time, the vehicle was not a tricycle, but a small plane with super long endurance. Xiao Jia followed the townspeople with a pilot's license to learn for a day, and then set off. After all, the speed of the plane is a little faster than that of the tricycle. Xiao Jia's first destination was naturally the Hope and Dawn bases in Gujia City. Xiao Jia had a good impression of Tai Yifeng and Li Minghui, and they both had a relatively urgent need for the teleportation array. The most important thing was that Xiao Jia had found only a few human bases, and even fewer of their size. From Jia Town to Hope Base, because they were taking the air route, the speed was much faster than before. The situation at Hope Base was much better than when Xiao Jia came before. The area was larger, there were more survivors than before, and the people's spirits looked pretty good. In the middle, Ling Yu came to deliver goods once. I'm looking for Tai Yifeng. Xiao Jia landed on an open space far away from Hope Base, and then walked here. The guards at Dawn Base had been replaced for countless rounds, and the current guards didn't recognize Xiao Jia at all. Looking for Sister Yifeng, who are you? The guard was a young child, looking at Xiao Jia suspiciously. The other guards beside her looked at Xiao Jia up and down, and then hurried forward to ask as if they remembered something. Excuse me, are you Mayor Xiao Jia? They asked cautiously. Sister Yifeng had told all the guards that if a person with a noble temperament like a dead person came and asked for her, it was very likely Mayor Xiao Jia. They must notify her immediately. It's me. Xiao Jia nodded. Mayor Xiao Jia. Please follow me. The guards didn't expect to meet this big shot so coincidentally while they were on duty, and immediately invited Xiao Jia to enter the town. As if they were afraid that Xiao Jia would run away. Tai Yifeng was not in the base now. She went to the Shuang base to discuss something. I didn't expect Xiao Jia to come to the base so coincidentally. As soon as he received the news from the base, Tai Yifeng rushed back immediately, accompanied by an annoying guy. Li Minghui, the base chief of Shuang base. Mayor Xiao Jia, please have some tea, snacks will be here soon. The guard carefully poured a cup of tea for Xiao Jia. She had never seen such a powerful person before, and she didn't know how to entertain him. Thank you, but don't bother, I don't need to eat or drink. Xiao Jia thanked her politely and declined her kindness. Yes. The guard nodded and quickly retreated. Xiao Jia sat in the room and waited for less than 10 minutes before seeing Tai Yifeng, who hurried back. And Li Minghui, who came uninvited. Mayor Xiao Jia, why are you here? In the middle of winter, Tai Yifeng was sweating all over. The temperature is not as low as before, and it has gradually warmed up. It should take a few days for the weather to return to normal. I'm here to deliver the teleportation array. You're here, this is yours. Xiao Jia's teleportation array is free for these bases, but Xiao Jia can't pay for their use. After all, this is one of the town's sources of income. The farther the distance, the more crystal cores are needed. However, due to the value of the teleportation array itself, even a starting fee is difficult for ordinary people to afford. Teleportation array? Tai Yifeng and Li Minghui could not hide their excitement and exclaimed at the same time. They are both in their 40s, and it is very rare for them to be so excited. But things like teleportation arrays are really hard to calm people down. With the teleportation array, the base can directly contact Jia Town, and no longer need to wait for the express delivery that comes once a month. They can also know what new blind boxes are in Jia Town first. Although no one has talked about this, people in Dawn Base and Hope Base tacitly agree that Jia Town is the center of this Doomsday world. It is of course good to be able to connect with the center. Here is the instruction manual of the teleportation array. Let's go. Xiao Jia waved her hand and got up to leave. Tai Yifeng and Li Minghui wanted to keep Xiao Jia, but Xiao Jia wanted to leave. She didn't plan to waste more time in these two bases, as everyone was old acquaintances. There was plenty of time to spend in the next place to go. It took Xiao Jia more than a month to visit most of the bases in more than a dozen cities. Some cities were deserted, and all humans died. Some cities, blessed by the great demon, actually retained a population similar to that before the Doomsday. It was amazing. There were all kinds of Doomsday cities. She returned to the town after arranging the teleportation arrays in her hand. She used the teleportation array of the last human base she visited to return to the town. She left the town in winter, and when she returned to the town, spring had passed and summer was approaching. Now the town is much more lively than before, and the permanent population has soared to 7 figures. There was a lot of noise near the teleportation array, and vendors pushing carts to do business were everywhere. People came and went, just like a port where ships docked. Xiao Jia stood in the crowd, with no expression on her face. Among these people coming and going, she could no longer find a familiar face. Xiao Jia didn't care, she had always been alone. Even the system has never been her companion. However, when seeing those noisy but still affectionate teams, Xiao Jia felt a little strange. It seemed, a long time ago, she also had such a group of people around her. Close and intimate companions, who could be entrusted with their lives. Breaking the world dark star. What do these 4 words mean? Xiao Jia looked up at the sky was blue and clear, very beautiful. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, Xiao Jia had been in this world for more than 150 days. The game process was almost halfway through. It won't be long before she can get a chance to revive and regain her lost memories. She is looking forward to recovering her memories. What was her past like? Chapter 117. During the time when Xiao Jia was not in the town, the vampires broke through another city stronghold of the Blood Clan. As the person in charge of finance, Su Xiaoran can now be very calm and not treat the 9th level crystal core as a crystal core. It is really that the numbers she handles every day are too huge. It was also during this time when Xiao Jia was not in the town that Su Xiaoran learned that the mayor had a relationship with the vampire clan. It was not the kind of town that had vampire employees, but the town cooperated with vampires. Su Xiaoran did not dare to reveal any information about this matter, for fear that the Moonstone family in Jummu City would know about it. Now the vampires and the Blood Clan are fighting fiercely. I heard from Wei that a Blood Prince has already died, and it is not clear what the result will be. But the mayor is really powerful. Su Xiaoran couldn't help but sigh. In her heart, Xiao Jia is definitely the most powerful. But every time Xiao Jia always does something unexpected, which makes people feel shocked. Minister, the mayor is back. The subordinate of the Ministry of Finance knocked on the door, and came in to say to Su Xiaoran. Okay, I understand. Su Xiaoran nodded, but did not take any action. She knew that Xiao Jia did not like to attract attention or trouble. She simply responded, and then continued to work. Su Xiaoran's assistant looked at Su Xiaoran, who was working hard in front of him, and felt that Su Xiaoran now seemed to be somewhat similar to the mayor. Of course, it was limited to Su Xiaoran at work. Xiao Jia on the other side mixed in the crowd, and found a bench to sit down casually. She was holding a candied Haws in her hand. It was sold by a child. The exit of the teleportation array is the human living area, where there are humans from various cities and bases. There are also many monsters in the middle. Now Jiajia town is under construction everywhere, exuding a thriving atmosphere. The teleportation array is located in the center of the square, where a very prosperous and lively market has formed. Are you back? Alistair sat casually next to Xiao Jia with a bag of snacks. The prince of the Blood Clan, even if he was sitting casually, showed a natural elegance in his gestures. Why are you here? Xiao Jia turned his head coldly and looked at Alistair, asking, Come, and see how much magic your city has that makes Julian unwilling to go home. And let Eleonora reject Lorraine's invitation and live here. Alistair replied with a smile. But Xiao Jia and Alistair both knew that this was an excuse. Do blood clans eat this too? Xiao Jia's eyes fell on the snacks in his hand. Alice likes to eat, but she can't let go of her pride. Alistair said helplessly. He opened a can of cold soda and handed it to Xiao Jia. The weather was hot, and there were popsicles, soda, and herbal teas everywhere in the square. Xiao Jia shook her head, and then she noticed that Alistair's outfit today was completely human. Very casual. However, even if this guy was wearing a sack, his face would definitely be the focus of the crowd. You can't drink it. Xiao Jia. Hearing Xiao Jia's refusal, Alistair suddenly moved closer to Xiao Jia, staring at her with his silver-gray eyes. His beauty was infinitely magnified in Xiao Jia's sight. Alistair's appearance was beyond doubt. If it were someone else, it would be difficult to remain calm in the face of such a beauty attack. Unfortunately, he was facing Xiao Jia. You are not a ghost. The smile in the corners of Alistair's eyes deepened, attracting the attention of passers-by. I should have never said that I was a ghost. Xiao Jia's face was calm. She just didn't deny it. You are not from this world. Alistair said again. You are not either. Xiao Jia turned her head and looked directly at Alistair. None of you are. Facing Xiao Jia's words, Alistair did not comment. They were indeed not. Xiao Jia, since you are not from this world, don't get involved in the affairs of this world. Like before, not helping either side, isn't it good? Alistair stood up, put the open bottle of soda on the chair, and looked back at Xiao Jia. The late spring sunshine was so bright and splendid that Xiao Jia could hardly see Alistair's expression. But she could feel that Alistair was very unhappy. He came to warn her. There is no such thing as a wall that is impenetrable, and Xiao Jia never thought of hiding anything. The royal castle already knew that Xiao Jia was helping the vampires. Although they did not know the specific content of the transaction between the two parties, they could be sure that Xiao Jia's blood-blind boxes were transported into the vampires' territory in large quantities. There was even Xiao Jia's teleportation array in the vampires' territory. Xiao Jia helped their trader, so he was naturally their enemy. If Xiao Jia doesn't know what's good for her, there will be only one outcome for Jia Jia Town. Since the two of them started talking, Alistair has set up a barrier around them, and no third creature will ever hear their conversation. You will leave sooner or later. In that case, don't cause trouble for those who stay. Alistair looked down at Xiao Jia with cold eyes. He liked Xiao Jia very much, but if Xiao Jia wanted to shake the foundation of the Blood Clan, then he could only be an enemy. You want me not to intervene? Xiao Jia leaned back with her hands folded, and raised her head expressionlessly. What can you give? She asked. What do you want? 10th Order Crystal Core. Xiao Jia said calmly. Alistair smiled slightly when he heard Xiao Jia's words. You human, your goal has always been this, right? Sure enough, he still liked Xiao Jia very much. I will help you fight for it with the castle. Thank you, Xiao Jia said politely. Seeing Xiao Jia like this, Alistair suddenly became curious about her. Have you always been like this? I don't know, maybe. Xiao Jia replied indifferently. It doesn't matter what kind of personality it is, anyway, he is dead now. Alistair was thoughtful, and nodded slightly to Xiao Jia. Goodbye first. Alistair, who was already a 9th level creature, naturally knew space magic. After talking to Xiao Jia, he disappeared from her sight. Hey, what did you two just say? As soon as Alistair left, Shueisha appeared in front of Xiao Jia with an unhappy look on his face. I always feel that the old Blood Clan has bad intentions. He doesn't want to seduce Xiao Jia, right? If Alistair knew that Shueisha said he was an old man, Shueisha would be torn into pieces by him. The prince of the Blood Clan, whose age is unknown, always thinks that he is in his prime now. Guess? Xiao Jia raised his eyelids. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he looked at Shueisha with a smile. The weather today is really good. It was warm, and even Xiao Jia felt comfortable. I don't guess. Did that damn old man ask you not to help us? I tell you, Xiao Jia, you have signed a contract with the sage. Shueisha yelled at Xiao Jia like a child. I remember. Xiao Jia glanced at the soda that Alistair had just opened. It was not soda at all. The can that was still emitting water droplets was clearly filled with fresh blood. And this blood seemed to come from someone she was familiar with. Xiao Jia didn't care about the threat of the Blood Clan. As long as she could achieve her goal, it didn't matter. Although Xiao Jia looked like this, she was also a person who would do anything to achieve her goal. Just remember it. Want to drink it? Xiao Jia handed the can to Shueisha and asked. What is it? Shueisha muttered, took it and sniffed it. Why did he feel that the smell was so familiar? It seemed to be the blood of someone in the town, but it didn't matter. Shueisha just felt that the blood was full of temptation. He drank the blood in the can in one breath, and he still felt unsatisfied. Anything else? Shueisha couldn't help asking. The old man brought it. Xiao Jia said calmly. You? The old man wouldn't poison me, would he? While Shueisha was feeling sick, Xiao Jia left the human square. The town has become very big now, with all kinds of shops for shopping, entertainment, eating and drinking. Not all of them are officially opened by the town. There are also a few shops opened by residents. More shops may be opened later. Of course, the town also has very strict management of the shops opened by these residents. Once the regulations are violated, fines, closures, and imprisonment will be imposed. These 3 sets come very quickly. Of course, the most popular shops in the town are still blind box shops. At present, the number of blind box types in the town has reached more than 100, most of which are ordinary blind boxes, and there are a few blind boxes that are not open to townspeople. However, these blind boxes alone can empty the pockets of the town residents and survivors. The blind box shops are always crowded with people, and there are often many gamblers squatting at the door who regret and suffer because of the bankruptcy of blind boxes. Damn it! A resident burst into tears, hammered the road angrily, and howled loudly. The crystal cores that I worked so hard to save. The crystal cores that I worked so hard to save are all gone. Wow, I won't have any food to eat today. The quota for this month's relief meals has been used up. Damn it! The welfare that Xiao Jia gave to the townspeople was called relief meals by these residents. For most of the gambling residents, at least they would not starve to death after spending all the crystal cores on opening blind boxes. She didn't expect that the activity, which was originally intended to attract survivors to rent houses, would become the last straw for many small town residents. Of course, the deep gambler in front of him had obviously used up all the quota for relief meals. When Xiao Jia passed by, he was also shocked by this deep gambler. Can he actually shout out in front of so many people? But judging from the appearance of the people around him, he should be used to it. There are people like this from time to time in front of the blind box store. Xiao Jia looked up at the blind box store, which sells supernatural blind boxes. No wonder this resident cried like this. Once a good supernatural power is opened in the supernatural blind box, such as the elemental one, it can definitely be sold at a sky-high price. As long as it can be opened, it will be a turnaround, and you can lie flat and be a salted fish for the rest of your life. No wonder so many gamblers are flocking to it. Xiao Jia walked into the blind box store, which sold not only blind boxes, but also finished supernatural powers. However, there were no elemental supernatural powers on display. Maybe no one has opened them yet. For example, Shentong, Xie Jinghan, Mao Zhua, Feng Yuanyao, Long Tianyu, and the rest of them, the power systems they chose were not superpowers. Naturally, they would not come to open superpower blind boxes. If you have that kind of luck, you might as well open a blind box of your own power system. Xiao Jia bought 2 blind boxes casually and tried her luck. Because she didn't have any hope, when the blind box burst into a dazzling red light, Xiao Jia was still a little slow to react. Ah! It's a fire power. Why does her luck always shine at inappropriate times? 2 superpower blind boxes. One is a fire power, and the other is a power power. Power power is also a good-selling superpower. Although everyone has a dream of being the protagonist, most of the time, reality tells these people that they are just supporting roles. When the blind boxes of the power system in the town first came out, everyone was full of confidence and vowed to make a name for themselves. Unfortunately, in the end, they were all beaten to a pulp. The power system is also selective. No talent means no talent. In the end, only the supernatural system is willing to take in these frustrated people. But the supernatural system is not so kind to them. The supernatural blind box has been out for so long, and no natural supernatural has been opened. This is the first one of Xiao Jia. As soon as the fire supernatural came out, all the townspeople and survivors around him surrounded him. Fuck. Fire supernatural. Really? Boss, are you selling this fire supernatural? Buy it at a high price. Let me see. Let me see. The news that someone opened a fire supernatural instantly swept the entire town, and the commercial street, where the supernatural blind box was located, was instantly surrounded by people. Xiao Jia was surrounded by people, and he answered their questions politely without any expression on his face. Really, I won't sell it. Whoever opens a natural power, our Bitey group will buy it at a high price. How high can your group pay? Our Huanglong base will really buy it at a high price. Hearing that the natural power was opened, all the bases, and even the adventure team stationed in the town came to join in the fun. Powers also have advantages over other power systems. They are easy to get started, and easy to see results. Unlike forging masters in magic, you have to work hard for many years to become a master. Wow! Boss, fire power, which lucky guy opened it? This is a sudden wealth. Xie Jinghan and Sanner happened to come to the commercial street to purchase supplies, and they saw such a grand occasion as soon as they arrived. Sanner couldn't help but tease. Let me see which lucky guy it is. Wang Banlon, who was climbing on the street lamp, held a telescope and asked Sanner the same question. Wang Banlon will always be there in a lively place. The telescope was pointed at the supernatural blind box store, and the situation in the store was clearly visible. Hey! Wang Banlon and Sanner made a strange sound at the same time, and everyone was stunned. Town Mayor? Chapter 118. Since the town entered a period of rapid development, Qiaojia's whereabouts have been mysterious. Unless she actively invites them, it is really difficult for the residents of the town to find her. Xie Jinghan has wanted to see Qiaojia for a long time, but she has been out for a month and can't be found at all. He wants to find Qiaojia mainly for Yudu and the evil creatures in Yudu. There are more and more survivors in the town, and the permanent population of renting houses and staying in hotels is around 1 million. With so many survivors and townspeople, it is inevitable that there are 1 or 2 people who know about Yudu. Moreover, the frequency of pollutants near the town is getting higher and higher. There are several residents in the town, even from cities near Yudu. Now the news about Yudu has actually spread in a small area of the town. At this moment, Qiaojia is struggling to escape from this group of excited residents. There are too many people. Even if Qiaojia said she would not sell it, these people still wanted to beg her. Maybe she would change her mind. Sanner. Xie Jinghan gave Sanner a look, and Sanner immediately understood. He immediately walked into the crowded crowd. Everyone make way. Our boss wants this fire ability. Sanner pushed the crowd aside and said loudly. Who is your boss? You are so shameless. I don't care who your boss is. Sanner's words were immediately sprayed by the crowd. He said this just to ask for a scolding. Make way. We know each other. Qiaojia saw Xie Jinghan outside the crowd. Xie Jinghan nodded to Qiaojia. She understood that Xie Jinghan had something to do with her. Otherwise, given Xie Jinghan's personality, at most he would let Sanner stay to help her out, instead of waiting here with his men. Qiaojia and Sanner met up, and Sanner immediately helped Qiaojia block the crazy bees and butterflies behind him. She was able to get away successfully. These residents are really a bit crazy. Mayor, long time no see. Bai greeted Qiaojia with a smile. Long time no see. Mayor, come with us. Xie Jinghan led Qiaojia into a remote and deserted alley, and in this alley, there was a tavern. Sanner, who was left behind, was hit by the chaotic crowd, and someone took advantage of the chaos to beat Sanner several times. They saw Xie Jinghan. If Xie Jinghan came forward, no one could compete with him unless it was Shintong and the others. These groups had no choice but to give up their fire abilities. But giving up is giving up, which does not mean that they are not angry. You must not let out your anger. It's just a pity for Sanner, who was almost beaten into a pig's head. Because it was a one-on-one incident, the prison beast and the mobile biological prison were not alarmed. Qiaojia followed Xie Jinghan into the tavern, which was a semi-basement tavern with a unique decoration. There were not many people sitting in the tavern, but most of them were familiar faces to Qiaojia. The bartender at the bar was also known to Qiaojia, Tang Baba. Mayor, would you like to drink something? Bai walked into the bar familiarly, took a few drinks from the wine cabinet, and asked Qiaojia. No. Qiaojia declined Bai's kindness, she couldn't drink. This tavern was opened by Shintong, and it is usually used as a gathering place for everyone to get together. Xie Jinghan explained briefly. However, not many people and monsters can enter this tavern, and Tang Baba was specially invited by Shintong. Tang Baba is old, and this tavern is where she lives in her old age. The second floor above is where Tang Baba lives, and there is an old-fashioned elevator. There are people in the tavern every day, and everyone comes by themselves to drink. Tang Baba can only cook soup at most. She is not like Granny Lin, who is in good health, and has a group of big and small demon grandchildren. It's good. Qiaojia nodded. There are still many gang forces in the town now, and it is obvious that they are in groups. However, there are many intersections between the new and old forces. Generally speaking, there is no situation where the old forces bully the new team. For now, when in the town, these forces are relatively peaceful and friendly. Qiaojia is not sure about outside the town. Mayor, about the matter of Yudu. Bai placed the prepared wine in front of Xie Jinghan, who picked up the wine glass and drank the amber liquor. The recent events in Yudu really made them all a little restless. Xie Jinghan was no exception. The matter of Yudu was really too difficult. It is unlikely to completely solve the matter of Yudu. Yudu can only be contained and sealed, but there is no way to completely eliminate it, at least I don't have it here. Qiaojia shook his head at everyone in the tavern. If the evil things in Yudu could be eliminated so easily, there would not be so many protagonists, and so many monsters in this world at the same time. During this period of time, he has traveled through so many cities, and so many human bases. The number of protagonists, supporting characters, and even villain bosses that Qiaojia has seen is more than the number of people in the town at the beginning. With such a large number of protagonists, Qiaojia should have realized something even if he was slow. This Doomsday is also the world consciousness's salvation for itself. Zombies, vampires. They are not the fuse and source of the Doomsday, but they are also a part of salvation. As for those humans killed by zombies and vampires, this is actually nothing to the world consciousness. If the real Doomsday breaks out, more humans will die. The appearance of monsters has delayed the arrival of the Doomsday. Mayor? Xie Jinghan was shocked by Qiao Jia's words. Even the mayor couldn't solve it? The solution to the evil things in Yudu is not in me, but in you. You are part of this world. What I and this town can do is just to assist. Qiao Jia said to Xie Jinghan truthfully. Sooner or later, she will leave this world. When the game is over, she will leave. Of course, the town will be left behind. Qiao Jia doesn't know what the fate of this world will be after she leaves. She can't even tell her own future and fate now. Maybe when Alistair gets the 10th level crystal core and redeems the A002 advanced system, there will be an accurate answer. I don't know if Alistair can get the 10th level crystal core. There is no doubt that the Blood Clan has the 10th level crystal core. It depends on whether the threat she poses to the Blood Clan is enough for them to take out the 10th level crystal core. It seems that we have to add more fuel to the fire of this war. Qiao Jia didn't show it on his face, but he had already made up his mind. In us? Mayor, you think too highly of us, don't you? Wang Banlon sat next to Qiao Jia familiarly, and asked Bai to pour her a glass of wine. Compared with you, we are all scum. Compared with those monsters, we are nothing. Although the words are harsh, this is the truth. Humans do not have the strength to compete with monsters now, let alone the evil creatures in Yudu. So keep working hard. Qiao Jia's face showed a very shallow smile, as if encouraging them, and it seemed meaningful. If you are weak, you must work hard to improve your strength. Use everything you can, whether it is monsters, evil things, the town, or me. This is destined to be a very long process. You can only rely on yourself. Wang Banlon looked at Qiao Jia in silence, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Mayor, what you said makes me feel like you are leaving. Did I say that? Qiao Jia put his hands on the bar, and looked at Wang Banlon with his head propped up. Although you didn't say it, I feel that's what you meant. Wang Banlon supported the chair with both hands, leaned forward slightly to Qiao Jia, and asked several questions in a row. Mayor, are you leaving? How long will you be gone this time? Are you going to develop overseas branches? Wang Banlon had a lot of questions, and she never did this before. But this time, she really felt a little uneasy. For most of the townspeople and survivors, Qiao Jia is definitely a very qualified mayor, even if she doesn't think so. But her appearance undoubtedly brings hope and irreplaceable sense of security to mankind. How could the townspeople bear to see such a strong and reliable mayor who would consider the townspeople leave? After she leaves, who can replace her? What should the town do? The most important thing is that Wang Banlon really doesn't want Qiao Jia to leave. For her, Qiao Jia is not only the mayor, but also a very reliable friend. This world is not static, and it is normal to gather and separate. Besides, I remember there is a saying in your world that there is no feast that will never end. Qiao Jia did not answer Wang Banlon's question directly, but just smiled. The only one who will cry. Wang Banlon muttered softly, and her mood suddenly became depressed. The town has developed, but it seems that the mayor is also leaving. She seriously suspected that the mayor was going to develop another town and abandon them. Why would Wei Yi cry? As they were talking, Shentong pushed open the door and walked in. Behind her were Mao Zhua, Bai Yu, Bai Xing and others. They were all old acquaintances of Qiao Jia. Talking about the mayor leaving. Wang Banlon lay on the table weakly. If the mayor left, her big backer would be gone. I didn't say that. Qiao Jia denied it. Shentong's reaction to Qiao Jia's departure was the same as Wang Banlon's at the beginning. After all, it was common for Qiao Jia to disappear for a month or two from time to time, and everyone was used to it. You think too much. Qiao Jia looked at Wang Banlon and said calmly. Didn't you just say that all good things must come to an end? I was just kidding you. Qiao Jia stared at such a cold expression and said such words. The contrast was really great. Instantly, a burst of earth-shaking laughter broke out in the tavern, and Shentong couldn't help laughing. She remembered the time when Qiao Jia seriously teased Xie Jinghan and the others. The mayor is sometimes really childish. Hey! Faced with the blatant ridicule, Wang Banlon was embarrassed and angry, and she felt bad all over. She really wanted to cry just now. Mayor, I have something to tell you. After laughing, Shentong returned to her usual serious look and looked at Qiao Jia seriously. Is it the zombie thing? Qiao Jia was not surprised. Mayor, do you know? Shintong didn't expect that Xiao Jia was outside, but the news was received so quickly. She just found out about this. Yeah. Xiao Jia came back this time, partly because the teleportation array was gone, and partly because of the zombies. The matter between the vampires and the Blood Clan has not yet been resolved, and the zombies have come to join in the fun again. The town really has no peace. Be careful when you go out, the zombies are quite poisonous. Xiao Jia reminded. She will also issue a new announcement later. Can the glutinous rice in the universal glutinous rice blind box be cleared? Shintong's mind turned quickly, and she immediately thought of the new glutinous rice blind box. When they came back, they encountered zombie scouts. The strength of that group of zombies was very strong, stronger than most vampires. Shintong came back with Captain Cat Claw and the others because they were entangled by zombies. It is estimated that those zombies wanted to kill people and were very cruel. Yes. Xiao Jia gave a positive answer. Mayor, will you stay in the town to deal with the zombies? Wang Banlan interrupted and asked. Yes. Xiao Jia nodded. She remembered these zombies, the old zombie emperor in Lingxiao City. Luo Yuan and Fu Yu's enemy. He had sent his men to the town to inquire before. Luo Qishuang, who came to Fu Yu, seemed to be sent by that guy to sneak into the town. The old zombie targeted the town, and Xiao Jia also targeted him. An emperor who has been a zombie for thousands of years should have a lot of treasures, right? Maybe there will be a 10th level crystal core in his underground palace? Xiao Jia will not put all his eggs in one basket, especially for such a thing. If Alistair can't get a 10th level crystal core, there will at least be a second possible option. Even if there is no 10th order crystal core in the underground palace, it is good to get the treasure of the old zombie. Xiao Jia has thought it through clearly. The zombie emperor has repeatedly tested him. He will never let Jiejie town go. She is naturally not afraid of him. Hearing Xiao Jia's words, Wang Banlan breathed a sigh of relief. The mayor was indeed joking. She was going to stay to deal with the zombies, so why would she leave? Wang Banlan selectively ignored the uneasiness in her heart and joined the discussion about the zombie underground palace in Lingxiao City. There are residents of Lingxiao City in the town. Although Xiao Jia has never been to Lingxiao City, there are even natives of Yudu in the town, so it is not surprising to have residents of Lingxiao City. What's more, there are Luo Yuan and Fu Yu, two natives of Lingxiao City. It is not difficult to get information about Lingxiao City. However, Xiao Jia still plans to go to Lingxiao City in person to see what the situation is. The town is on the right track, and all departments are running. It doesn't make much difference whether she is there or not. That's what she thought. After a little renovation in the town, Xiao Jia was going to set out on the road again. Chapter 119. Both humans and monsters are happy to see Xiao Jia deal with the zombies in Lingxiao City. You should know that the online game life simulator in the town is not limited to humans. Even monsters can become a part of the players. Everyone is looking forward to the opening of new activity tasks. The difficulty of the Blood Clan Chaos battlefield is getting higher and higher. Both sides have begun to let high-powered players leave. This is not something that low-powered monsters and humans can participate in. The opening of new activity tasks and battlefields is good news for the residents of the town. Speaking of which, many bases want to find Xiao Jia to purchase online game life simulators. But they were all rejected by Xiao Jia. She doesn't mind showing goodwill to those bases outside, so that they have the strength to fight against monsters and evil spirits. But this does not mean that she wants to sacrifice the interests of the town. Speaking of the reasons for attracting survivors to settle in the town, the online game life simulator definitely occupies a relatively large proportion. The town still needs to have some things only for the residents of the town to maintain a certain degree of specialness. The online game life simulator is one, the waste pill blind box is one, and the card player awakening device is also one. Mayor, can we go to Lingxiao City with you? Shintong looked at Xiao Jia and asked. Yes. Xiao Jia did not refuse. After setting a time, he got up and went back to the Lord's mansion. The teleportation square is right next to it, and Xiao Jia walked over very quickly. The people and monsters outside were still discussing the fire ability that Xiao Jia opened, and they did not realize that Xiao Jia, who passed by them, was the one who opened it. Using the teleportation array to return to the Lord's mansion, there are a large number of mobile prisons and Doomsday guardians, as well as various other small-town biological buildings, living on the 10,000-year-old Styx willow trees in the Lord's mansion. Sensing Xiao Jia's return, the prison beast opened its eyes, and Xiao Jia seemed to have sensed something, and at the same time raised her head to look at it. The prison beast's eyes were empty, but in this emptiness, it seemed to hide something. For a moment, Xiao Jia seemed to see her past. There were many people around her. She killed many people. There were also many people who wanted to kill her. Those memory fragments flashed by, leaving almost nothing. But Xiao Jia felt as if she had caught something. The person who killed her seemed to appear in those flashing memories. Although those memory fragments were very vague, Xiao Jia could still see that she seemed to be very good friends with that person. They were always laughing, playing and fighting side by side. Just like Shintong and those people. Hey Xiao Jia, little Xiao Xiao, my dear sister, don't be angry anymore. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I swear I won't scare you again. Come, this is the meat I roasted myself, I feed you ah. The careless woman came up to her with a smile and apologized to her without a proper look. The companions around her also smiled and looked at the two of them making a fuss. The atmosphere was very harmonious. And those memories of myself were completely different from my current personality. They were completely different. You didn't poison the meat, did you? I won't eat it. She frowned, turned her head away with an unhappy look, and snorted twice. Before Xiao Jia could see clearly again, the prison beast had closed his eyes. She seemed to be pulled out of a space. The person in that memory just now. Was she? Xiao Jia hesitated. Was it really her? Why did it feel so unbelievable? Xiao Jia wanted to ask Prison Beast, but Prison Beast was already snoring, refusing to communicate. Although Prison Beast was also one of the town employees, these hidden town employees opened from the blind box were a little special, and Xiao Jia could not command them too much. Xiao Jia was not in a hurry to recover her memory, but because of the intervention of the A002 advanced system. She felt that her death and the lost memory seemed to hide many problems. A 002 advanced system, Lord of Black Extreme, system, the woman in memory. Instantly, Xiao Jia felt a severe headache and fell down with her head covered. According to common sense, she is now a corpse. How could she still feel anything? But Xiao Jia really felt the extremely severe pain at this moment. Many vague memories flashed before her eyes, like a revolving lantern, but she couldn't catch them. Her eyes gradually became blurred, and she fell into a coma. The system on the other side noticed Xiao Jia's condition, and immediately abandoned the monsters that were acting together, and rushed back to the town frantically. But in an instant, the system appeared beside Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia had completely lost consciousness at this moment, and her condition was like a real corpse. Host. The system was shocked, and had no idea what was going on. How come the host suddenly becomes like this after going out and coming back? It can feel that Xiao Jia's soul has not dissipated, and is still in the body. But her current state is very strange. Originally, Xiao Jia had been killed, and it was the system that forced her to live, bound her soul in the body, and maintained her dead body from deteriorating further. In the current situation, Xiao Jia's soul has been completely separated from her body. Although it is still in the body, there is no connection. Maybe Xiao Jia's soul can still clearly perceive everything outside, but can't make any reaction. The system has no idea how to solve this situation, which is really too bad. Senior, help. The panic system still has a little rationality, and immediately began to shake the system frantically. Fortunately, the system's command is not bad, and 7 or 8 free senior systems were shaken at once. Number 333, you, the host, are not small. Several systems took Xiao Jia back to the room of the Lord's mansion together. One of the humanoid systems, number 78, looked at Xiao Jia's current state and said thoughtfully, "The host is indeed very powerful." The system answered honestly. To be able to bind such a host, number 333 must have been very lucky in his previous life. No, she should be more powerful than you think, much more powerful. Number 78 shook his head. With the qualifications of the host of number 333 system, how could it be number 333's turn to bind? Ah? The system was a little confused. Is the host so powerful? That's right. With the qualifications of this guy, those 10 people may not have the strength to bind her. It has to be the first 3. The 96th advanced system on the other side also nodded. The 10 it was talking about were the first 10 advanced systems under the Black Extreme Lord God. It is said that they all have the potential to become the Lord God, and were originally created by the Black Extreme Lord God. The A002 advanced system was imprisoned, and no advanced system has been able to fill the position so far. Ah? The system was even more confused. It just picked up a page of information at random. Is it so powerful? Number 333, how did you bind your host? Number 78 asked. It was the back door that the senior number 44 system opened for me. The host was originally assigned to the revenge system, and then I intercepted it halfway. The system continued to explain honestly. No, during the time you bound her, the number 44 system should have been doing tasks in the plane of no return. System number 51 has a good relationship with system number 44, and it knows the movements of system number 44. The plane of no return is the plane world where many high-level systems and hosts died when Xiao Jiao watched the news before. The systems called that place. There is no return, and it is indeed so. Ah! The system was even more shocked, and it seemed that it could only say this one word now. Number 44 should be on the list of sacrifices, but it has not been announced. Number 78 added. So, who is the number 44 system that opened the back door to the system? Things suddenly became weird. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense, and the current situation seemed to be beyond their control. Several high-level systems are not stupid, and they already have guesses in their hearts. Only the top 3 can perfectly plan and implement all this. And the Lord of Black Extreme. Whether it is the Lord of Black Extreme or the top 3, they are destined to be related to the Lord of Black Extreme. Is this human related to the Lord of Black Extreme? Then, what is the current situation of the host? Can she wake up? The system looked at the senior systems who were silent and asked weakly. Number 333. Number 78 suddenly squatted down and patted the system's head. What's wrong? I treat you well? Very well. The system nodded without hesitation. These senior systems took good care of it, otherwise it would not dare to ask them for help. Letting other systems enter your mission world is a very dangerous thing. It is very likely to cause the mission to fail. Then you just listen to me. Your host is already the first in the competition. You just help her develop the town honestly. She should give you the authority, right? Just do it step by step. We will also help you a little. Wait for the end of the competition. She will wake up naturally after winning the first place. Number 78 meant to let the system ignore everything and let Xiao Jiao lie down until the end of the competition. Your host is now like sleeping and has been impacted by external forces, but this force should not be malicious. Otherwise, Xiao Jiao would have become a real dead person, the kind that cannot be resurrected. But the host. The system wanted to refute that the host certainly did not want to sleep in this form until the end of the competition. Its host is a very hard-working and ambitious person. Don't worry about what she thinks. For the sake of your host, just maintain the current situation. Yes, if you need it, we will help. System number 51 also nodded. They have all noticed something. The host of system number 333 is obviously very important, and is likely to have a close relationship with the Lord of Black Extreme. Since the Lord of Black Extreme doesn't want her to wake up, then follow the Lord's wishes and be a good boy. It is obvious that all this is planned by the Lord. Several high-level systems have experienced so many worlds and hosts. How can they not figure out the tricks in this? Although I don't know what the specific situation is, it's right to stand on the side of the Lord. The system did not answer. What the senior system said is indeed very right, but does the host really want this? It knows that the host has always wanted to redeem the A002 high-level system and regain her memory. Compared to resurrection, the host now seems to care more and more about her lost memory. It's just a little later. System number 78 seemed to see the system's thoughts and continued to persuade. We are the system. Just listen to the Lord God. All hosts are just partners. Looking at this unruly little system, number 78, and the others are also helpless. I don't know how I got lucky, but it was chosen by the Lord God of Black Extreme and made it a part of this big plan. If you insist on waking her up, then I can only say that the result may not be what you hope for. Number 78 felt that he had fulfilled his responsibility of persuasion. How things will develop next actually depends on the system and the host himself. Her original strength should be very strong. If her will to wake up is very strong, there should be a way. Listen to the Lord God? The system immediately grasped the key point in number 78's words. Was all this done by the Lord God? This is not the point. The point is what I just told you. Even if the system knows that it was done by the Lord God, what can it do? They were created by the Lord God. Can they still rebel against the Lord God? A system with such a mind would have destroyed its data long ago. I know. The system's voice sounded a little muffled, and it didn't know how to choose. In the past, when I was in class, I taught everyone to listen to the host when doing tasks. Now that the host is asleep, it really doesn't know what to do if it makes the decision. It is definitely safer to listen to senior number 78, but this is not the host's wish. If I don't listen, it doesn't know what the future will be like. All this is the fault of Advanced System A002. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have told the host what Advanced System A002 said, Otherwise things wouldn't have turned out like this. The system squatted on the ground in frustration, not knowing how to make a decision. Even when number 78 and the others left, the system did not respond. "Host, can you hear me?" "Forget it, you definitely can't hear it." The system sighed deeply, covered Xiao Jiao with a blanket, and prepared to find some smart people to make decisions. The protagonists in the town will definitely have better suggestions. Of course, the system will not be stupid enough to tell them everything, and it has to change its appearance. The fact that Xiao Jiao was in a coma was concealed by the system, and the reaction was that Xiao Jiao was usually a dragon that could not be seen from head to tail, and if she did not appear, others would not find it strange. The system left, and the room returned to silence again. Xiao Jiao lay peacefully on the bed, just a real corpse of Iku. The person who caused her to fall into a coma should not have any hostility, and Xiao Jia's current state is like sleeping. It's just that her dream was not peaceful. Xiao Jia fell into a very deep dream, and could not escape. In her dream, she seemed to relive her life again. Chapter 120. Xiao Jia in the dream was born in a slum on a medium-sized planet in the interstellar era. She was the product of an illegal laboratory. After the laboratory was confiscated by interstellar law enforcers, she and other experimental babies were sent to the civilian area and raised by the interstellar government until they were 12 years old. After the age of 12, she chose to become a monster hunter, making a living by hunting and sheltering abnormal monsters. This is a very profitable business. But it is also full of dangers. At the age of 16, while performing an S-level mission, Xiao Jia met someone. The woman who killed her. The woman was her competitor for the mission, but when she was in danger, she saved her without hesitation. In this way, Xiao Jia and the woman met. She took her to meet many like-minded friends, who had very great dreams. Changed the social structure of the current interstellar world. Everything about interstellar creatures is controlled by several corporate groups, and their business scope covers everything from the birth to the death of creatures. They are like the ancient aristocratic families in this world, sucking blood from the whole world, hateful and ugly. So, they jointly founded the Dark Star of Breaking World. It means hidden stars, like invisible celestial bodies in the dark universe, latent but deadly, symbolizing the power of breaking conventions and subverting order. We are exiled stars, and also the wound of the new universe. This is what she told Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia also joined. They fought side by side, lived and died together, and brought huge troubles to those group companies. The Dark Star of Breaking World was regarded as a thorn in their eyes, and a thorn in their flesh, a serious concern. The power that Guy has gathered is too huge. Genius is only the minimum threshold to join the Dark Star. Although the organization is called Dark Star, everyone in it is more dazzling than the sun. Everyone is working hard towards the same goal. At that time, although Xiao Jia was bleeding and fighting every day, she was still very happy. Only then did she feel truly alive. Maybe she found a sense of belonging in the Dark Star. Born as a laboratory test subject, she has no relatives, no friends, no likes and dislikes, and no connection in this world. All her actions are just to survive, like a prescribed procedure. It was not until she met everyone in the Dark Star that she felt like a real person. As the youngest in the Dark Star, Xiao Jia received a lot of care and love. Even though she was a difficult child with a super bad personality and entered the rebellious period at that time, everyone was willing to tolerate her and give her the most tenderness. As a bystander witnessing everything, Xiao Jia could feel how happy she was at that time, and how annoying she was at that time. At the same time, she also felt an inexplicable sadness in her heart. Betrayal comes so suddenly, without signs or reasons. Someone betrayed the Dark Star. The person who betrayed them was the most gentle and tolerant person in normal times. When she was with her, Xiao Jia felt like she had a mother. Everyone also liked to call her mom. All the members of the Dark Star were lonely, most of them were orphans without parents, and there were also many laboratory test babies, like Xiao Jia. But she betrayed everyone, and even when she betrayed them, she still had that smiling face, waving goodbye to them. It was as if she was just going out to buy something. All members of the Dark Star of Breaking World were hunted down, and the people they had helped pointed their knives at them. Mom's betrayal seemed to have torn a hole, and gradually people began to betray the Dark Star of Breaking World. Many people died, and many people left. But more people stayed. The hunting of the company group was very terrifying, and they were bound to kill all members of the Dark Star of Breaking World. At the same time, there were monsters. No, it should be alien monsters that invaded the interstellar universe. The monsters could not be really killed. Every time they were killed, they would be resurrected again, and they continued to devour the planet. Those who betrayed the Dark Star of Breaking World came up with a good idea, letting the Dark Star of Breaking World deal with these monsters. So all the members of the Dark Star of Breaking World were exiled. They were forced to face the invaders, without support and logistics. There was only one way to go before the Dark Star of Breaking Realm. So, she disbanded the Dark Star of Breaking Realm and let everyone escape. That day, she smiled brightly and said that they would meet again one day. But Xiao Jia felt that she was crying. Xiao Jia also wanted to cry, because the home she had finally found was gone. Looking at the stubborn self, who refused to cry in the dream, Xiao Jia felt very sad. It turned out that she once had such a good partner. But why did that person want to kill herself? Was there any hardship? Even though she had not recovered any memory, Xiao Jia still liked that person very much. Although he looks careless and has no serious manners every day, he is surprisingly reliable and loyal. Will such a person really kill her? Is it someone else's disguise? Or did he betray the Dark Star of Breaking Realm, so she killed him? Xiao Jia, who lost her memory, couldn't help but doubt herself. The memory in the dream was incomplete, and Xiao Jia couldn't even see the faces of these people clearly. The memory stayed at the moment when that person killed her. The dream stopped for a moment, and then rewound again. Xiao Jia was forced to watch the damaged memory again, and repeatedly experience the feeling of being betrayed and killed. In her memory, what role did the legendary Lord of Black Extreme play? Xiao Jia was very curious. She had a vague intuition telling her that as long as she met the Lord of Black Extreme, she could solve all the puzzles. But she had no way to meet the Lord of Black Extreme. If she couldn't meet the Lord of Black Extreme, the only breakthrough point would be the A002 advanced system. A feeling of powerlessness instantly swept over Xiao Jia's body. She couldn't even leave this dream now. How could she redeem the A002 advanced system? When Xiao Jia fell into the memory of reincarnation, the system had already started looking for people to give advice. The first people it found were Su Xiaoran and Su Lin. These two were their own people, and they were very reliable. Especially Su Lin. Although Su Lin had a position in the town, since she was still a child, Su Xiaoran was still with her most of the time. Deputy Mayor, why are you here? Su Xiaoran was taking Su Lin for a walk. The office area of the town was large and beautiful, with many green plants and flowers. When they have nothing to do, everyone likes to stroll here. There is also an artificial lake. When Su Xiaoran saw the system appear, she thought Xiao Jia had some new orders. Does the mayor have something to notify? No. The system shook its head, looking as if it was about to say something. It's my own personal matter. Is that so? Then let's go sit over there first. Su Xiaoran motioned the system to go to the pavilion over there, and the system nodded obediently. Yes, I have a friend. Squatting on the chair in the pavilion, the system couldn't wait to speak. Yeah. Su Xiaoran nodded gently. She knew that this must be the deputy mayor's own business, but she didn't expose it. My friend. The system slightly changed the dilemma it was currently facing, and told Su Xiaoran about it. Well, according to what you said, Deputy Mayor, your friend is in a dilemma now. It doesn't know how to choose. Should I make the decision for your friend's friend for her good, or should I give the decision to your friend's friend? If you let your friend make the decision for its friend, the result of this decision will be more stable, and the final result will definitely be good, but it may not necessarily meet the expectations of your friend's friend. But giving the decision to your friend's friend may lead to an unknown outcome, and your friend doesn't know whether this is right. However, giving the decision to your friend's friend must be in line with the ideas of your friend's friend. Su Xiaoran listened patiently to the system's explanation and quickly figured out the situation. Yes, that's it. The system nodded quickly. If it were me, I would give the decision to my friend. Deputy Mayor, the so-called good for her is not necessarily really good for her. Your friend's friend is an independent person. I believe she will have her own judgment. Su Xiaoran's answer was not particularly unexpected by the system, but it did not expect Su Xiaoran to answer it so decisively without any hesitation. But if she makes the decision herself, she may lose a lot, such as the opportunity to open a back door, some help and the like. The system said weakly. Then is this help what she needs? Su Xiaoran asked back. If it was Lin Lin, what would Lin Lin choose? Su Xiaoran looked down at Su Lin gently and asked. Su Lin stretched out two fingers very straightforwardly. She didn't know how to speak yet. It seems that Lin Lin and her mother have the same idea. Su Xiaoran looked at Su Lin with a smile, her eyes full of pride. Does Su Lin think the same? The system nodded. Did the world-destroying villain think the same? Then maybe it would be better to wake the host up. It would ask two more people. The system decided that if the protagonists all thought the same, then it would find a way to wake the host up. The second person it consulted was Shintong. But unexpectedly, Shintong gave a completely different suggestion. If it were me, I would choose the first one, Shintong said without hesitation. During the days when Xiao Jia was not in the town, the deputy mayor of the system had dealt with him quite a lot, and everyone had a good relationship. The first one? The system looked at Shintong in shock. Shintong actually chose the first one. Yes. Shintong nodded affirmatively. I know that the second choice will respect your friend's friend more. But you also said that this choice is full of unknowns, and no one knows what the result will be. It must be very important for you to come to ask our advice so seriously? Maybe there is also a risk of life? Shintong has received Su Xiaoran's message. Su Xiaoran just said that the deputy mayor came to her to ask questions, and was ready to come to her next. I would rather my friend live, even if she would blame me. Shintong's words made the system entangled. Of course, it hopes that the host is alive. If the host wakes up, she may really be in danger of life. The A002 advanced system will definitely tell the host something very important but dangerous. And it has a deep relationship with the host. The system is also smart for once, and it thinks of many things at once. It doesn't want the host to die. Perhaps, letting the host sleep until the end of the game is the best choice. The fence-sitter system immediately changed its mind. What Shintong said made sense. After leaving Shintong's residence, the system fell into deep entanglement. Next, it visited Wei, Feng Yuanyao, Captain Cat Claw, Wang Banlon, etc. Everyone gave different suggestions, and the system was even more unable to make a decision. I heard that you are looking for people to ask for advice? Just when the system was extremely entangled, and was even ready to toss a coin to decide, the villain duo Su Qianqian and Shen Hui appeared. After Su Qianqian became the Minister of Trade, she had a good relationship with Shen Hui. The two of them even went shopping together. How did you know? The system looked at Su Qianqian in shock. How could you not know since you made so much noise? Su Qianqian and Shen Hui sat next to the system and handed it a string of candied haws. The friend of a friend you mentioned is the mayor, right? Su Qianqian smiled, but immediately revealed the truth that the system had concealed. Others may have guessed it, but they just didn't expose it. No. The system immediately denied it, but there is a saying among humans that explanation is concealment, and concealment is the truth. Su Qianqian smiled and didn't take its denial seriously. Although I don't get along with Su Xiaoran, she is right about this matter. You can't listen to Shintong. Given the mayor's personality, if she knew you did this, how would she react? The system swallowed nervously, thinking that the host might destroy its data. My sister has a strong personality. Although she made this choice, if it was her who was being concealed, she would not necessarily react in this way. I don't think the mayor is that kind of incompetent. Shen Hui added. Xiao Jia and Shintong are both superiors. They can make decisions for others, but they can't let others make decisions for them. So, let the mayor choose for himself. Su Qianqian said with a smile. The system clenched its claws. Okay, it decided. I know. The system ran away without looking back. Looking at the back of the system leaving, Su Qianqian and Shen Hui smiled at each other. Su Qianqian's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. It seemed that her deputy mayor might have a chance. I pay for all the consumption today, she said to Shen Hui in a good mood. Then, the game professional blind box store? Hey, don't kill so fiercely. Su Qianqian seemed to complain, but did not refuse. She looked at the direction where the system left, hoping that the deputy mayor would not let her down. Chapter 121. Finally, under the advice of the two Su sisters, the system finally decided to wake up Xiao Jia. But, now there is a problem in front of the system, that is, how to wake up Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia's current state is caused by external forces, which is equivalent to being knocked unconscious by someone's hand knife. If you want her to wake up, you must have an equally powerful external force to stimulate her. The system does not have this ability. When it is upgraded to an advanced system, it may have enough power, but there is really no way now. You have to find someone to help. The system does not know such a person, and the monster can try to find one. It is not afraid of those monsters having bad intentions, but it is afraid that those monsters do not have the strength to wake up Xiao Jia. As a system, Xiao Jia is a potential seed, and there are still many points in hand. Even if all the old monsters of the Blood Clan come out to deal with Xiao Jia, the system will not be afraid. Xiao Jia will definitely be fine, but other people in the town don't know. The system just needs to protect Xiao Jia. After deciding on the plan, the system immediately started to act. First, we need to determine the list of monsters that have the ability or the possibility of waking up the host. The system sat at the table in the living room and began to seriously write and modify the virtual screen. The list was sorted out again and again. First, the vampires and vampires who are closest to the host are the most uninvitable. Because the relationship is too close, but the relationship is not that good, it is easy to cause problems. The Demon King that the host saved before may be considered to be invited to come and have a look. There is also the Demon King of Guquanchuan, who is also the Ghost King, who can also be tried. The system quickly compiled a list of monsters that might awaken Xiaojia based on the information in the database. The first person it invited was the Demon King that Xiaojia had saved before. Since Xiaojia saved it, the residents in the town would not have any problems if they went out and encountered monsters in its territory. Both sides reported their origins, and basically they could avoid each other peacefully. This can be regarded as a tacit understanding between the two territories. Moreover, the Demon King often sent things to Xiaojia. When Xiaojia was not around, Su Shaoran helped to take care of these things. Every time the Demon King sent gifts, Su Shaoran would prepare a similar gift to return to him, and the relationship between the two sides was pretty good. You mean, my benefactor is in a very troublesome situation now? The Demon King sat on his throne, huge in size, and his voice was like a bell. Compared with the last time Xiaojia met him, the Demon King's current appearance is closer to his original form. This demon is a lion demon, and his body is really huge. It's almost the same as a whale in the ocean. The little dog stood in front of him like an ant. The Demon King's cave was also very large. It looked simple from the outside, but it was actually very luxurious inside. Standing here, the system not only felt insignificant, but also felt poor. No wonder the Demon King always gave things to the host. Every time he received a gift in return, he would give more next time. No wonder he never thought about the host's territory and blind boxes. It turned out that he really thought the host was poor. The system seemed to be a small dog that had always lived in the ravines and suddenly came to the city. Yes. So I want to ask you for help. The system nodded quickly. No problem, let's go now. The Demon King readily agreed. How could he not help his benefactor when he needed it? Really? The system didn't expect the Demon King to be so easy to talk to, so it quickly took the Demon King back to the town. With the Demon King picking him up, the system instantly appeared in the town. You run this territory pretty well. The Demon King looked at the prosperous and lively town and couldn't help nodding. Very good. The better the benefactor is, the better they can maintain a good relationship. After all, one lives in heaven and the other lives in hell, which can easily cause psychological imbalance. The Demon King looked illiterate, but he was actually quite cultured. The system took the Demon King to the Lord's mansion, and the Demon King shrank his body and entered Xiaojia's room. Xiaojia still looked the same as before the system left. As soon as he saw Xiaojia's state, the Demon King immediately frowned. The benefactor's state is difficult to deal with. Is it difficult to solve? The system asked nervously. No way. This Demon King's strength should be around the 9th level. Can't he handle it? Very difficult. The Demon King nodded carefully. He placed his palm on Xiaojia's head and released a powerful demonic energy that enveloped Xiaojia's whole body. Xiaojia's originally expressionless face suddenly showed a painful look, but the next second, the Demon King was bounced away by the sudden force emitted from Xiaojia. The terrifying force directly hit the Demon King fiercely against the 10,000-year-old Styx willow, leaving a deep crack on the trunk of the Styx willow. Cough cough, the Demon King spat out a mouthful of blood and barely stood up by supporting the Styx willow. The prison beast on the tree opened one eye, then slowly closed it as if it saw nothing. The system looked at Xiaojia, then at the Demon King, and its sight fell on the broken Lord's mansion. Is the Demon King too weak, or is the mastermind too strong? Little demon, tell me the truth, where did our benefactor come from? I see, she seems to be stronger than me. The Demon King sat cross-legged beside the Styx willow tree, repairing and regulating his breath. The last injury has not healed yet, and he didn't expect to be injured again this time. He could feel that the force had tried to restrain its murderous aura when attacking him, but it still injured him badly. Stronger than you? The system was very surprised. It only knew that the host might have an unusual origin and seemed to have a strong background, but it had no idea that the host could be so strong. Can I still lie to you? The Demon King frowned and looked at the system unhappily. After the breath was adjusted, he came to Xiaojia again. The situation of the benefactor is really tricky, and he alone as a demon cannot solve it. The Demon King fell into deep thought, walking around in the room, and the system followed him around, like a follower, afraid that the Demon King would run away. No, I have to find demons and ghosts to help. After a long while, the Demon King made up his mind, and said solemnly. If the Demon King treated Xiao Jia with a bit of the mentality of a superior to an inferior before, then now, he completely put Xiao Jia on an equal or even better position with himself. Xiao Jia has such strength, and even saved him. Of course, such a person should be made friends. There is such a saying among humans that when encountering life-threatening difficulties, it is better to find someone who has helped you than to find someone you have helped yourself. Because the former is very likely to be willing to continue to help. Those who help others in times of need often continue to help, but those who receive help may not even return the ashes. The Demon King took the matter on himself. Hello, Chueshua. A black brick that looked like a mobile phone appeared in his hand, and he immediately started to call people. The first person to call was Chueshua, the Lord of the Sticks, who was also the former owner of the Styx Willow. It can be seen that their relationship is quite good. Otherwise, the Demon King would not have thought of Chueshua first. Chueshua also agreed very straightforwardly. Although Chueshua looked very cold on the outside, she was not the kind of cold-hearted person. She was very interested in the situation raised by the Demon King. Chueshua came very quickly, and appeared in the Lord's mansion with a damp and cold water vapor. She was much more reliable and knowledgeable than the Demon King. As soon as Chueshua saw Xiao Jia, she immediately saw Xiao Jia's current situation. She has a seal on her body. The power of the seal is too strong. Seal? The system and the Demon King both exclaimed at the same time. A system and a Demon King, at this moment, seem so unreliable and ignorant. This is the result of not having culture and not studying hard. How come you don't know? The demon leader once again questioned the other party at the same time. How can I know? Two voices sounded tacitly, with a trace of guilt. That's not the point. Chueshua glanced at them lightly, and continued to speak. Although I'm not sure what the seal on her body is. But I can be sure that the two of us can't solve it. Xiaoyao, tell me everything you know. The Demon King scratched his head in annoyance, and sat down on the floor. I don't know anything. The system replied in a low voice. Waste. The Demon King sneered. The system didn't dare to say a word. It was really useless. From the beginning to the end, it was the host that led it, and it couldn't help it all. When I bound the host had already died. It was silent for a long time before saying the only thing it knew. Host? The Demon King and Chueshua frowned at the same time, but they were not surprised. They had never seen anything at their age. System, host, game, strategy. Although they were demons, they knew these new things very well. Even Chueshua, the demon, had been the target of strategy. You systems, you only know some crooked ways. The Demon King couldn't help but complain with a strong resentment. There was no way. Many monsters around him had become the targets of the system, and the host in the previous world, but he had not. The Demon King was really puzzled about this matter. Her state is not dead. Chueshua disagreed with the system's statement. Xiao Jia was not dead. Her state was more like being sealed and stagnating in time, simulating a state of death. Impossible. The system immediately denied Chueshua's words. How could the host not be dead? How could it bind to the host if it was not dead? Their systems are very moral. Under normal circumstances, unless the host's subjective will is very strong, only the dead host will be selected as the host. If the host is not dead, then it is against the rules. Chueshua glanced at the system and said nothing. She never liked to argue with fools. We need to find other monsters to help. Chueshua ignored the system that was still mumbling, and turned to discuss countermeasures with the Monster King. At first, Chueshua had a good relationship with the Monster King, but now it was simply because of Xiao Jia himself. The seal on Xiao Jia was very challenging. The sky was about to fall on the system beside. The host was not dead. It turned out that it was not that it had a keen eye and fell in love with the host at first sight, but that someone had carefully planned all this behind the scenes. No matter how stupid the system is, it should have reacted now. However, it is good that the host is not dead. The system wiped the tears that shed because of its stupidity. Wait. It paused. If what Chueshua said was true, and the host was not dead, what was the situation now? A002 Advanced System said it had a way to revive the host. Was it just bragging? Or did it know something inside? No, it had to ask Julian to find out about Alistair's progress in asking the vampire royal family for the 10th level crystal core. The system, which had a rare IQ, quickly figured out the current situation. A 002 advanced system had to figure it out. It must know something that it and the host didn't know. On the other side, Chueshua and the Demon King had already started talking about who to ask for help. As monsters, Chueshua and the Demon King naturally had their own social circles. There would definitely be no vampires like Alistair in this social circle. The two sides acted separately, and the system found Wei and asked her to tell Julian that the vampires had ordered a batch of the latest level 7 blood blind boxes from the town. Chueshua and the Demon King are both very reliable, and their friends are also very reliable. The two big demons quickly brought various big demons from various cities. There are already many monsters in the town, and the appearance of these big demons and demon kings did not attract the attention of the residents. Except for a few extremely sharp guys. Do you feel that the atmosphere in the town these 2 days is a bit wrong? Feng Yuanyao and several of her men sat on the barbecue stall, glanced at the direction of the Lord's mansion, and said thoughtfully, "She had a feeling that a storm was coming. Is there anything wrong?" The few fools under her command did not notice it at all. "Isn't the town the same as usual? I heard that the town is preparing to attack the zombie underground palace in Lingxiao City. Maybe it's because of this that the town is preparing for war?" Feng Yuanyao was silent. She shouldn't have told these people this. Forget it. Let's talk to Shintong and the others later. Feng Yuanyao took a big bite of the mutton skewer and rolled her eyes at those fools. In fact, she felt something when the system came last time, but she just didn't believe it. In her impression, Qiao Jia has always been omnipotent and the strongest. Is it true that something happened to Qiao Jia? Feng Yuanyao couldn't be sure. Even she thought so, and others couldn't believe it. Although Feng Yuanyao was ambitious, she hadn't thought of using her ambition on Qiao Jia. However, it was not certain for others. The unusual atmosphere in the town these days made some people start to move. Those evil spirits hidden in the dark began to reveal their true purpose. "Kishwang, where did you go today?" Luo Qishuang, who had just returned from outside, was suddenly stopped by Fu Yu. She was startled and felt creepy in an instant. Chapter 122. Luo Qishuang was surprised. Why did Fu Yu know that she went out today, and he was staring at her? However, Luo Qishuang didn't look strange. She just went out. "I just went out to kill a few zombies today." Luo Qishuang turned to face Fu Yu with her usual cute smile. "What's wrong, Fu Yu?" She even asked back. "You went to see the zombies in Lingxiao City, right?" Fu Yu didn't intend to beat around the bush with Luo Qishuang, and said very directly, "Recently zombies from Lingxiao City appeared near the town. Is this related to you? Have you joined them?" Fu Yu's tone was full of indescribable disappointment. She didn't expect Luo Qishuang to live in the town for so long, and still choose to stand on the side of Lingxiao City. "Fu Yu, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Luo Qishuang still chose to play dumb. What could Fu Yu do to her without evidence? Even if the administrators in the town knew about it, what could they do? Without Qiao Jia, those administrators couldn't order the blood killer to move. Julian's strength was not much different from hers. Unless he went back to ask Alistair for help, there were really no two people in the town who could beat her. It was true that the town's rules were very strict, but the biggest loophole in these rules was that they could only be implemented in the town. Qishuang, betraying the town will not end well. Fu Yu solemnly warned Luo Qishuang that, not to mention the mayor, other residents in the town would never allow Luo Qishuang to destroy the current peace. The mayor never asks about the identities of the residents who live in the town, but Fu Yu and Luo Yun know that many of the monsters in the town are hiding their identities and strong strength and want to live a peaceful life. If it weren't for giving up everything they had before, she and Luo Yun would not have left their original world and come to this new place. All the monsters that descended in this world were summoned from other planes by the world consciousness. Some were voluntary, some were forcibly summoned, and more were exiled from the original world. All kinds of creatures gathered in this world that was about to be invaded and devoured by evil creatures. Whether to perish with this world or create a new social order depends on how they choose. There is no doubt that the zombie emperor of Lingxiao City still has an indelible ambition and tyranny. He and Luo Yun Fu Yu came from a world, a tyrant, who was once very famous in history. He killed his parents and children, robbed his ministers and wives, and was bloodthirsty and murderous. He once slaughtered 300,000 people in one day. According to the plot in the novel, this tyrant should have had a miserable childhood, handsome appearance, sinister and paranoid personality, and there must be a kind and simple heroine like a little son to save him. However, when this guy became a tyrant, he was already 60 years old, a dead old man with gray hair and fat body. Fu Yu, if you ask me, You too should join His Majesty's army. Seeing that Fu Yu had said this, Luo Qishuang stopped pretending. The army of Lingxiao City has entered Gujia City, and at that time, part of the army will enter Jijia Town from the teleportation array of Gujia City. The zombie army has now controlled Gujia City. She originally entered the town to be an insider, but after observing for so long, this town does not need an insider at all. There is no army, no garrison, and she does not even need to open the door inside the town. The entire town relies on Qiao Jia alone, but Qiao Jia is in trouble now, and it is the best time for His Majesty to attack Jijia Town. Fu Yu's face sank. Since Luo Qishuang is so stubborn, she does not need to show mercy. When Luo Qishuang appeared, she felt something was wrong, but the joy of meeting an old friend at that time made her ignore this point. In addition, Qiao Jia did not object at that time, and Fu Yu also had a little fluke mentality, so she left Luo Qishuang. Fu Yu, you are not my opponent. Besides, the town does not allow action, right? Although Luo Qishuang was smiling, there was disdain in her eyes. Fu Yu was injured in the origin, she knew this. Then give it a try. A sharp Yuhua sword appeared in Fu Yu's hand. Seeing the sword, Luo Qishuang's face became solemn. Fu Yu's injury was healed? Otherwise, how could she summon the Yuhua sword? Fu Yu's strength is no worse than Luo Yun's. Even if you recover, so what? Luo Qishuang looked at Fu Yu provocatively. The town doesn't allow action, right? The town allows, I said. A huge figure suddenly appeared behind Fu Yu. It was a black tiger, very rare, but it was not the tiger that spoke, but the dog on the black tiger's head. The system looked at Luo Qishuang coldly. If she dared to make trouble while the host was in trouble, it swore that this ghost would not be able to leave the town. Qiao Jia gave the system high enough authority. The system itself was part of the town. Its control over the town did not actually belong to Qiao Jia. Fu Yu, go! The puppy waved its paw and pointed directly at Luo Qishuang opposite. The mountain Z under the system exhaled and instantly knocked Luo Qishuang down. In Luo Qishuang's incredible eyes, Fu Yu rushed over with a sword. What kind of one-on-one duel is there in their territory? Of course, a group fight is the most appropriate. Fu Yu's swordsmanship is sharp and deadly. Almost instantly, a large number of wounds appeared on Luo Qishuang's body, and the ghost spirit was overflowing. Soon, facing Fu Yu's attack, Luo Qishuang was already unable to resist. Lock him up. The system waved its hand, and a mobile biological prison immediately appeared, capturing Luo Qishuang and locking her up in its body. Don't think being locked up in a mobile biological prison is fun. Some residents, out of curiosity, committed a minor crime and got themselves locked up in the biological prison. It took only 3 days, and when he came out, he almost went crazy. The biological prison was dark, narrow, and damp, with bugs and rats as constant companions. The prison rooms were not the spacious and bright ones in TV dramas. The space inside was so cramped that it could barely accommodate the length, width, and height of an adult, and one couldn't even stand up. Moreover, there was no light at all, and the food was even worse. It was a crime. How could there be good treatment? After being released from the prison, those residents who were lucky enough to have committed minor crimes all swore that they would never break the law again. After all, the town also has a rule that 3 times is not enough. If the sentence for a major crime is over, the person will be expelled from the town. If the minor crime is committed more than 3 times, the person will be treated the same after the 3rd sentence is over. Luo Qishuang will definitely suffer some hardships when she is imprisoned in the biological prison. However, judging from Luo Qishuang's temperament and experience, her will should be good, and she probably won't be affected too much. Deputy Mayor, what should we do next? Fu Yu looked at the system and asked with some concern. In the final analysis, it was she and Luo Yun who implicated the town. But now that things have come to this, even if she and Luo Yun leave the town, there is no way to solve this matter. It is better to stay and advance and retreat with the town. What do you think? The system did not answer immediately, but turned to the people behind him and asked. The 2 pairs of sisters from the Shen and Su families, Xie Jinghan, Feng Yuanyao Wei. All the important human figures in the town were present. As a system, it knows how to deal with such things even if they are not serious in class. However, the system wants to test the abilities of these people. When the host wakes up, I'm afraid she will choose to leave this world and return to her native world. Even if she doesn't choose, she will leave sooner or later. The town needs to be handed over to reliable people. Maybe one day the host will come back. Deputy Mayor, do you have the authority to teleport? Xie Jinghan immediately thought of the teleportation array in Gujia City. If those zombies enter the town from the teleportation array in Gujia City, wouldn't the town be in danger? You don't have to worry about the teleportation array. The system shook its head. The system's products must be exquisite. It is not afraid that these zombies will not leave from the teleportation array, but it is afraid that they will not leave. The prison beast in the town, the Doomsday Guardians, and the staff and equipment of the shops in the town are not vegetarians. If they dare to come, the system will make sure they never come back. Put them all in jail. The strength of Jia town is actually much stronger than the residents and the creatures outside think. What competition did Xiaojia participate in? The strongest town in the Doomsday, and the blind box she opened the most was also the blind box of the strongest town in the Doomsday. Since it is the strongest in the Doomsday, of course it has both defensive and offensive capabilities. Xiaojia loves peace, but this does not mean that she does not have the ability to start a war and maintain peace. The town does not have high-end combat power, but it has a lot of backbone forces. First, let the monsters in the intelligence department find out how far the zombies in Lishao City are from the town. Deputy Mayor, you should be able to issue an announcement, right? Tell the residents of the town that once the zombies arrive, all residents and temporary residents are only allowed to leave but not enter. Residents who want to leave can leave through the town's teleportation array. When the war breaks out, all teleportation arrays will be closed to residents. Then organize all the combat forces in the town and form teams to patrol in shifts, ready for battle at any time. Logistics also need to keep up, Deputy Mayor. This time, the town. Shintong gave a complete plan at once, but how to implement it depends on them. The group immediately started discussing, and finally decided that Shintong would be the second commander on the human side temporarily. The highest commander is the system, and if Xiaojia is there, it is Xiaojia. There is one more thing, Deputy Mayor. After the discussion, Shintong and others looked at the system with a serious tone. Mayor, what is the situation now? We don't want to do anything, but the mayor won't show up now. Shintong and the others have no ill towards Xiaojia. After all, there is no conflict of interest. They still need Xiaojia to continue to grow. Actually, it doesn't matter if I tell you. The system was silent for a while, and sighed deeply. These people are not as threatening as those demon kings and ghost kings. The 333 intermediate system can kill them. Actually, it's this situation. Almost all the people present are from the town, so it doesn't matter if the system says it. These protagonists may have better ways to wake up the host. That's the situation. The system told them everything in detail, and no one was very surprised. After all, they are all smart people, and have almost guessed it. The system also has its own selfish motives. If these people make trouble and attack the host, maybe they can force out the guy hiding behind. It turns out that the mayor is really a big shot. Wang Banlon sighed. She had thought that the mayor was a big shot before, but she didn't expect it to be so big. How much stronger would he be than those demon kings and ghost kings? Shintong didn't say anything. According to the deputy mayor, if the mayor is so strong, what would her world look like? How strong would the person who killed the mayor be? With such an enemy, would the mayor be in danger? Shintong's selfishness meant that she hoped Xiaojia would stay in this world. As for Su Qianqian, her thoughts were completely different from Shintong's. Xiaojia must wake up. Only when Xiaojia wakes up and Xiaojia leaves, she will have more room to display her abilities. The residents of the town present had different thoughts, and everyone had different ideas. They didn't know how things would turn out. Xiaojia's matter was put aside for the time being, and everyone began to contact the leaders of the monsters and call them to a meeting. The system was also busy issuing announcements and calling for meetings of the town's internal employees. Chueshua and the demon kings and ghost kings had already left, and they were still helpless about Xiaojia's current situation. To wake up Xiaojia, they still lacked the last key, but it was still unknown what this key was. So, they all went home to think about it. Xiaojia's situation was indeed worth their study, and they would come back after they had considered it clearly. At present, the most important thing for the residents of the town was to resist the upcoming zombie army. As soon as the system announced the zombie army, the town immediately fell into an uproar. Although it was an uproar, it did not fall into chaos. After all, the mobile biological prison is not a vegetarian. People are panicking everywhere, and the monster areas seem much more stable. They have all gotten used to this kind of life. Although they have lived a stable life in the town for so long, they are used to the wandering and wars in the past. Shintong just said that she wanted to recruit fighters, and several monster areas have already divided themselves into teams according to their ethnic families, and signed up together. The whole process was in order. Su Qianqian originally thought that many humans would leave, But she didn't expect that some people left, but most of them went to find reinforcements. When the various human bases to which the teleportation array leads heard that Jia Town was in such a crisis, all sent out elite troops to support Jia Town. A large number of human reinforcements came out of the teleportation array, and Shintong and the others could hardly describe their current mood. A little sour. Chapter 123. Shintong. Xia Jinghan. Hey, isn't this Feng Wang? Why are you here too? The human reinforcements, who came to support Jia Town, greeted the residents they were familiar with, and Feng Yuanyao was teased very much. After all, with her personality, she should be the one to leave. Like Long Tianyu, he left with his younger brother. In fact, many people left the town, but more people stayed. Sister Tong, a total of 86,452 human reinforcements have arrived. After counting the number of all the reinforcements, Chen Lixing immediately came to report to Shintong. Both are male protagonists, but Long Tianyu and Chen Lixing have very different personalities. Okay, you take the old, weak, women and children in the town to hide first, and the underground city area of the town has begun to be built. Shintong was greeting the leaders of the reinforcements. After hearing what Chen Lixing said, she immediately arranged the next step. According to the information from the intelligence department, the zombie army will arrive in the town in 5 hours. This time, it was not just zombies that attacked the town. The tyrant of Lingxiao City united many demon kings, ghost kings, and some undead werewolves, spirits, and other monsters to attack the town together. Jia Town, whether it was territory or wealth, was very coveted by these monsters. There were monsters willing to help Xiao Jia, and naturally there were monsters who hated Xiao Jia. The scale of this war was unprecedentedly large. Vampires, blood clans, demon kings, Jueshua, would not come to help. After all, the relationship between everyone was not that good. It was just a pure interest relationship. The demon king that Xiao Jia saved did send a message to the system, asking the system to take Xiao Jia and Xiao Jia's confidants to his territory, and he would protect Xiao Jia. But the system refused. The system knew that the host would definitely not do this. Besides, the first prize of the strongest town in the Doomsday is the host's last retreat. So far, the zombies on the opposite side have gathered millions of monster armies. In Jia Town, the town has registered 100,000 human residents, 100,000 monster residents, more than 80,000 human reinforcements, and more than 4,800 monster reinforcements. Added together, it is less than 300,000. Su Xiran's calculator is almost smoking, and the whole person is about to collapse from the calculations. With so many armaments, how many crystal cores will the town have to spend? Fortunately, the town now has 2 mines, which can support it. Some residents have to go to mine. During the time when Xiao Jia was away, several people in the town's blind box opening team would open a fixed amount of blind boxes for the town every day. The strongest town in the Doomsday blind box, the Landlady blind box, and the 4 series of blind boxes for managing life, food, clothing, housing and transportation. Tang Kiki, Zhao Fei, and others opened a lot of good things, all of which were put into use. There are now 2 mines. The town will not fall into an economic crisis for a while. But if this war lasts too long, it's hard to say. Su Xiaoran is very irritable and worried now. When the zombie army arrives in the town, the cost of maintaining the town's walls alone will be a huge expense. In addition to Su Xiaoran's collapse, Su Qianqian and others are actually quite irritable now. There are too many things, and a large number of people are pouring into the town. How to arrange them is also a problem. Food, accommodation, and the next action. But irritability is irritability, collapse is collapse, these are just psychological problems. The town staff continued to work honestly, and everyone arranged various matters in an orderly manner. Before the zombie army arrived in the town, all the reinforcements were organized into new teams, arranged shifts, arranged accommodation, and received a 30-day supply of resources. Because it was uncertain how long the war would last, the warehouse was arranged as much as possible. Everyone in the town was in a hurry and solemn. Except for Su Lin, all the old, weak, sick and young were sent to the unfinished underground city. Although Su Lin herself was not yet 1 year old, she could already control a small team by herself. There were also hundreds of people under her. The reinforcements, who were unaware of it, thought Su Lin was rejuvenated. However, the fact is that she is really not yet 1 year old. The residents under Su Lin, both humans and monsters, were organized by her, and they were all elite. And they were particularly convinced of her. Every time the system saw it, it would sigh, worthy of being a super world-destroying villain. even more powerful than Feng Yuanyao, the spy time-traveling heroine. Because Su Lin is not yet 1 year old and her body is not fully developed, Su Xiaoran specially asked Wei, who asked the Frankenstein under Yulian to help Su Lin make a complete set of equipment. It can accurately express her meaning and also allow her to move freely on the battlefield. I heard that the enemy has entered the territory of Jumu's city. Su Lin sat on a mecha and stopped Shintong, who had just finished a meeting. She bit her pacifier, and the mecha made a childish and cold mechanical sound. Yes. Shintong nodded, and suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. I will take people to intercept them first. Su Lin said coldly with a pair of dead fish eyes. Wait a minute. Shintong's premonition came true. Su Lin should not have told Xiao Ren about this, right? However, Su Lin only came to inform Shintong. If there is a human in the town that Shintong cannot control, it is Su Lin. The human monsters under her are all unruly. Even Su Xiaoran can't control Su Lin, but most of the time, Su Lin will take Su Xiaoran's feelings into consideration. The only person who can control Su Lin in the town may be Qiao Jia. Su Lin's feelings for Qiao Jia are quite complicated. She was born thanks to Qiao Jia. Qiao Jia changed her fate and allowed her to grow to where she is now. Even her name was given by Qiao Jia. To some extent, Qiao Jia can be regarded as her second mother. Su Lin was also worried about Qiao Jia when he knew that she was in a coma. The town was in trouble and was about to be attacked by the zombie army. Su Lin would not let Qiao Jia's hard work be destroyed. When leaving the town, Su Lin's men had been waiting at the gate of the town for a long time. Every creature was rubbing their hands, and they were determined to let the town's history record their names. Among these creatures, there were 3 more unfamiliar figures: Wang Banlon, Luo Yuan and Fu Yu. Wang Banlon would never want to miss this big show. As for Luo Yuan and Fu Yu, they felt guilty. This was a completely unprovoked disaster for the town, all because of them. They always wanted to do more for the town. This is not your problem. It will happen sooner or later. Wang Banlon patted the 2 ghosts on the shoulders and comforted them. The town is developing too fast, and it is bound to block the way of some monsters. There are only so many resources in this world. If the town eats more, other monsters will eat less. How can those monsters willingly spit out the meat in their mouths? Luo Yuan and Fu Yu's matter is just an excuse at most. Otherwise, how could the shit emperor of Lingxiao City unite so many monsters at once? It's not that the mayor is too powerful and block their way. Excellence is not the mayor's problem. It's that they are too weak. Let's go! Su Lin ignored the 2 extra ghosts and waved his mechanical arm, pointing directly to the direction of Gujiao City. Several figures flew out in an instant and disappeared in an instant. Soon, there was no trace of Su Lin and others at the entrance of the town, and Shintong, who couldn't stop them, was also worried. How to explain this to Xiao Ran? 100 versus millions. Su Lin is crazy. This damn kid. At this moment, Shintong finally felt the difficulty and frustration of raising a child. But the worst was yet to come. The zombies that entered the town from the teleportation array in Gujiao City appeared. The system did not have any obstacles at all, so they easily appeared in the town from the teleportation array. Almost the moment they appeared, a huge alarm sounded in the town. Attention, residents of Jiajia Town. Unknown hostile creatures appeared in the town. Please return home immediately or enter the nearest town building for shelter. If you cannot enter the building, please immediately find the nearest shelter to hide and wait for rescue by the town staff. The moment the warning sounded, all the staff in the town had red light in their eyes. The mobile creature prison, the Doomsday Guardian, the Doomsday Invaders, and other town employees who inhabit the 10,000-year-old Styx willow trees all came out in droves. The sky of the town was almost covered, and it became dark, covering the sky and hiding the sun, with a terrifying atmosphere. The rotten corpses wearing ancient costumes appeared first, and the strong stench swept the entire town. Almost instantly, the maggots and unknown insects that fell from their bodies were crawling on the ground randomly, with a corrosive effect. Xiao Jia's town score began to drop. There were unbearable nausea everywhere. What a vicious trick, you. The town residents vomited and cursed. This was really too much. However, before the residents arrived at the teleportation array square, the mechanical employees in the shops near the square had surrounded the square with weapons in their hands. Invaders. The fat robot of the Doomsday recycling store pointed at the corpses that were still coming out of the teleportation array and screamed loudly. But there was no fear in its eyes, only the desire for promotion and salary increase. Kill the invaders. With an order, all the mechanical employees changed their combat forms. The fat robot's plump body became strong and powerful, and even its voice changed from sharp to deep, and it rushed into the pile of corpses with an unstoppable momentum. The residents of the town who had just arrived were dumbfounded. Is this still the fat robot, who likes to look down on others? It looks very reliable. Its speed is extremely fast, and the whole machine crushes the corpses like a tornado. The first wave of corpses did not bring any impact to the town at all. In less than 10 minutes, they were all killed by the town's mechanical workers, who were like evil stars. The residents of the town watched as these mechanical creatures all returned to their previous appearance, and they took out cleaning tools from their bodies, and began to clean the square full of stench. This change of face was too fast. But it felt so safe. The corpses were all eliminated, which might be unexpected by the other side, too fast. In their plan, the corpses should cause some chaos to Jia town, and then they would send out the second wave of Iron-Bone zombies. The Iron-Bone zombies withstood the attack of the town residents, and took advantage of the chaos to let the little ghost zombies mix into the town and wreak havoc. However, before the Iron-Bone zombies came out, the corpses were all dead. The green plants in the town desperately absorbed the stench in the air, and transformed them into streams of essence energy. Soon, the town returned to its original appearance. The second wave of zombies also arrived. The number of zombies this time far exceeded the first wave, and zombies appeared in several teleportation arrays in the town. Iron-Bone zombies, little ghost zombies, poisonous claw zombies. Various zombies appeared inside the town, trying to cause damage to the town, but all the buildings in the town were covered by protective shields, and the residents without combat power were also transferred. They could not do anything except come to die. Those mechanical workers were too strong, and there was no need for the residents of the town to take action. Tens of thousands of mechanical workers in the town blocked hundreds of thousands of zombies. Some mechanical workers did not even leave their posts, and the mining robots in the mines were still digging honestly. The residents were shocked by the strength of the town's internal staff, but they also felt relieved. At least they no longer had to worry about the safety of the town. They only had to focus on dealing with the zombies outside. Compared to the chaos in the town, Xiaojia's lord's mansion seemed much quieter. It was still peaceful here. Shintong specially sent people to guard Xiaojia. She was afraid that these zombies would attack Xiaojia. The zombies also planned to do so. Xiaojia was the leader of the town. If she was killed, the remaining people and monsters in the town would naturally be insignificant. Unfortunately, if they wanted to kill Xiaojia, they had to face more than just the guards sent by Shintong. This was just the first level. Beyond them, and into the courtyard of the Lord's mansion, there was a prison beast waiting for them. However, Xiaojia's current situation was not very good without the zombies' help. She has fallen into an endless nightmare. The dissolution of the Dark Star is a knot in Xiaojia's heart, and the betrayal of Mom and the death of her companions are real nightmares. She even dreamed of that person's death. That person died, killed by the traitor and the group. The star has fallen into a more chaotic and dark era. The remaining companions kept falling, and Xiaojia experienced such cruel facts again and again in her dreams. Xiaojia knew that this was not a dream. It was that the seal on her body was disintegrating little by little, and her power was returning. After regaining her power, she reconnected with the star. This was the call of the star world consciousness to her. All this really happened in the star. He hopes she will go back, inherit that person's will and save the world. Chapter 124. When Xiaojia was trapped in a nightmare and couldn't get out of it, the zombie army from Leishao City finally arrived in Juma City. Su Lin also returned with his creatures and a large number of crystal cores. This child's talent and wisdom are really shocking. He brought more than 100 people to face the million zombie army on the opposite side, but he only came back with minor injuries. Their main force did not appear. Su Lin, who returned with injuries, drank the spirit beast milk specially prepared for her by Su Xiaoran, and said to Shintong expressionlessly, "The main force of the zombie coalition army should be used to deal with the mayor and Yulian and others." Although Yulian is a vampire, the vampires did not participate in their fight against the zombies, but Yulian was a personal act. Deputy Mayor. Su Xiaoran seemed to remember something, and turned to look at the system that was quietly listening to them. "What's wrong?" The system looked at her strangely. "I suspect that the attack on our town by zombies this time was done by the vampires." Su Xiaoran knew about the deal between Xiaojia and the vampires. Alistair had come to the town before and met with the mayor. Although she didn't know what the deal was, Su Xiaoran believed that Alistair would not come to the mayor for no reason. They must have talked about something very important that day. Not long after Alistair came last time, the zombie army from Leishao City came. Su Xiaoran had no evidence, but her intuition told her that there must be a connection between the two things. It has to be said that Su Xiaoran was right. The zombie army in Lingxiao City was indeed contributed by the vampires. Xiao Jia supports vampires to fight them, so they support zombies to trouble them. The old zombie emperor of Lingxiao City had a grudge against Xiao Jia. It was not just the old zombie emperor of Lingxiao City. Xiao Jia's town took in too many monsters of unknown origin. It can be said that she has angered the public to a large extent. The people and monsters present were not stupid, and they immediately understood the meaning of Su Xiaoran's words. The 8th level vampire suddenly appeared in the town. It was obvious that the mayor had reached a deal with the vampire. The only one turned to look at Yulian, and Yulian nodded slightly. They can do it, Yulian said more implicitly. In fact, this matter was definitely involved by the vampires. The purpose was to teach Xiao Jia a lesson. Qianqian, it's okay to leave this matter to you. Su Xiaoran's eyes fell on Su Qianqian and said gently. Some things don't need to be said too clearly. Since the Blood Clan wants to attack them, let them be too busy to take care of them. Yeah. Su Qianqian lazily responded that she would solve it. She hasn't inherited the town from Xiao Jia yet. How could she let the Blood Clan's monsters destroy everything? Sister Tong, the zombies are coming. While the few people were still discussing what to do next, Shen Tong's men knocked on the door of the conference room. Outside Jijia town, a dense army of zombies surrounded the town, and their figures were everywhere in the woods. Even the sky was surrounded by flying zombies, and there was almost no dead angle in all directions. Except for the 2 roads of underground and teleportation array, it can be said that there is nowhere to escape. The Doomsday Guardians are fighting hard to kill zombies on the front line, and the card players are standing on the city wall, frantically releasing the most powerful cards in their hands to fight against the zombies. There are also many zombies among these zombies. It seems that Jijia town has really become the public enemy this time. When Shen Tong and her team arrived at the front line, the town's walls had begun to break. The smell of rotting corpses permeates the entire town. It is hard to imagine what the Emperor's underground palace smells like. Have these corpses lost their sense of smell? These zombies must be doing it on purpose. First stink us to death, then beat us to death. Bai Xing vomited while speaking. This smell is really terrible, and the most terrible thing is that it is impossible to resist it. If the zombies did this on purpose, then I have to say that they are really smart. I have asked people to prepare gas masks, and they will be delivered soon. When the rotting corpses attacked the town before, Shen Tong had already arranged for people to prepare. After all, most humans can resist and endure physical damage, but damage to the sense of smell is really unavoidable. The gas masks that Shen Tong asked people to prepare were delivered soon, and all the residents and reinforcements on the front line were arranged. After all, they faced the stench directly, which not only hurt their noses, but also their eyes. The reinforcements, who came to support them, did not expect that it would be such a situation. I thought it was a life and death game, but I didn't expect. Ugh. A life and death game is a life and death game. If you die, it would be too cowardly, right? When they went back, they asked how Triple X died, and they were suffocated to death. This is really embarrassing. However, jokes aside, the zombies' trick did cause a lot of trouble for the residents of the town. The only ones who were not affected were probably the town employees, the Doomsday Guardians, and the Doomsday Attackers. Both of these mechanical employees are capable of attacking and defending the town, and their attack power is very strong. If they are injured or damaged, as long as their core is not completely destroyed, they can return to the town to restore themselves. Because of their existence, the town's walls were not completely destroyed. A large number of rotten corpses were piled under the town's walls, and Xiao Jia's fire ability, which he had previously opened, finally found its place of use. Xiao Jia gave this fire ability to Captain Cat's Claw, who really had no use for it. Captain Cat's Claw gave the fire ability to one of his confidants. Now it is also useful. Gradually, a stinky burnt smell began to spread, and began to replace the strong and irritating smell of the rotten corpses little by little. The residents in the town finally felt much better. However, the stench was gone, and the residents and reinforcements regained their senses. They finally had to face the oppression and fear brought by the zombie army. The zombies from Lingxiao City were able to dominate Lingxiao City, so they naturally had their own horror. Several giant zombies, with a height of 100 meters, slowly appeared in everyone's sight. It seemed that they were still far away from the town, but it should not take long to reach the town. Without Xiao Jia, Shen Tong and the others did not know whether they could stop these zombies. All they could do was fight hard, and kill them continuously until the zombies retreated, or they died on the battlefield. Shen Tong, Feng Yuanyao, Wei Yi, and even Su Lin all stayed on the front line. Everyone tried their best to repel and clear the zombies bit by bit, and cleared a vacuum zone outside the town. How come these zombies don't seem to be using their full strength? Shintong cut the flying zombie in front of him in half with a knife, frowning. None of the Li Emperor's men showed up. Luo Yun obviously knew the old emperor of Lingxiao City better, and soon found that none of his generals showed up. This is not normal. Li Emperor? Wang Banlon was a little curious. What did this emperor do to get such a posthumous title that made the world complain? However, this also means this shit emperor is difficult to deal with. According to Fu Yu, such a cruel emperor can still live to 60 or 70 years old, and his methods must be quite amazing. Shintong and others here are fighting hard against the zombie army, and the logistics personnel such as Su Xiaoran and Su Qianqian on the other side are also not idle. Su Qianqian found Xuesha. The fight between Jiejia Town and Lingxiao City has no impact on the war between the Blood Clan and vampires. Both sides are fighting very fiercely. Master Xuesha. Su Qianqian found Xuesha sleeping on a tree in a landscape garden with a smile on her face, and called him politely. What? Xuesha didn't even open his eyes, looking indifferent. According to his contract with Xiao Jia, he was only responsible for dealing with high-level monsters that invaded the town, and he didn't need to take action against the low-level monsters outside. I heard that the vampires are a bit anxious in the Hezhou battlefield recently. Su Qianqian didn't get angry because of Xuesha's perfunctory attitude, and still looked smiling. Want to provoke the relationship between us and the Blood Clan? Xuesha turned over, opened his eyelids with disdain, and looked at Su Qianqian. He hated this kind of brainy person the most. He could be around the bush in one sentence, so annoying. Just like that dead vampire who took his place. Su Qianqian smiled politely. Did she need to instigate this? This vampire really has no brains. Master Xuesha, I hope you can convey to the sage that the 7th level blood blind box. The town is willing to supply it at cost price. Unlimited. Of course, the premise is to pay with high-level crystal cores. Are you serious? Xuesha turned over and sat up instantly. The cost price means less than 60% off. How many crystal cores can be saved? The higher the level of the blood blind box, the more crystal cores are needed. The vampires can no longer afford to buy many 7th level blood blind boxes. Because the war with the Blood Clan is tense, the Blood Clan has sent a prince to the battlefield. They have money, and can afford as many 7th level blood blind boxes as they want. To be honest, the higher the level of the blood blind box that Xiao Jia can provide, the more disadvantageous it will be for the vampires. The sage had already anticipated the current situation. She had already warned Xuesha in advance that the Blood Clan would never give up, because Xiao Jia's involvement in the Blood Clan war would definitely be retaliated by the Blood Clan. And the several people in power in Jiejia Town are not the kind of cowards who are willing to sit and wait for death, and they will definitely find the vampire clan. As the sage expected, Jiejia Town hopes to use vampires to contain the Blood Clan and teach them a lesson. Now it depends on who is more powerful. Anyway, in this matter, it is either the east wind that prevails over the west wind, or the west wind that prevails over the east wind. Of course it is true. We agree with the cost price, but we have a request. Xuesha said impatiently. Vampires have been suppressed by the Blood Clan on the battlefield in Hezhou, and he has been unhappy for a long time. We want to buy on credit, he said confidently. Su Qianqian's mouth twitched slightly, and she dared to speak. However, this was still within Su Qianqian's expectations. They all knew that the vampires were short of money. But the vampires had people. Jiejia Town had money, but no people. The two sides were complementary. We need the vampires to send a team of vampires above level 6 to support Jiejia Town, and the number must not be less than 1,000. No matter how many vampires there are, they can't be drawn out, and level 6 monsters are also rare. It is relatively easy for vampires to cultivate high-level monsters. Although the strength of the cultivated vampires will be a bit worse than that of normal level 6 monsters, they are at least level 6. It must be stronger than the 5th level. Deal. Deal. With just a few words, Su Qianqian and Xuesha, representing Jiejia Town, reached a shady deal with the vampires. With the support of the vampires, the pressure on the town will indeed be much lighter. If Lingxiao City does not send high-level monsters, Jiejia Town is not a monster. The general strength of the human residents in the town is around the 2nd to 3rd level, which is the talent limit of most people. Those who are talented and lucky like Shintan Feng and Yuan Yao are around the 5th level. This is the highest strength of humans at present. The 6th level set by the vampires can indeed share a lot of pressure for them. However, if the monster residents of the town are counted, according to the statistics of the town panel, the highest strength of the monster residents in the town is at the 8th level, not counting foreign employees like Shueisha. There are quite a few level 7 and 6 monsters, but most of these high-level monsters are not willing to participate in this town defense battle. It would be best if Jiajia could solve the zombie army. If not, forget it. They can't die anyway. This actually represents the thoughts of most monsters. Many humans in the town are incapable of fighting, but most monsters are capable of fighting. Of course, there are also many monsters willing to sacrifice for the town. It can only be said that this is a personal choice. Xiao Jia has always respected the choices of these residents. The deal was reached, and the reinforcements sent by the vampires soon appeared in the town. With their help, in less than 2 days, 1/3 of the millions of zombies were eliminated. Even many other monster armies that joined the zombies were eliminated. This is not good news for Lingxiao City. Originally, they wanted to crush Jiajia Town directly, and use Jiajia Town to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. In the end, the chicken was not killed, but a lot of soldiers were lost. This is something that Li Di absolutely cannot tolerate. Of course, Li Di did not acknowledge the posthumous title given to him by later generations. He had known that the posthumous title he chose was Wu. He also declared this to the public. Break the captives. In the cold imperial mausoleum, Li Di, who was emitting a foul odor, was like a mountain of flesh, slumped on his dragon throne. He called his favorite general in a sinister voice, with a hint of resentment. I am here. The heavily armored zombie general knelt respectfully in front of Li Di, his voice without a single ups and downs. I want that town, leaving no grass behind. Li Di hated Jiajia Town for daring to challenge his authority. Xiao Jia's taking in Luo Yuan and Fu Yu gave hope to many ghosts, who were tortured and oppressed by Li Di, and they defected one after another. Many powerful ghosts in Jiajia Town escaped from Lingxiao City. I obey your order. Chapter 125. The arrival of General Palu, a subordinate of Emperor Li, instantly changed the situation of the war. That guy is very good at fighting. According to Fu Yu, he was picked up from a pile of beggars when Emperor Li was in a good mood. He is very loyal to Emperor Li, and is a war genius. Shintong and the others fully felt this. As soon as this General Palu came, the casualty rate of Jiajia Town immediately began to increase. Wow, this is really too much. That Palu, such a high-level monster, actually chased us and fought. It's really shameless. Bai Xing lay weakly on the road in the town. Shintong, Feng Yuanao and others lay beside her. Each of them had no image at all. They were seriously injured and had been fighting for more than 48 hours. Such a monster, why didn't he think of killing that dog emperor and becoming the emperor himself? The girl in the floral skirt also complained, it was too scary. It would be great if this Palu could fight with Emperor Li. How can he be so loyal? He has no shame at all. He is so good at fighting, and he specifically targets them to fight. Shintong and the others are in big trouble. If Shueisha and Shan Zhe hadn't arrived in time, they would have died. Didn't I say that? Palu is a woman. Fu Yu looked at everyone in confusion. Didn't she say that? You didn't say that. Feng Yuan now said affirmatively. Sorry, I must have forgotten that. Palu is a woman, otherwise the Li Emperor wouldn't be so confident in handing over the military power to her. At least in the history of Fu Yu's world, there is no precedent for a woman to become an emperor. So when the Li Emperor discovered that Palu had an amazing talent for war, he dared to train her without hesitation and let her take over the military power. Because Pola can't possibly seize his throne. And compared to a human, Polu is more like a killing machine. She has no emotions at all. She's a woman, why don't you let Ling Yu seduce her? Feng Yuanao joked. The beauty trap is also very useful. Fu Yu fell into deep thought. Polu didn't seem to have any special preferences. She didn't care about food, money, and power. Maybe beauty is her weakness. Seeing that Fu Yu really took it seriously, Feng Yuanyao waved her hand. I'm kidding. Besides, Ling Yu will lose soldiers later. That guy is cruel, and will retaliate. Polu is too strong. Shueisha will definitely not be able to beat her. Captain Catclaw also sighed. There is no one in the town who can beat Polu. They are all 8th level. Shueisha looks like he can only hold out for 10 moves at most under Polu. Hey, I heard you say bad things about me. As he was talking, Shueisha, who looked miserable, came in from outside with his arms folded. You're not dead. Sometimes Shirahoshi's mouth is quite poisonous. Thank you so much. Shueisha rolled his eyes in annoyance. These humans are really annoying. He inserted a straw into the 7th level blood blind box and began to drink it. Lucky. Blood of the vampires. You have to think of something. I'm no match for that zombie. It's not shameful to say that he just escaped back. And because of the death of the high-level combat power of the vampires, they certainly can't draw other top combat power to help. Each top combat power of the vampires has an object that needs to be restrained. If they come to help Jiejia Town, it is very likely that they will lose the war. Hearing Shueisha's words, Shintong and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this point, the only solution they can have is to send the old and weak in the town away, and they will live and die with the town. Unless the mayor can wake up. Do you want to go see the mayor? Shintong suddenly asked. The mayor has been in a coma for so long, and they really haven't visited the mayor. Okay. Shintong's proposal was agreed by most people. Go see the mayor. The mayor might wake up when he sees so many of them. To be honest, there are voices of resentment in the town for this sudden disaster. But most of them have been suppressed. The mayor has not shown up, and there are all kinds of speculations in the town. Let's go! Speaking of going to see Qiaojia, the injured people immediately became interested, and it would be good to go to the Lord's mansion. There are many good things at the mayor's place, and they can get some spiritual energy. The group immediately went to the Lord's mansion. Unexpectedly, when they arrived, they happened to meet Shueisha, who came to study Qiaojia. Shueisha was very interested in Qiaojia's current situation, and would come every 2 or 3 days. The system also squatted beside him, watching Shueisha feeding Qiaojia various potions and pills. To be honest, Shueisha has tried all kinds of methods these days. Before, the 10 demons united to break the seal on Qiaojia, but unfortunately they failed. This should be the most likely way to succeed. But for some reason, it just didn't work. Shueisha felt that there should be something missing, but she had no idea what it was. Deputy Mayor, let's go see the mayor. Shintong knocked on the door, and looked at Shueisha in surprise. She didn't know Shueisha, but Shueisha didn't look like an ordinary monster. Shueisha ignored them, and was about to get up and leave when she saw so many people coming. But suddenly Qiaojia, who had been sleeping quietly, moved. Shueisha looked at Shintong and others in doubt. Could it be that the key to lifting the seal lies with them? The system looked at Shueisha, then at Shintong and others next to it, and its eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, the protagonists. These protagonists are all people favored by the world consciousness. They have the power of world consciousness. Shueisha and others can't unlock the seal on the host, but if they use the world consciousness power of Shintong and other protagonists, they may be able to wake up the host. Why didn't it think of it earlier? What's wrong? Shintong looked at the system and Shueisha with sparkling eyes in confusion. Why did they suddenly become like this? Tong! The system excitedly held Shintong's hand, and his voice was high. Do you want the mayor to wake up? It asked. Yes. Although Shintong didn't know what the two of them had discovered, if Qiaojia could wake up, the current situation would definitely change. I need your help. If there is anything we can do to help, we will definitely help. Shintong nodded affirmatively. Qiaojia's current situation is that her consciousness and power are sealed and bound in a certain space by another more powerful force. You can understand it as a dream. If you want to wake her up, the simplest and most direct way is to use a more powerful force to defeat the seal. I tried to gather the power of 10 great monsters before, but we failed. You guys seem to have a very special power. If you can gather this power, you should be able to wake Qiaojia up. Shueisha took over the system and explained to Shintong and others. In her experience, these humans have great luck. It is the power of heaven. Each world has a different definition of world consciousness, heaven, world consciousness, gods. In short, they are all the same, the supreme power. Go and call Tang Kiki, Su Shaoran, Xie Jinghan, Wei, all of them. The system quickly read out a string of names, all of which are the protagonists in the town, including the villains and supporting roles. These people also have a certain world consciousness power. Shueisha glanced at the system. It seems that it knows the power of heaven very well. This town actually gathers so many humans with the power of heaven. Okay, let's go now. The floral skirt immediately pulled up Xiao Baitu to summon the people whose names the system just read out, as well as the monsters. As the male protagonist, Julian, a vampire, is also in the line. Is Long Tianyu also one? Feng Yuanyao sensed something keenly and asked quickly. Yes. The system nodded affirmatively. I go get him. Long Tianyu is not in the town now, but in the base he created. He has a bad relationship with Qiaojia, and it is absolutely impossible for him to harm his own interests to help Qiaojia. So Feng Yuan now must use some special methods. Take Xiao Jia to the Styx Willow. The system affirmed Chuishua's idea, and she immediately had an idea. Using the 10,000-year-old Styx River Willow as a medium, set up the Zhou Tian Xingdou Fortune-Seizing Array and the Wanhun Yunshiyun Blood Evil Array, gather the power of the heavenly Tao to form a Yin and Yang Qi and Qi vortex, and use this power to break the seal on Xiao Jia. Chuishua is an oriental monster, so of course she uses the oriental formation. These two formations, one is the righteous way, and the other is the devil way. She still lacks a very young medium. The 10,000-year-old Styx River Willow is the most Yin, the most Yang. Chuishua can think of the Heori Tianhua burning mulberry. She doesn't have this tree. I can handle it. The system made an okay gesture, it knew who had it. Okay. Chuishua nodded. She worked so hard, in addition to satisfying her curiosity, of course, it was also profitable. Whether it was the Zhou Tian Xingdou Fortune-Seizing Array, or the Wanhun Yunshiyun Blood Evil Array, in fact, it was not a good formation. It was to seize the Qi and Qi of Shintong and others to break Xiao Jia's seal, harming Shintong and others, benefiting Xiao Jia. As the operator of the formation, Chuishua can naturally draw a little luck from it. Just a little luck is enough. But seeing Chuishua and the system's posture, Feng Yuan now couldn't help but frown. She is not the only one like Su Shaoran who is willing to sacrifice everything for Xiao Jia. She is willing to help Xiao Jia, and can also sacrifice her own interests a little. However, this must not shake her foundation. Deputy Mayor, you have to tell us clearly what we need to pay, right? Feng Yuan now stopped the system that was about to shake the system to help, and asked with a smile. This? A little bit of luck, don't worry, at most you will be unlucky for 2 days, and it won't shake your foundation. The system replied with a guilty conscience. Actually, it is not. This will definitely shake their foundation. However, as the protagonists favored by the world consciousness, they can recover little by little if they are given enough time. Do you think I believe it? Feng Yuan now sneered. To be honest, the system does not care whether it will hurt Shintong, Feng Yuan now and others, as long as Xiao Jia can wake up. If Xiao Jia can't wake up in the current situation, the town will definitely be destroyed. The system has no time to take care of so many things. Without Xiao Jia, the town that seems to be developing steadily has become a mess. Although Xiao Jia seems useless and wanders around outside every day, she is actually the only stabilizer of the town. Feng Yuan Yao, don't forget the agreement you signed with the host before. The host can't wake up now. I can exercise the contract on behalf of the host. If you can't complete it, you and your subordinates will have to become employees of the town. At that time, I can still make you the nourishment of the formation. Since the relationship has been torn, the system simply threatened. I will drain all your luck. Feng Yuanya's face suddenly turned cold. What she hated most was being threatened, especially by someone who was so much weaker than her. At worst, they could just break up. Besides the blind box advantage, what else does Jijia Town have? Can you two stop arguing? Shintong held her forehead helplessly. Although she was not willing to sacrifice everything for Xiao Jia, shouldn't the specific situation be analyzed in detail? Things haven't been explained clearly yet. What's the point of arguing now? Don't rush to argue. After everyone is here, we can discuss one problem at a time, okay? Shintong quickly appeased the one-man one-union, and Chuishua next to her didn't say a word from beginning to end. She didn't care. If these people didn't want to, she would just capture them directly. Of course, it would be best if they volunteered. The Zhou Tian Xingdou luck-stealing array and the Wanhun luck-devouring blood evil array were very detrimental to merit. Xiao Jia was the eye of the array, and these people were willing, and would not bite back at her. With this factor, Chuishua was willing to help Xiao Jia, and the system do so many things. Chuishua disappeared silently in the town. She was going to prepare the materials for the array. After appeasing the furious system and Feng Yuanyao, the protagonists and supporting actors called by the two people in the floral skirt and Xiao Baitu gathered in the Lord's mansion. The protagonists and supporting actors in the town are all here. Cheng Shan and Chen Lishing, who came from outside, were called by the system. Not to mention Tang Kiki, Chen Bing and others, Fu Jingchuan is also here. Before the system could speak, Feng Yuan now quickly told the whole story, emphasizing that it would shake their foundation. As soon as this sentence came out, Fu Jingchuan and others absolutely could not accept it. The system immediately became angry and almost started to fight with Feng Yuanyao. Stop arguing. Shintong quickly pulled one person away and shouted loudly. If you have something to say, just say it. Everyone is here now. Those who are willing to help the mayor unconditionally stand on the right, and those who are unwilling stand on the left. After a while, the crowd immediately split into two factions. The resistance faction headed by Feng Yuanyao and Fu Jingchuan, and the unconditional faction led by Su Xiaoran and Chen Bing. If you count carefully, the number of unconditional factions is much larger than that of resistance factions. Surprisingly, Cheng Xian and Chen Lisheng are also in the unconditional faction. It doesn't matter, Cheng Xian said stubbornly. Although she hated Xiao Jia, it didn't prevent her from admiring Xiao Jia. The mayor is a good man. Chen Lisheng touched his head and said naively, he is the real protagonist of the Holy Father. Fate will always be on his side. Su Xiaoran, you are willing to do what you want, but how can you make a choice for Lin Lin? Fu Jingchuan saw Su Lin's small figure in the unconditional faction and immediately said displeased. Chapter 126. Fu Jingchuan's rebuke. Before Su Xiaoran could answer, Su Lin glanced at him coldly. I'm happy to. The simple 3 words immediately made Fu Jingchuan speechless. Puff. I don't know who laughed out loud. Why is Fu Jingchuan pretending to be a father at this time? Everyone in the town knows Su Lin's personality. A super genius, who is not even 1 year old, is smarter than 99.99% of adults. How can Su Xiaoran be her boss? She is more or less the boss of Su Xiaoran. Don't talk about other things. Shentong glanced at Fu Jingchuan. Fu Jingchuan was doing well in the town and had 1,800 people under him. This guy's personality is like this and can't be changed at all. Are you, the resistance faction, absolutely unwilling, or are you willing with conditions? Shentong asked again. Shentong, Xiao Jia helped me. I am willing to repay her. Although I am not a good person, I know how to repay a favor. But if this return is at the cost of destroying my future, then I will never agree. Fu Jingchuan answered very straightforwardly. He always likes to speak his mind, and there is no need to beat around the bush on such matters. I understand, you all think the same way. Shentong nodded and looked at the others. That's about right. Feng Yuan now reluctantly said. She hated the deputy mayor, but she had no conflict with Xiao Jia. This matter was to help Xiao Jia, not to help that dead dog. Feng Yuan now knew this clearly, but she was still very unhappy. That dead dog, sooner or later, I will beat it up. Then Deputy Mayor, please tell us what impact entering that formation will have on us. Shentong pointed at the 10,000-year-old Styx willow tree opposite, and looked at the system and asked. The system was silent and hesitant, and Shentong urged it twice before it was willing to speak. Entering this formation, the formation will absorb your luck and strength. Suppose, you are now at level 3, and your luck value is 100, then after entering the formation, your strength will most likely drop to level 2, and your luck may drop to 80. Some things are really hard for the system to tell these protagonists, but things have already come to this, and if you don't say it, it will be over. Is the luck you mentioned, after being absorbed, there is no way to recover it? Feng Yuan now grasped a key point, and asked immediately. If it were other ordinary people, there would definitely be no way to recover, but if it were you, there would still be hope. Tang Kiki, Su Lin, Chen Lisheng, the 3 of them can definitely recover. The system said reluctantly. These 3 people are also firm unconditional factions, and all 3 of them are very surprised. Why? Cheng Xian frowned and asked. For example, you are all brothers and sisters of the same family, and the love of your parents is limited, so there will always be some bias, and it is impossible to be 100% equal. Some children are lovable, and some children are annoying, that's it. The system looked at the resistance faction with contempt, and the annoying ones are you. Among the protagonists and villains present, the 3 of them are indeed the strongest. Su Lin's luck was not that strong, and she did not have such terrible talent and strength, but the host intervened in her fate and changed the original trajectory. This made Su Lin become the protagonist. Hearing the system's words, Feng Yuanao and others' eyes flickered. Did the mayor intervene in Su Lin's affairs, which made Su Lin grow to the point he is now? The mayor actually has the ability to change people's fate. Not to mention Su Lin, you all are too. The love triangle of Su Xiaoran, Su Qianqian and Fu Jingchuan will be entangled for a long time. According to the original fate, Su Lin was very weak after birth, but her personality was dark and antisocial, and she would kill you all. The system pointed at the Su sisters, whose relationship was very complicated. A question mark slowly appeared on Su Qianqian's face, just meeting Su Lin's expressionless dead fish eyes. She believed it. Shentong, if the host hadn't intervened, you would have fought Shen Hui to death. Xie Jinghan, you will fall in love with a reborn woman. In the last life, you were despised by her, but she still ran away with a scumbag. After rebirth, she discovered your goodness and began to pursue you. Feng Yuan, now you will have many harems and be entangled with these men for the rest of your life. You will be imprisoned in the vampire manor by Julian, and finally transformed into a vampire by Julian, loving and killing each other until the end of your life. The system pointed out the original fate of these protagonists and villains one by one. Their fates have changed more or less because of Xiao Jia's intervention. Everyone was silent because of the system's words. Is their original fate like this? But if you think about it carefully, if there was no Xiao Jia, it seems that they would really go on like this. You seem to have lost. Qin Jiaojia looked at Feng Yuanliao and said in a low voice. As Su Qianqian's #1 henchman, Qin Jiaoju has more roles due to Su Lin's birth, and her luck and weight are also considerable. Feng Yuanliao's eyes were cold, and Qin Jiaoju shuddered. Is it a good thing to be entangled with a group of men for a lifetime? You will marry a good man with Su Qianqian because of framing Su Shaorian, and live a good life. The system glanced at Qin Jiaoju. Qin Jiaoju hadn't laughed yet, and the next second her smile gradually disappeared because of the system's words. But you still can't let go of Fu Jingchuan, and you have been trying to seduce Fu Jingchuan, and then you were killed by Su Lin. I can't laugh anymore. Qin Jiaoju hurriedly expressed her loyalty to Su Qianqian. Now she is following Su Qianqian, and there are many little milk dogs and little wolf dogs pursuing her. What the system said is the destined plot of these protagonists and supporting roles. If it weren't for Xiao Jia, the outsider, they would have developed according to this plot. I say this to let you know that you owe the host a favor. Of course, if you think that the host ruined your original life, I have nothing to say. This is indeed the fact. The system said confidently. Everyone has different ideas. For example, Wei thinks that Xiao Jia saved her, and there must be people who think that Xiao Jia ruined herself. Although the system is telling the truth, its attitude and tone are really annoying. Feng Yuanyao folded her hands and suppressed her anger. This is actually the true face of the system. The system is not a human, not a creature. It thinks that it is different from these humans and more noble than them. If Xiao Jia was just an ordinary tasker, the system would not listen to her so much and do her best for her. In short, these systems are quite strong. Shintong and others have not reached this point. Without Xiao Jia's suppression, the system will always naturally show contempt when facing them. Deputy Mayor, please say less. The system's stubborn temper made Su Shaoran feel helpless. Isn't the deputy mayor adding fuel to the fire? Just say that the mayor has changed something, and there is no need to say the rest. Does the deputy mayor want to save the mayor or not? Deputy Mayor, I have a question. Fu Jingchuan and Feng Yuan now looked at each other, and he looked at the system. This dog has a bad temper, but it should really know a lot of things. What to ask? I want to know how strong the mayor is. This is really important for ambitious people like Fu Jingchuan. This is related to whether their efforts can be recovered. The mayor is strong, but how strong is he? This is worth pondering. Is he as strong as Shueisha or Alistair? The gap is huge. I don't know, but Shueisha and the others said that the host is stronger than him. Stronger than Shueisha? Moreover, even if Shueisha and the other 10 demons attacked together, they couldn't remove the seal on the host. The system emphasized. Its meaning is very clear. Xiao Jia has a deep background and is very strong. Cici, the deputy mayor. Tang Kiki suddenly raised her hand weakly and called the pseudonym used by the system. What? If the mayor ant is so strong, are we enough? Tang Kiki asked worriedly. Compared to Feng Yuanyao and the others who were entangled in whether their efforts and gains could be proportional to each other, Tang Kiki, a child, was more concerned about things more purely. What if we don't have enough people? Since Xiao Jia fell into a coma, Tang Kiki and Yin Yin have been particularly worried about her, and secretly prayed to the moon at night. Should it be enough? The system answered uncertainly. There are more protagonists and villains in this world than those in the town, but after all, the other protagonists and villains don't know Xiao Jia, so how could they help Xiao Jia? Deputy Mayor, if more Sons of Luck are summoned, the damage to us should be less, right? Following Tang Kiki's words, Chen Bing and Mimi also raised a key question. Yes, the system said with certainty. It only needs enough energy to wake up the host, and it is useless to have more systems. The more protagonists can be gathered, the better. Hearing what Chen Bing and Mimi said, Shintong was thoughtful. Speaking of the Son of Luck, she seems to know 2 possible ones. Now that we've come to this point, I can tell you for sure that the host's unsealing will only benefit your world and not harm it. You all know about Yidu. Those evil creatures have also appeared in the host's world. She has experience dealing with them. You also know how difficult those evil creatures are to deal with. Pollutants have begun to appear near human bases, right? After thinking for a moment, the system added a few more chips. You don't have the ability to deal with evil creatures now. By the time you grow up, those evil creatures will have occupied the entire world. The system didn't know much about evil things, but it knew about Xiaojia's native plane. The plane of no return. The system's IQ began to reach its upper limit for a short time. Deputy Mayor, you should know which other children of luck there are? Although it was a question, Su Qianqian was particularly sure. The deputy mayor's words were unpleasant to hear, but they were all facts. Especially about Yudu. Su Qianqian had not been to Yudu in person, but Shen Tongfeng, Yuan Yao, Xie Jinghan, Fu Jingchuan, and all the large adventure teams in the town had been to Yudu. After those who had been there came back, they kept silent about the situation in Yudu. The situation in Yudu was really bad. List. The system threw out a stack of information. This was what it and the host had collected before, and they were originally planning to coax them all to the town. Unexpectedly, it would come in handy in this way now. Everyone took the list and looked at it, and unexpectedly found that they had dealt with the people on the list to some extent. Some even have a very good relationship with them. Lu Nanji and her boyfriend Jing Qi from the Shuguang base, Xin Shuiyun from the Jinsong safe zone. These bases and safe zones have all received favors from Qiao Jia to a greater or lesser extent. A group of people looked at each other and instantly confirmed what they were thinking. We don't have much time left. Let's go our separate ways. Shintong took away a few pieces of information and said quickly. The town is currently supported by the blood-killing mountain and the vampire core, so there won't be any problems for a while. But it won't last too long. Palu is really good at fighting. I'll be back as soon as possible. Feng Yuanyao nodded. Long Tianyu will be left to her. The system wanted to say something, but Mimi quickly covered her mouth. Deputy Mayor, the town is handed over to you. You have to protect our home. Mimi looked at the system carefully, telling it not to speak anymore. Woo woo woo. It knew. Hate. A stack of information was quickly divided up, and the few that no one had dealt with were assigned to Mimi and Shenlisheng. This big and small look harmless, and in fact they are really harmless, with gentle and reliable personalities, and there should be a chance to persuade these sons of luck to come. Tang Kiki secretly cheered herself up. Even if she cried while hugging these brothers and sisters, she would definitely cry them back. Qiao Jia didn't know that the system had made such a big scene for her. If she knew, she would probably feel a little embarrassed. Such a big fuss. But she would also feel a little moved. It seemed like she was back to the time when she was with her companions. Su Shaoran and the others looked in the direction of the Wanyan Sticks willow tree, where Qiao Jia was now. Compared with the pros and cons of Feng Yuanyao and Fu Jingchuan, Su Shaoran and the others were the only ones who really wanted to save Qiao Jia. They would definitely bring people back to save the mayor. The mayor must wait for them to come back, although Qiao Jia might not need them to save her. Everyone carried their bags and set off quickly, and their figures disappeared into the teleportation array. The system adjusted the town's mode to the highest level of crisis mode, and all the crystal core points in the town were gathered to maintain the operation of the town. All facilities were shut down, and the points were reserved for the town city walls. And it also had to go to the senior system to cry. The Heori Tianhua Fensang mentioned by Chueshua before had not yet been found. It knew that senior system number 76 had it, so it would take the tree back even if it had to be snatched away. It was determined to get it. After the system and everyone else left, Qiao Jia, who had been sleeping all this time, moved his finger slightly and seemed to be waking up. Chapter 127. Palu, who was fighting with Shueisha outside the town, suddenly raised her head and looked straight in the direction of Lord Qiao Jia's mansion. She seemed to not even feel the attack from Shueisha on her. You are too underestimating. Shueisha looked at Palu with great displeasure, and the attack in his hand became more fierce. However, Palu just looked at him coldly without saying a word. This vampire is not worthy of being her opponent. There is a very powerful existence in this town, Palu is sure. But for some reason, it gives her a very hazy feeling. Is he still sleeping? If it is the one in the town, he should be able to fight her to his heart's content, right? Palu's lips, hidden under the mask, curled up slightly, and he said something cruel, kicked Shueisha away, and called back the troops. Let the most powerful person in your town fight me. Otherwise, within one day, I will definitely flatten this town. She waited for that guy to appear. No, this zombie is sick, right? Shueisha looked at Polo's back in disbelief, and the boy's face was full of dissatisfaction. But he knew that he was definitely not Polo's opponent. However, is there anyone more powerful than him in Qiao Jia's town? Impossible. Absolutely not. Xuesha was sure of this. Xiao Jia was not his opponent, otherwise why would Xiao Jia want him to come? Xuesha was puzzled, but he still had to convey this sentence to the system. However, he searched the entire town and couldn't find a person in charge. Whether it was the system, or Su Xiaoran, Su Qianqian, Shintong and others. Finally, he almost turned the whole town upside down before he found Su Lin holding a bottle of milk in the town's underground city. Looking at the tiny Su Lin in front of him, Xuesha turned around and was about to leave. He must be crazy to think that this kid can take charge. If you think I'm not trustworthy, Xiao Lu is in the sky area. Su Lin stared at Xuesha, who was full of suspicion, and answered calmly. The town's underground city and sky city are both under construction, and now they have taken shape. Xiao Lu is from the town's intelligence department. The sky city helps it observe the enemy situation. It has been stationed in the sky city recently. When it's free, it will also bring justice to the zombie army below. Xuesha decisively went to find Xiao Lu. Compared with Su Lin, he still felt that Xiao Lu was more trustworthy. After Su Lin appeased the residents of the underground city, he turned back to the Lord's mansion to guard Xiao Jia. She also heard what Palu said just now. However, as soon as Su Lin arrived at the Lord's mansion, she saw a woman standing under the Styx willow. The woman was wearing a white long skirt and holding a red umbrella. She was very tall. She looked up at Xiao Jia on the Styx willow. Almost instantly, Su Lin's hair stood up. This woman is very dangerous. The woman seemed to have discovered Su Lin's presence and slightly turned sideways to look at Su Lin. The red umbrella covered the upper half of her face, and Su Lin could only see the corners of her lips raised. Su Lin couldn't stop trembling. This woman gave her a terrifying feeling. Is she Xiao Jia's enemy? Su Lin's mental power was almost frozen, and she couldn't control the mecha at all, but she still tried hard to get to Xiao Jia's side. The smile on the woman's lips deepened, and she slowly raised her hand. A terrifying energy gathered in her palm and attacked Su Lin instantly. Su Lin thought he was going to die. However, a figure blocked Su Lin's way. She easily resolved the woman's attack. Mom. You still hate children so much. Xiao Jia protected Su Lin, looking at the familiar face of the woman in front of her. A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes, and her voice was cold. Long time no see, Xiao Xiao. The woman's voice was as calm and peaceful as water. She raised her red umbrella and tucked her messy hair behind her ears, her eyebrows curved. To Su Lin's surprise, the woman had a face without any offensive power, ordinary, and looked very gentle. Just like Mom. The moment Xiao Jia appeared, the aura around the woman became gentle, as if the hostility towards Su Lin just now had never appeared. Long time no see. Although Xiao Jia said that she hadn't seen him for a long time, she summoned a lightsaber that Su Lin had never seen before. The lightsaber exuded a sharp and terrifying aura, and Xiao Jia rushed towards the woman with the sword. How dare you appear in front of me? Xiao Jia angrily swung the sword at the woman. This was Xiao Jia that Su Lin had never seen before. The woman did not dodge or evade, and took Xiao Jia's attack head-on. Xiao Jia, who had completely unsealed, was much stronger than all creatures in this world. The woman was seriously injured by her. Should I call you Mom, or the Lord of Black Extreme? Xiao Jia looked at the woman in front of him indifferently. She was still not good at fighting as always. You betrayed your companions, and got the help of the Enterprise to escape from the original world. After becoming a tasker, you killed the original Lord God and the task system to take over. You are really amazing. Let me look at you in a new light. The lightsaber pierced the woman's heart fiercely, nailing her to the trunk of the Styx willow. This actually couldn't kill her, but it allowed Xiao Jia to vent her anger. Xiao Xiao. The woman looked at Xiao Jia helplessly and tolerantly, as if Xiao Jia was a child throwing a tantrum. I know you hate me. If this can make you happier, then I can do it. Dark Star. Some things are not what you see. The woman lowered her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, as if she had a hard time. Don't explain, you're just afraid that I cause you trouble. Xiao Jia drew out the lightsaber and sneered. This woman is still as cunning and hypocritical as ever. How much she trusted and loved this woman in the past, how much she hates her now. For her own selfish desires, she betrayed her companions, joined forces with the enemy, and pushed everyone into an abyss of no return. She could say that if a person doesn't work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. But since he has done it, he must bear the possible consequences, for example, being retaliated by the furious Xiao Jia now. Don't worry, I don't have time to bother you. Xiao Jia drew his sword and stabbed the woman's heart again. I just want to know. How is she now? I don't know. The woman's face turned pale and shook her head. It was indeed the right choice to stop Qiao Qiao from unlocking the seal in advance. It's a pity that she still couldn't stop it. This child is indeed talented. The woman looked at Qiao Jia with a very strange and gratified look. Although she is no longer a member of the Dark Star Breaker, she still feels proud to see Qiao Jia grow to where he is now. You don't know? Qiao Jia frowned and was about to strike again. Qiao Qiao. The woman sighed softly. She has been missing for a long time. Since you were sent away from there, the Dark Star of Breaking World has been completely destroyed. Some people have surrendered to the corporate group, and some have changed their names and become ordinary people. The person who created the Dark Star of Breaking World has completely disappeared, and no one can find her trace. Maybe she is still alive on a planet, or maybe she has died. It can be said that Qiao Jia, who was sent away from the plane of no return by that person, is the only member of the Dark Star of Breaking World left. Qiao Jia was silent. She thought that the person might die, might be caught by the group, or might change his name. But she didn't expect that there would be no news at all like now. Don't go back, Qiao Qiao. That world is rotten, there is no need to save it. It's good here, isn't it? You already have new partners, and have created new bonds. They all love you very much. That child, even in front of me, she still has the courage to protect you. The woman held Qiao Jia's face, and said seriously. And behind Qiao Jia, Su Lin was looking at the woman vigilantly. Host? The system that came back with how Ri Tian Huifan Sang looked at Qiao Jia, who had awakened in shock, and the tree fell to the ground. Look, this little guy loves you too. When you are asleep, it can fight against all the sons of destiny. The woman said to Qiao Jia with a smile. For these experimental children, who were born in the slums without parents and raised by the government, love is something they have been missing and pursuing all their lives. Family love, friendship, love, big love, small love, abnormal and normal. Some people become twisted and world-weary because of this. Some people become closed and cold. But few people. Weren't they all bewitched by that person's love at the beginning? They were all born the same, the product of the laboratory, and that person seemed to be born with the ability to love, and there was always an endless supply of love to give them. Optimistic, kind, honest, brave. Even if she betrayed that person, once the woman thought of her, these beautiful words would still emerge in her heart. Since there is already a new and more normal love, don't stick to the original twisted fetters. Don't be so deceiving here. Qiao Jia slapped the woman's hand expressionlessly, and listened to her nonsense. You are afraid that I will return to the original world and re-establish the Dark Star of Breaking the Realm. Then you will be dead. The smile on the woman's face did not change. But Qiao Jia was right. Betraying everything, at any cost, risking her life to kill the previous Lord God and her own system to become the new Lord God, she did it for the sake of eternal life. Eternal life, becoming a god, is her eternal obsession. If Qiao Jia goes back, she will definitely gather the members of the Dark Star Breaking Realm again. The first thing they will do at that time must be to kill her, the first betrayer. Qiao Jia can do it. Qiao Qiao. The woman sighed, as if warning. Don't go against me. Suddenly, the face of the system, which didn't know what was happening, suddenly became painful. Its data is being destroyed. Qiao Jia glanced at the system, and a ball of light popped out of his hand and instantly surrounded the system. Don't threaten me, Mom. Qiao Jia grabbed the woman's neck expressionlessly, threatening openly. Even if you are the Lord God, you still need to abide by some rules. You can't kill it. Our previous contract still counts. Qiao Jia knew the things between the Lord God system and the Tasker, just like Chueshua and the others had encountered Taskers. In the native world, Qiao Jia also encountered Taskers, who tried to warn and save her. The so-called Lord God is not that great, otherwise how could he be killed by this woman? Wait until you break away from the Lord God and become a higher-level existence, then threaten me again. My dear Mom. Qiao Jia suddenly raised a nasty smile, just like when they first met. The system protected by Qiao Jia looked at the woman in front of him in shock, and then looked at Qiao Jia in even greater shock. Lord God? Is this person the legendary Lord God of Black Extreme? The host is even more powerful than the Lord God. She dared to threaten the Lord God. Oh my God, God of Data. Did my ancestral grave explode? How can it bind such a powerful host? No, it is a system, without an ancestral grave. The woman did not even blink at Qiao Jia's threat. If she could be so easily shaken, she would never have been able to climb to her current position. Then we will wait and see, Qiao Qiao. The woman chuckled, and her figure gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Mayor? Shintong and others who came back with helpers looked hesitantly at Xiao Jia, who had already woken up and exuded a dangerous aura. They felt very bad now, because they were shocked by the invisible pressure released by Xiao Jia. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, they would have knelt down now. Deputy Mayor, what's the situation now? Qin Jiaju asked in a low voice. I don't know either. The system shook its head. It didn't know either, but it was right to follow the host. It's on the host's side anyway. Seeing Shintong and others appear, Xiao Jia restrained her aura. She glanced at the system with sparkling eyes. This system was useless, but it was obedient and loyal. She knew what happened during this time. Hey, you are all back? Before Shintong and others could figure out the current situation, Shueisha appeared, feeling that the danger had dissipated. Xiao Jia. You're awake. He looked at Xiao Jia with surprise. It was great that Xiao Jia woke up. Yeah. Xiao Jia nodded coldly. That Palu said that there is a powerful person in the town. If this person does not show up within 1 day, she will flatten the town. Shueisha immediately conveyed Palu's words to Xiao Jia, throwing away this important responsibility. I will solve it. For some reason, when Xiao Jia said this, everyone present believed it. The mayor is always so reliable. You do it first, wait for me to come back. Xiao Jia nodded slightly to the survivors, who came to the town to help, and disappeared in front of everyone with the system. Is this the legendary moment? Didn't they say that Mayor Xiao Jia's strength is only about level 5? A protagonist silently expressed his doubts, and didn't they say that Mayor Xiao Jia was in danger and waiting for them to save him? So what is the situation now? Everyone looked at each other. Lin, do you know anything? Shintong found Su Lin, who had been silent all the time. Su Lin should not be here. Since she is here now, does she know something? Chapter 128. Su Lin remained silent, silently refusing. She was not sure whether Xiao Jia was willing to let them know these things, so she would wait until Xiao Jia came back. Xiao Jia's conversation with the strange woman was very brief, but just this brief conversation was enough for Su Lin to see many things. For example, Xiao Jia's current situation is actually very bad, and her enemies are very powerful. Even more powerful than Xiao Jia now. And Xiao Jia's companions, she and her companions were separated. Fu Jingchuan wanted to ask more, but was stopped by Xie Jinghan next to him. Long Tianyu looked around, and the people who came today were really all here. Almost all the top people in the surviving human base were here. I don't know what method Feng Yuanyao used to actually get Long Tianyu here. It should take her a long time. Why don't we have a meal first? A villain said lazily, leaning on another villain like a boneless person. However, before she finished speaking, everyone saw Xiao Jia's figure reappear under the Styx willow. However, compared to when she left, there was another figure behind Xiao Jia at this moment. It was Palu, the subordinate of the Li Emperor. The survivors from outside and Fu Jingchuan and others immediately became alert and looked at Palu with caution. However, Shintong and others did not make any moves because of their trust in Xiao Jia. They believed that Xiao Jia would not harm them. Mayor Xiao Jia this. The survivors from outside all knew Palu, because of the communication tools produced by Jia Town. It was very convenient for both humans and monsters to communicate. She is already mine. Xiao Jia replied calmly, and naturally dropped another heavy bomb. Pack up and prepare to counterattack the underground palace. Now! Everyone looked at Xiao Jia in shock, as if they had never known Xiao Jia. Although the mayor before was very powerful, he didn't seem to be as comfortable as he is now. Is the difference between unlocking the seal and not unlocking it so big? Yes. Xiao Jia nodded. You all go, it will be beneficial. She already knew the feelings of these protagonists and supporting roles for her. Although she didn't help in the end, Xiao Jia was still prepared to give them a generous reward. The most important thing is that she still needs the help of one of these lucks. But not to help her, but to help this world. Those monsters in Yudu must be solved before she leaves this world. Mayor, do we have to go too? Su Qianqian raised her hand calmly and asked. Yes, everyone goes. Xiao Jia affirmed. When facing the Lord of Black Extreme, Xiao Jia was full of indescribable anger, and she was full of vigor. But when facing Shintong and the others, she became much calmer, just like before. Those zombies and monsters outside. They have all been dealt with. Xiao Jia's tone did not reveal any emotion, as if this was a very easy and simple matter. What do you mean by all dealt with? Lu Nanji asked cautiously, and it seemed as if it was what she suspected. Of course, they were all killed. Xiugo Tong proudly and puffed up his chest. His host was the strongest and best. Xiao Jia, who has been unsealed, is now really powerful. As soon as these words came out, the humans couldn't help but take a breath. The expressions of monsters, like Yulian Jingqi, were very intriguing. After staying in Jijia town for so long, Yulian's strength has also increased a lot. Jingqi is the monster king, and his strength is even more unfathomable. But they really can't subdue Palu and kill all the invading monsters in such a short time. I'm afraid that even if Alistair comes, he may not be able to do it. Wei lowered his head and poked Xiao Jia's arm, which was warm, completely different from the cold and stiff before. Jia is so amazing. Sister Tong. It's bad. All the monsters outside have disappeared. One of Shen Tong's men quickly called and shouted in panic. She looked at the empty scene outside the town. Her face turned pale, and cold sweat ran down her face. Those monsters left crystal cores all over the ground. What a terrifying existence it is to be able to deal with these zombies in an instant. It's okay, the mayor took action. Shen Tong looked at Xiao Jia and said to the other end of the phone. She suddenly remembered when she just met Xiao Jia, and Xiao Jia was like now. Just raised her hand lightly, and all the zombies disappeared in an instant. One day, will she be as powerful as the mayor? Shen Tong looked at Xiao Jia with a very complicated look, admiration, and ambition. Not only Shen Tong, most of the residents and survivors present had the same idea as her. Xiao Jia's awakening this time has aroused the desires of these sons of destiny to a great extent. Desire is not terrible. Everyone has desire, more or less. As long as you are not controlled by the desire in your heart, it is enough to become a slave to desire. Julian. Xiao Jia, who had solved the crisis in the town, turned to look at Julian. She had not yet solved the matter of the blood clan. She must get that 10th order crystal core. Advanced System A002 is very useful to her. She will redeem this guy. Julian, please convey to the Blood Clan Castle that if I don't see the 10th order crystal core within 3 days, I will visit it in person. Xiao Jia's voice was very calm, but the words she said made people less calm. This is a naked threat. She has never been a good person. If it weren't for that person, Xiao Jia would never have embarked on the so-called path of saving the world. If it weren't for that person, Xiao Jia would most likely grow into a super-world-destroying villain boss, like Su Lin originally. Besides, the Blood Clan is not a good thing. Yeah. Julian agreed very straightforwardly. Because he has lived in Jijia town for a long time, and refused to be a traitor of the vampires, he has been judged as a traitor of the vampires. If Alistair had not been strong enough, Julian would probably have been taken back to the vampires. Now the vampires are saying that humans have a disease, love brain disease, and Julian's dead love brain must have been infected by humans. However, the vampires have the love brain gene, but they are unwilling to admit it. Shen Tong and the others are numb to the fact that Xiao Jia dares to threaten the vampires blatantly. The mayor who is unsealed is probably the strongest creature in the world, no doubt about it. If we had known that Xiao Jia would be so strong after unsealing, we should have started to unseal her when she first built the town. I promise to cooperate. A protagonist sighed. Leaning against a big tree is good for the shade. With such a powerful mayor, you will be very impressive when you go out. It is true. Xiao Jia is so strong that there is no conflict of interest with him. Xiao Jia is not from this world yet. She should have been unsealed long ago. If Xiao Jia was really strong at the beginning, there would be no place for those monsters to be rampant in this world. However, it was indeed a coincidence that Xiao Jia was able to unseal her so quickly. According to the original plan of the Lord of Black Extreme and that person, even if Xiao Jia won the first place in the system competition, she might not be able to completely unseal her. The Lord of Black Extreme was worried that Xiao Jia would go against her after the seal was lifted, and that person really didn't want Xiao Jia to wade into the muddy water of the plane of no return again. Unfortunately, the child she taught was just as persistent as she was. Just like Su Lin also had a deep shadow of Xiao Jia. You awake? Shueisha came back with a lot of materials, and the first thing she saw was Xiao Jia, who had already awakened. There were several big monsters following Shueisha, all of whom came to take advantage of the luck. But Xiao Jia woke up. The seal was lifted. Their calculations also fell through. Shen Tong, you take everyone to eat first. The town will pay. Xiao Jia saw Shueisha and other big monsters. Her eyes flashed, and she sent Shen Tong and other residents and survivors away, and took Shueisha and the others into the Lord's mansion. The formation to seize the luck was no longer needed, but Xiao Jia did need their help with other things. She is not a creature of this world, but an invader. Although these monsters are not native residents, they are immigrants recognized by the world consciousness. There are some things they can do, and need to do, which Xiao Jia cannot do. Just like sealing Yudu, those evil creatures cannot be completely eradicated, but Xiao Jia can seal them. It is better to treat the symptoms rather than the root cause, than to treat nothing at all. Do you want to know what happened just now? When Xiao Jia left and everyone was about to disperse, the figure of Wang Banlan's dog Chong Chong suddenly appeared in front of everyone. You didn't take a picture of it, did you? Feng Yuanyao asked hesitantly. Wang Banlan could actually take a picture of such a scene. Hee. Two obscene laughs instantly confirmed Feng Yuanyao's question. They couldn't help but think, could Wang Banlan be the god of gossip? The legendary concept god can capture any gossip scene. So what happened just now? Long Tianyu asked impatiently. He was very curious. Please look at the big screen. Wang Banlan didn't hide anything. The amazement of these people was her greatest sense of accomplishment. A virtual screen appeared in the air, and the scene being played on it was exactly what happened when Xiao Jia disappeared in the Lord's mansion. It can be seen that Wang Banlan's shooting angle was very tricky at that time. But the image did not shake or blur at all. It is enough to show her deep photography skills. The video is very short. It's less than half a minute. Xiao Jia's figure appeared in the tent of the zombie army, and Palu appeared as soon as Xiao Jia appeared. The 2-meter-tall warrior looked down at Xiao Jia, grinning with a malicious smile. However, General Palu, who exuded a terrifying aura and killed countless enemies, was forced to kneel in front of Xiao Jia by Xiao Jia's pressure before he even reached her. Xiao Jia hadn't done anything yet, but just a look frightened Palu so much that he couldn't raise his head. Surrender and retreat without killing. Xiao Jia's tone was cold. Of course, it wasn't really not killing. If they saw these zombies in the underground palace, that would be the day of their death. Palu was tense all over, and she was frightened by Xiao Jia's power and couldn't get up. However, the stronger Xiao Jia was, the more excited she was. For a bloodthirsty and war-loving creature like Palu, a terrifying and unbeatable existence like Xiao Jia is simply a lifelong pursuit. Such a feeling is something that Li Di could never give her. In essence, Palu admires the strong. There appeared a Xiao Jia, who was countless times better than Li Di, and it was of course a normal thing for him to betray Li Di and join Xiao Jia. After all, it was ridiculous to expect a cold-blooded creature to be loyal. After just one encounter, Palu surrendered to Xiao Jia without hesitation. Xiao Jia gave the remaining zombie army and monster coalition a chance to escape. All the monsters that were unwilling to leave were annihilated by Xiao Jia's energy attack. A dazzling but small ball of light appeared in Xiao Jia's palm, and she threw it out casually. The moment the ball of light touched the ground, it suddenly burst out with extremely terrifying light and power. All the monsters covered by the light were melted by the light almost instantly, and turned into ashes bit by bit. Millions of monster armies were wiped out in one move. Only pure crystal cores were left. There will be no next time. Xiao Jia's eyes met Wang Banlan's camera, and her voice, which could not be heard, ended with the end of the video. Everyone was immersed in Xiao Jia's attack, and could not extricate themselves. Too strong. Really too strong. Xiao Jia's attack did not even hurt a weed. What a terrifying energy control ability. Shintong, Feng Yuanyao, and others deeply realized at this moment how huge the gap was between them and Xiao Jia. This is no longer something that can be made up by hard work. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Yuanyao asked a question. Do you think it is possible for us to leave with her? She asked. Having witnessed Xiao Jia's strength, Feng Yuanyao was really curious about what kind of beautiful and deadly scenery there was in the world where Xiao Jia was born. She really wanted to go and see it. Feng Yuanyao is a time traveler, and going to another time and space is not something that she cannot accept. Shintong glanced at the Lord's mansion and told a fact honestly. We are too weak. Although you are telling the truth, this truth is too harsh. I refuse to accept it. The protagonist group from Guju City patted Shintong on the shoulder. The truth is always harsh. Even the 8th level Palu Shueisha and the 7th level Yulian could not participate in Xiao Jia's affairs, let alone them, who were only at the 5th level. Su Lin said nothing and pursed her lips. She also wanted to see Xiao Jia's world. What kind of world is that? She also wanted to help Xiao Jia. When she returned to that world, Xiao Jia would be alone. Her companions left her. Lin, if you work hard, you will definitely have a chance. Didn't the mayor say that you are really talented? Su Xiaoran sensed Su Lin's emotions, and comforted her carefully. Chapter 129. In the Lord's mansion, Xiao Jia was discussing the seal of Yudu with the demons. Since the seal had been lifted, Xiao Jia was not going to stay in this world any longer. Before leaving, at least he had to help them seal those evil creatures, and slowed down the speed of their invasion. The evil creatures in Yudu were basically of the same origin as the unknown creatures that Xiao Jia had discovered in his original world. However, the evil creatures in the plane of no return were more powerful than those in this world. Without the dark star of breaking realm standing in the way, the days of those corporate groups would not be easy. Without them, it would be those scumbags who would have to face the evil creatures directly. The corporate groups were not stupid. They knew that they would have to face the evil creatures after the dark star of breaking realm was destroyed, but they still chose to do so. After all, they would have a chance to breathe when facing the evil creatures. It would be like cutting flesh with a blunt knife, and they would not be endangered for a while. But the dark star of breaking realm would never give them this time. That person would destroy the Enterprise as quickly as possible, and then unite all forces to fight against the evil creatures. Unfortunately, not everyone has such foresight as her. Mayor Xiao Jia, since you are awake, I wonder why you are looking for us. About Yudu. Xiao Jia looked at the Demon King calmly. You all know the situation of Yudu. I want to use the luck of the Son of Luck to seal Yudu. I need your help. What can we get out of it? A big demon sat on the sofa with a big horse and a golden sword, leaning back lazily. He would not do anything without benefits. The leftover luck scraps of the seal formation. Seal Yudu? And the favor and gift of heaven. Xiao Jia glanced at him and said coldly, the crisis of Yudu is not only aimed at humans or Jejia town. The more powerful the monster is, the easier it is to be targeted by the evil creatures in Yudu. It is certainly dangerous to face Yudu directly, but the opportunities that exist are also very attractive. As Xiao Jia said, the favor and gift of heaven. Such an opportunity is rare in 10,000 years. This is the merit of saving the world. Of course, the danger is also quite high. The evil creatures that seal Yudu will inevitably usher in the counterattack of Yudu, and the evil creatures in Yudu. If you die, there will be nothing. The monsters are tempted by the reward of sealing Yudu, but the danger also makes them hesitate. Is it to give it a try or miss the opportunity? I join. Cui Shui agreed with the same cold expression as Xiao Jia. She was a great demon banished to this world because Cui Shui ate a child of luck. If she could make contributions to saving the world, then even if something like the previous one happened again, the heavenly Tao would give her a pass because of her contributions to saving the world. Well, the time is set for 7 days later. That day happens to be the day of the deadly evil, so we can use the power to fight against the power. Xiao Jia looked through the calendar given by the system and quickly set a suitable time. You can go back and think about it carefully. I will prepare the materials for the formation. If you are willing, meet outside Yudu at 11 o'clock in the evening 7 days later. Xiao Jia was going to invite more monsters than just these. To seal the formation, to seal the evil things in the entire Yudu, these monsters were certainly not enough. However, if the number of monsters invited to come is not enough, then she can only do more. Xiao Jia has made all possible plans and preparations. Thank you. Cui Shui nodded to Xiao Jia and gave Xiao Jia the materials for the fortune-stealing formation she had brought before. I believe Xiao Jia will also need these things. Thank you. Xiao Jia took them. She did need these things. But they are not used on those sons of luck, but on Li Di. This guy was an emperor when he was alive, and a zombie king after his death. Although he is not a son of luck, his luck is not low. This is the so-called true dragon. Xiao Jia plans to break his dragon vein and take away the dragon energy. After sending away those big monsters, Xiao Jia asked the system to send out invitations. All creatures of level 9 and above in this world are among those invited by Xiao Jia. The invitation letter explains the pros and cons. Whether these creatures are willing to come depends on the choice of these creatures. Xiao Jia does not interfere much. She had to deal with the 10th Order Crystal Core and the Underground Palace first. The dragon energy of the Li Emperor was very useful to Xiao Jia. It was used to irrigate and improve the luck of those sons of luck, and the extra energy could open the space-time channel. The damaged dragon veins could be used to suppress Yudu. She was really lucky to have such a zombie emperor. His role was definitely irreplaceable by other monsters. The invitation letter was handed over to the system, and Xiao Jia went to find Shintong and others. The matter of sealing Yudu had not been told to them yet, and this matter had to be made clear to them in advance. And about this zombie war, there were casualties in the town and the reinforcements. It had to be appeased. The living also need to be rewarded. Xiao Jia destroyed the zombie army and got a lot of crystal cores. Excluding the rewards and consolation money, there is still a large part left, which is just enough to activate the blind box. She is about to leave. This town was built by Xiao Jia, and she has to arrange everything for it before she can leave with peace of mind. Opening the mall panel, the original blue and white clean and tidy panel has now turned into a dirty dark red. Xiao Jia doesn't care, it's just Heiji's childish revenge. She can't do anything. Although she has become the main god, she is still restricted by the rules of the main god. When Heiji becomes a real god, he will be qualified to sit down and wrestle with her. Otherwise, Heiji can only use some unpresentable means. Xiao Jia is confident, but not conceited about her own strength. Heiji is not her most important opponent. This guy is not strong, but his brain is really good. She has to find other companions, who can compete with Heiji in terms of brains, to divert Heiji's attention. I hope those guys haven't betrayed the Dark Star. Speaking of which, the brain of the A002 advanced system seems to be quite useful. It actually thought of using her, and waking her up in advance to contain Heiji, and give herself a chance to survive. Maybe it can be used to deal with Heiji. The position of the Lord God is not just watched by Heiji alone. Mayor. The protagonists and villains who had a rare opportunity to get together were eating hot pot together at the moment. Seeing Xiao Jia coming, they all stood up. Sit down, I have something to talk to you about. Xiao Jia pulled a chair and sat down. Several hot pots were bubbling. Seeing Xiao Jia like this, everyone couldn't help but feel a little nervous. For some reason, everyone felt very strange facing Xiao Jia now. It's about Yudu. I'm going to seal Yudu, and I need your help. The system should have told you about luck before, it's similar to that. But this is not mandatory, you can choose to refuse. Xiao Jia calmly picked up a bowl and started eating hot pot, talking to them as if chatting. Can you explain it more clearly? Lu Nanji asked weakly. She didn't understand a little bit. Evil creatures cannot be eliminated, at least I don't have a way to eliminate them now, so I can only seal them. I can seal them, but I need some materials. The most important thing is the medium to suppress the evil creatures, and the suppressing material. The medium I chose is the dragon vein of the Li Emperor. His dragon vein can be used as a medium, but his dragon energy is relatively weak and not enough to suppress the evil creatures. This requires the use of your luck. Draw a certain amount of luck from you, fill it in the dragon vein, and suppress the evil creatures in Yudu. Of course, in addition to these, we also need to set up a sealing formation. I am the main formation, and we also need other high-level combat forces to assist. But you don't need to worry about these, it has little to do with you. The more luck the dragon vein has, the longer it takes to suppress the evil creatures, and the suppression time is also related to the strength of those evil creatures. Because this is the credit for saving the world, the way of heaven, that is, the world consciousness, will most likely give you a merit. Merit and luck are different things. It depends on how you choose. Xiao Jia explained to these humans while eating, with clear logic and articulation. Mayor Xiao Jia, you mean that even if the evil creatures in Yudu are suppressed this time, they will come out again one day? Zheng Xian quickly understood the meaning that Xiao Jia did not say. Well, it only treats the symptoms but not the root cause. Xiao Jia was still quite hungry after not eating for too long. Eating hot pot and blowing air conditioning, coupled with ice beer, it feels really good. Luck is a consumable. As the power of the seal weakens, they will reappear in this world. Xiao Jia explained calmly. If one day I find a way to completely solve the evil creatures, I will come back. Xiao Jia hopes there will be such a day. This means that she has found her companions, and she is still alive. Xiao Jia, are you leaving? The only one looked at Xiao Jia in disbelief. She never thought that Xiao Jia would leave one day. Yeah. Xiao Jia paused and nodded. I want to go home, she said. I will leave you the sealing method. Wei opened her mouth several times, but still didn't utter a word. Xiao Jia wanted to go home, how could she stop her? But, Wei raised her head and stared at the snow-white ceiling, trying not to let her tears fall. But she really couldn't bear to leave Xiao Jia. As Xiao Jia said she was leaving, the atmosphere in the restaurant became depressed and solemn. Even though the residents had expected it, they still couldn't accept it when Xiao Jia said it herself. Xiao Jia's return home is not simply leaving the town, but going to another time and space. They may never see each other again in their lifetime. Just thinking about it makes people feel sad. Many protagonists meet Xiao Jia for the first time, but this is not the first time they know Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia's name and deeds have long been spread to all human gathering places. Even they will feel depressed when they hear that Xiao Jia is leaving, let alone Shentong and Wei Yi. Xiao Jia, I can Wei Yi suddenly spoke, eagerly told Xiao Jia, but was interrupted by Xiao Jia before he finished speaking. No. Xiao Jia looked at Wei Yi seriously. I said no? Xiao Jia rejected Wei Yi again. She knew what Wei Yi wanted to say. Wei Yi wanted to leave with her. If I go to a place I can control, then I will take you there. But that world, not possible. Xiao Jia herself cannot guarantee her own safety. Be obedient. Xiao Jia touched Yu Yi's head, speaking gently. Back in that world, she would face not only the threat from the corporate group. There were also her former companions. She knew them, and they knew her as well. Even though they had been close and lived and died together, no one knew each other better than them. But today, some of them have already reached the point of fighting to the death. Just like her, and the Lord God of Black Extreme. They were also willing to die for each other, feel sad for each other's injuries, and feel proud of each other's achievements. Xiao Jia still remembers that she was captured by the minions of the Enterprise during a battle with the Enterprise. At that time, they were not as strong as they are now, and were no match for the Enterprise. Knowing that she might die, Mom still chose to go deep to rescue her without hesitation. That time Mom was really seriously injured, and was in a coma for 3 months. Her meridians were shattered and her spiritual sea was destroyed, becoming a useless person. But the first thing she did when she woke up was to comfort Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia still remembers that scene. That guy, who was still wrapped in bandages and had one eye missing, was still smiling and comforting her. He said that he could concentrate on logistics work in the future. But now, they are still standing on opposite sides. Xiao Jia did not doubt her sincerity at that time, but people will change. They have experienced too many things. The betrayal and hatred now are also real. But, I really can't bear to leave Jijia. Wei couldn't help but throw herself into Chujia's arms. She didn't cry out loud, but her tears soaked Chujia's clothes. She was really sad. Then try to become stronger, and come to me. Chiojia patted Wei's back again and again. This sentence was said to Wei and to them. That world is very dangerous and beautiful. If there is a chance, Chiojia also hopes to lead them to see those beautiful scenery. Chujia's personality is relatively cold, but she never hides or expresses her feelings reluctantly. Maybe it's because of the influence of that person. The system will stay. The puppy Tong who just walked in looked at Chiojia incredulously. How could it not know that it would stay? I don't want it, host. I don't want to leave you. The system cried out, flew over and hugged Chujia's thighs, and cried miserably. That pitiful little look really makes people laugh. It's not you. It's Advanced System A002. Xiao Jia looked at the system helplessly and explained. Chapter 130. Really? When the system heard Xiao Jia say that it was not itself that was going to stay, it stopped crying. Even its expression became cute. Really? Xiao Jia tapped its little head, feeling helpless. The ransom of the A002 Advanced System was a 10th order crystal core, so it had to be of sufficient value. And Xiao Jia wanted the A002 Advanced System to contain the Black Extreme Lord, but she didn't want the Black Extreme Lord to cause her trouble. So placing the A002 Advanced System in this world was a good choice. I seal the Jade City 7 days later, and we meet at 11 o'clock at night. We go to Lingxiao City tomorrow. Again, no coercion, you can choose freely. Let's go! Xiao Jia took a tissue and wiped her mouth, then stood up and said to Palu, who was still feasting on the side. Since Palu surrendered to her, he has been following her, almost inseparable. She planned to take Palu with her, and Palu agreed. This world was a bit boring for Palu. Xiao Jia's world was dangerous, but it was full of charm for her. It was very suitable for Palu, but not necessarily for Wei and the others. Everyone has different personalities. Some people are born adventurous, while others just like a peaceful and stable life. Palu and Feng Yuanao were the former, while Wei and Su Shaoran were the latter. Mayor Xiao Jia, does free choice mean that even if we take the benefits of Lingxiao City and leave, it is okay? A villain in Tianrun City asked with his hands folded, smiling. Why not? Xiao Jia tilted his head to look at her, his tone calm. This is your choice. The things in Lingxiao City are my thank you gifts to you. They have nothing to do with Yuda's affairs. You don't need to feel burdened by this. No one stipulates that you must have the responsibility to save the world, even if you are the son of destiny. This matter is somewhat dangerous, and you may die, so I respect all your decisions. Xiao Jia's words were unexpected, which made people a little embarrassed. Of course, for some villains and protagonists, there will be no burden at all. After all, the basic color of these people is self-interest. If people don't work for themselves, they will be punished by heaven and earth. What will happen if we don't go? Su Qianqian was silent for a while and asked. It may be a little troublesome, but it shouldn't be big. Xiao Jia smiled. Without these people, she can still complete the seal, but it's hard to say how long the seal will last. She will do her best. After that, Xiao Jia left with Palu in the system. She probably means she needs us, right? Cheng Xian looked at Xiao Jia's back and raised an eyebrow. Although Xiao Jia may not have any impression of her, Cheng Xian has a very special obsession with Xiao Jia. Even someone as powerful as Xiao Jia actually needs their help. Are you going? The man next to Cheng Xian asked. Of course. Cheng Xian raised his head and answered affirmatively. It should be difficult to have a second chance in such a scene, right? Save the world. Just thinking about it makes people excited. Cheng Xian showed an excited smile on her face. She didn't expect that she would have such an opportunity. Save the world. Everyone chewed on these 4 words over and over again, and it was true. It was said to seal the Jade City, but in fact what they were going to do was to save the world. If they succeeded, they would be the saviors of the world. How proud and fulfilled. Even if they died heroically that day, it would be recorded in the history books. How many opportunities can there be to leave a name in history? When they thought of this, many protagonists and villains became excited. I call someone now. Immediately, a protagonist began to call the base commander of his base to see if anyone in the base had this opportunity. If it comes to going to die, none of these people may want to go, but if it comes to saving the world, they are more excited than each other to go to die. Others want to go, but don't have this opportunity. Let me see if my grandma has this fate. Since the end of the world, she has always wanted to do something big. A protagonist immediately took out his mobile phone and was about to call his old father at home. Wow, you let an old lady go even though her life is in danger? A villain on the side looked at the protagonist with contempt. My grandma is already 101 years old. Every time the safe zone encounters a wave of zombies, she rushes to the front line with a cane in hand, wanting to die heroically. Isn't this giving her a chance? I am already the son of luck, so my grandma must be one too. Hey Dad, is my grandma at home? Why is she out fighting zombies again? Tell her not to fight yet. There is a good opportunity to save the world and go down in history. What, you want to come too? Stop kidding. Hey, base commander, I have something to tell you now. If you are not the base commander, you can't do it. You still have to manage the base. What? You're going to resign as the base commander now. The room was instantly filled with the sound of the protagonists and villains making phone calls, as lively as a vegetable market. Some people already knew about Yudu. For the superiors, Yudu was like a nuclear bomb that could explode at any time. They knew the danger of Yudu. Now someone has come forward and said that in order to seal Yudu, a few people may need to be sacrificed as a price. This is definitely good news for those superiors. There are people in this world who are afraid of death, but there are also many people who are willing to sacrifice themselves for others. As long as Xiao Jia said that sealing Yudu requires a few sacrifices, without restrictions on age, identity and race, there will definitely be many creatures who will stand up enthusiastically. Is the trip to seal Yudu signed up here? It was less than 10 minutes after the call was made. Someone appeared at the door of the box of Xiaomei Hot Pot restaurant in the human living area and asked loudly. The protagonists and villains looked at the enthusiastic Sunset Red team in front of them. For some reason, they felt a sense of urgency in their hearts. Mayor Xiao Jia should have said just now that not everyone can go to Yudu, right? The base commander has told us that we need a few sacrifices to seal Yudu, so you young people should not compete with us old people for this opportunity. An old lady came forward enthusiastically and shook the hand of a protagonist, as if she was not going to die, but to go on a tour in a group. Auntie, where did you hear this gossip? We are a serious town, and our mayor is a good person, not looking for sacrifices. Even someone as generous as Shintong couldn't help but twitch her mouth at this moment. Why is the mayor like a demon? Sacrifices and so on. It's all the same. I tell you, everyone here is ready to sacrifice their lives. The aunt waved her hand indifferently. If it weren't for Mayor Xiao Jia, we old men would have died long ago. Now we can still give us a chance to burn ourselves and contribute to the world. We really? Hey, wait. How come you are given a chance? Is this opportunity yours? Long Tianyu quickly interrupted the aunt. How did this opportunity become theirs? These old ladies, he hasn't decided yet. Long Tianyu was very upset. They used to rob their basketball court, and now they are planning to rob him of the opportunity to save the world, right? No, Long Tianyu shook his head quickly. He was almost led astray by these old ladies. He didn't intend to agree. Auntie, although I don't know where you heard the news from, this matter is not that simple. Su Xiaoran looked at these energetic aunts and aunts with a smile and tears, and quickly began to explain. This matter is not only dangerous, but also has requirements for participants. The threshold is too high, you can't do it. Su Qianqian rejected these enthusiastic ants straightforwardly. Su Xiaoran didn't know how long she would have to explain. After sending the ants away with great difficulty, other survivors and residents who received the news came one after another, and the protagonists and villains were all overwhelmed. How about we change places? Someone said. Let's go to the bar. Shen Tong and Xie Jinghan said in unison. The location of the bar is quite remote, and these people can't find it for a while. Action separately. These people's movements are very sensitive. Because they are afraid that collective action will be discovered, everyone quickly evacuates the restaurant separately. They are clearly in a small town, but they have made it feel like a battle royal. When everyone finally met in the bar, everyone was exhausted. No, although this is to save the world, it is life-threatening anyway. Why are you so enthusiastic? A protagonist was lying on the sofa and said weakly. That's right, forget about the middle-aged and elderly people. Why are there so many young people? Isn't it said that young people are more selfish now? Another villain also nodded. There are too many people who want to sign up. Don't say it, my communication tools are almost blown up. Shen Tong is helpless. She has many friends, and because she is from Jijia town, there are too many people who come to ask her about the truth of the matter and want to see if they can also contribute. Our base commander is asking me if I can get him a spot through the back door. Lu Nanji sighed deeply. Why even their base commander asked this question? I think the mayor should come forward for this matter. Xie Jinghan said coldly. Don't get me wrong, he doesn't have any opinion on Xiao Jia, but he was just besieged by someone who discovered his identity, so he can only treat people with this attitude, and it will take a while for him to change his mood. I agree. Even if Mayor Xiao Jia doesn't come forward, it would be better to let the deputy mayor come and stop these people's crazy behavior. Those who don't know would think that they were giving away eggs. So enthusiastic. They are all crazy. Actually, a little bit. After all, it is the end of the world now, and humans are no longer at the top of the food chain. Even with Xiao Jia and her blind box, humans are living a precarious life, and their lives may be in danger at any time. Coupled with the depressing situation of the previous attack by millions of zombies, everyone's spirits are almost tense to the extreme. The long-suppressed spirit was finally released this time, so this crazy act of almost national sacrifice occurred. I call the deputy mayor. Su Xiaoran took out the phone and immediately explained the current situation to the system. Okay, I know, I will tell the host. The system hung up the call with Su Xiaoran and turned to look at Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia was studying the information of the seal formation. This space-time interstellar formation was developed by one of her companions. It's a semi-finished product. It was originally intended to seal the evil creatures in the plane of no return, but before the research was successful, the dark star of breaking, the world had already disbanded. Xiao Jia remembered the information and drawings, and this semi-finished product was used in this world, which was just right for the situation in this world. However, it needs to be improved to cooperate with Chuishua's Shou Tian Xingdou fortune-stealing array and Wanhan Shuyun blood evil array. Xiao Jia's IQ and knowledge are enough to improve this. Host. Xiao Jia, who was immersed in the ocean of knowledge, didn't even raise his head and simply responded. Host, something happened. Those protagonists and villains leaked the matter of sealing Yudu. Then what? Xiao Jia still didn't care much and answered casually. Then our town is now full of brave men who want to sacrifice themselves to seal Yudu. The tone of the system sounded hard to describe. It didn't expect that there would be so many people willing to do so, and they were still coming in an endless stream. Many people couldn't afford the price of the town's teleportation array, but it was said that these people had already set off for the border of Yudu. Xiao Jia finally raised her head after hearing the system's words. A lot of people? She asked blankly. This was something Xiao Jia couldn't imagine. She put down the information in her hand, left the Lord's mansion, and teleported to the top of the 10,000-year Styx Willow. It was the tallest existence in the entire town, and from here you could overlook everything in the town. Standing on the treetops, Xiao Jia saw the crowded crowd in the town with his own eyes. There were really a lot of people. A large number of brave men who were willing to sacrifice themselves to save the world poured into the town, and it seemed that a large number of brave men were on their way. The town panel also commented in the same way. Xiao Jia frowned. Her thoughts were mixed. The humans in this world seemed to be unexpectedly united. If the lower-class humans in her world could be as united as they were, perhaps that person's plan would not have failed. They were all exploited by the corporate groups, and those vampires sucked their last drop of blood and sucked their marrow. But those people were still unwilling to resist the companies, and even defended and supported the companies. Everyone's misfortune was obviously caused by those companies. Those damn noble families all relied on exploiting the lower-class people to live a good life. Most people in that world were cold-blooded and stingy. Even Xiao Jia was the same. She could kill an old man or a baby who had no grudge against her without any expression, just to complete the task. Except for that person. She was different from everyone else, and was extremely sincere. If that person could have supporters like these people, she might really be able to succeed. At this moment, Xiao Jia really envied the humans in this world. Chapter 131. Host, what should we do next? There are too many people. The system climbed up the treetop with great effort, and saw the same scene in Xiao Jia's eyes, and couldn't help but interrupt Xiao Jia's thinking. I remember there are halo detectors in the mall. Buy a few and put them in the center of the town, let these people line up for testing, and let those who pass go. Xiao Jia pursed her lips slightly, and said to the system, since you want to go, then go if you pass. The luck that suppresses Yudu is the more the better. It's not that ordinary people don't have luck, but it's too thin compared to those sons of luck. These people want to sacrifice and contribute. Xiao Jia will fulfill them. Okay. The system quickly agreed. It now listens to Xiao Jia's words. Xiao Jia's orders dare not be delayed for a moment, for fear that Xiao Jia will stay and guard this town. Leave the matter to the system. Xiao Jia sat down on the treetop of the Styx willow. It was difficult for her to describe her current mood. Seeing so many people willing to die one after another, she was very moved. She was very envious. But at the same time, there was also a hint of jealousy and resentment. This emotion was not without reason, but the release of Xiao Jia's suppressed emotions. It seemed to be an emotion towards the humans in this world, but in fact it was Xiao Jia's disgust for the humans in her world. She was not a saint, nor a good person. If it weren't for that person, she probably wouldn't have taken this path. Xiao Jia's background was that of a villain, selfish and self-interested in nature. If she hadn't seen the united side of the humans in this world, Xiao Jia probably wouldn't have had such emotions. Are those humans who have been completely tamed by the corporate group really worth saving? Xiao Jia sometimes couldn't help but doubt. But she knew that she still had to go back. This was their common dream and career. Xiao Jia didn't care about those humans, but she cared about her companions. To Xiao Jia, everyone in the Dark Star of Breaking Realm was not only a friend, but also a family member who lived together day and night, and a close friend. Xiao Jia looked at the sky quietly, until the sun in the sky turned into the moon. She thought about many things, about the collapse of the Dark Star of Breaking Realm, about that person's plan. Until Alistair's arrival interrupted her thinking. Xiao Jia. Alistair spread his wings, and appeared in front of Xiao Jia, his voice cold. It can be heard that he was very angry. Being threatened by Xiao Jia, and such a naked threat, even Alistair felt angry. Not to mention the royal blood clan. However, Xiao Jia is no longer the Xiao Jia of the past. Her strength is enough to destroy the blood clan. Are you here to deliver the 10th level crystal core? Xiao Jia raised her eyelids, looked up at Alistair, and asked calmly. Although he didn't want to admit it, Alistair did come for this. The strength Xiao Jia suddenly showed was shocking. It was really terrible. The result of the war between Jiejia Town and the zombie king of Lingxiao City has been heard by the royal blood clan. Such a quick result really made those high-ranking blood clans feel afraid. If Xiao Jia really chose to stand on the side of the vampire, then the ending of this blood clan turmoil would most likely go the way they did not want. Here you go. Alistair casually threw a crystal core to Xiao Jia, and people didn't feel that it was an extremely precious world crystal core that was extremely rare in the world. From the ancestor of the blood clan? Xiao Jia knew the source of the crystal core at a glance, so filial. Xiao Jia, I hope you don't get involved in the affairs between the blood clan and the vampires anymore. Alistair said to Xiao Jia carefully. Xiao Jia's attitude towards the blood clan and vampires has always been ambiguous, and she has not completely leaned towards either side. There are both blood clans and vampires in her town. Compared to her completely leaning towards one side, Alistair still hopes that she and her town will maintain the current attitude. After all, the blood clan and vampires are of the same origin and genus, so let them solve the problems between them themselves. Don't worry, I don't have that time. Xiao Jia raised the 10th level crystal core, and pointed it at the moonlight. Very beautiful. This is not the first time Xiao Jia has seen a 10th level energy body. The last time she saw it, it was dug out from her best friend's body. Still have to thank that fellow Heiji. Xiao Jia clenched the crystal core in her hand, her eyes gradually becoming deep. Let's go. No need to see you off. Alistair left quickly, and Xiao Jia paid the ransom of the A002 advanced system with this crystal core without hesitation. She had a contract with Xiao Jia first, so even if Heiji didn't want to, she had to obediently release the A002 advanced system to Xiao Jia. The A002 advanced system is a humanoid system, much more powerful than Xiao Jia's little broken system, and will definitely not be as unprofessional as that little broken system, and will not know anything no matter what you ask. Master Xiao Jia. The carrier of the A002 advanced system is a woman with an ordinary and slightly neutral appearance, the kind that you can't find in a crowd. Sit down. Xiao Jia patted the empty seat next to her and motioned her to sit down. How much do you know about the plane of no return? Xiao Jia asked. The evil creatures have invaded 42% of the developed interstellar areas. And about your companions, Master Xiao Jia? A 002 advanced system is indeed an advanced system. As soon as Xiao Jia asked, she immediately gave very detailed information. It seems that she has always been very concerned about the plane of no return. So fast? Xiao Jia was a little surprised at the speed of the evil creature's invasion. The Enterprise group spared no effort to kill the broken world Dark Star. She thought the group of guys had some extraordinary means to control the speed of the evil creature's invasion. At least after disintegrating them, the Enterprise group can still maintain its prosperity and wealth for dozens or hundreds of years. They overestimated their own strength. The A002 advanced system chuckled, just like the Lord of Black Extreme. She once thought that the Lord of Black Extreme was so powerful. In the end, he was so useless. At least compared with the other members of the Dark Star Breaker that the A002 advanced system had seen, he was much inferior. I understand. This town will be handed over to you from now on. The existing town employees should not be moved unless necessary. Xiao Jia nodded. This information was enough for her. Opening the town panel, Xiao Jia opened the control of the town to the A002 advanced system. Su Qianqian and Shintong are capable of managing the town, but the world is not just about the town. Even if they have more means, they are still not enough in the face of absolute strength. Those monsters are willing to give face to Xiao Jia, but if Xiao Jia leaves, they will not give face to the rest of the town. Xiao Jia left the A002 advanced system instead of the 333 intermediate system, and there was also this consideration. As an advanced system, A002 can handle these things very well. Yes. Advanced system A002 bowed its head to show its submission to Xiao Jia. The life of the system is very long, and if there is no accident, it can even be close to immortality. Advanced system A002 is different from Xiao Jia's broken system, and she doesn't mind spending some time here. She will do this. As soon as advanced system A002 got the authority, it immediately started to transform Jijia Town. That's right. Xiao Jia, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped and turned to look at the A002 advanced system. After I leave, change the name of this town. Xiao Jia didn't know if she would have a chance to come back, so she should change the name of this town. Jijia Town, it looks a bit casual. Yes, Master Xiao Jia. A 002 advanced system responded respectfully. Xiao Jia waved his hand, and teleported back to the room from the Styx Willow. After being a living dead for so long, Xiao Jia has never had a proper rest. Now she finally has a chance to rest well. She set an alarm for herself, and woke up when she set off for Lingxiao City. Wearing an eye mask and closing the curtains, Xiao Jia soon fell into a deep sleep. During the time when Xiao Jia was sleeping, the town was unprecedentedly lively. With the appearance of the luck detection machine, even some survivors and residents who did not want to die came to try it. Everyone wanted to know how their luck was. Even if the system repeatedly explained that luck was not equal to luck, there was still a certain difference between the two. Creatures with great luck will have good luck most of the time, but not all people with good luck have great luck. Just like Xiao Fei, her luck is also very good. Most of the time it is a small red hand, but she does not have great luck. However, no matter how the system explained, many people still did not want to listen. It could only let these people go. However, most people always want the town to give an accurate answer after testing their own luck and luck. How can this system give it? This machine can only measure whether these people are the sons of luck. If they meet the standard, they can let the qualified people choose whether to go to Yudu. The exact value, even if it can be detected, Xiao Jia will not tell. Because of this incident, the town made quite a stir. In the end, it was Su Qianqian and A002 advanced system who acted decisively and quickly curbed this trend. When Xiao Jia woke up, the town had returned to peace. Shintong and others had been preparing equipment and supplies these days, waiting to go to Lingxiao City with Xiao Jia. The dragon energy of the Lingxiao City Zombie King was Xiao Jia's thank you gift to these protagonists and villains. They kept this news very secret, and did not reveal it at all. Most of the protagonists are sensible, and the villains are more selfish. Everyone works together, and outsiders don't know anything about the dragon energy. Therefore, although the number of residents and survivors who followed Xiao Jia to Lingxiao City was large, it was still expected. Xiao Jia didn't prepare anything, and came to the teleportation array alone. Shintong and others had been waiting for a long time. Mayor! The residents and survivors waved to Xiao Jia excitedly. It turned out that they felt safest when the mayor was there. Let's go! Xiao Jia nodded slightly to everyone and walked into the teleportation array first. Following Xiao Jia were Palu Shanzai, Yuji Xiaolu and other monsters, and everyone entered the teleportation array one by one. It must be said that Xiao Jia's choice to enter the teleportation array first was a wise one. In Lingxiao City, a large number of zombies have occupied this human base. There were no casualties among the humans in the base. In the eyes of Li Di, they were all his property. Xiao Jia did not leave the teleportation array. As soon as the teleportation array had a little energy fluctuation, an overwhelming attack came towards the teleportation array, yet the people who came out were not Xiao Jia, but Shintong and the others. They would have become air dust without even a slag left in the first time. But unfortunately, Xiao Jia was the first to come out. She had experienced scenes that were 100 times more dangerous than this. So what were these zombies? The creatures that came out immediately after her saw that the overwhelming attacks were all stopped in front of Xiao Jia. She raised her hand and waved it carelessly. All the attacks immediately changed direction and went towards the zombies in unison. In an instant, all kinds of weird screams came one after another. Where is the underground palace? Xiao Jia calmly turned around and asked Fuyu and Luo Yun, the couple behind him. All the zombies ambushing in the base were killed by Xiao Jia, not one was left, and no human died. This shows how terrifying Xiao Jia's strength is. Mayor, follow me. Luo Yun and Fuyu immediately led the way in front. The underground palace of the Zombie King was very magnificent. After waking up, the Li Emperor also rebuilt a gorgeous palace on the underground palace, so this place is actually very easy to find. What is difficult to find is the entrance to the underground palace. But it doesn't matter, Xiao Jia has Palu here, and this great general easily led them to find the entrance to the underground palace. The Li Emperor was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. I thought he was the most loyal, but I didn't expect him to betray so quickly. Not loyal at all, not as good as those other zombies who succumbed to the iron-blooded wrist of the Li Emperor. At least they would hesitate. After successfully entering the underground palace, everyone formed small teams and dispersed. The Li Emperor and his other warriors must be dealt with by Xiao Jia and Palu, and the remaining zombies in the underground palace must be handed over to other residents and survivors of the town. We must give young people a chance to exercise. Palu swaggered to find the Li Emperor with Xiao Jia. As a traitor, the Li Emperor must want to kill her the most, and she will definitely find the Li Emperor. Or, the Li Emperor must be waiting for her. Sure enough, before walking far, Palu saw the Li Emperor sitting on the dragon throne in the underground palace hall. The Li Emperor's face was livid, and he looked at the traitor Palu in front of him with resentment, wishing he could eat his flesh alive now. Is this the Zombie King, the Li Emperor? Xiao Jia looked at the fat zombie in front of him and asked. Yes. Palu nodded. It was her. Bitch. The Li Emperor hated Palu, but he hated Xiao Jia even more. Xiao Jia not only instigated his general Palu to rebel, but also wiped out his millions of zombies. He pointed at Xiao Jia and started to curse. To be honest, Li Di's strength is not bad. He is a 9th level monster. Otherwise, he would not be able to control such a large territory and so many monsters. But who made him run into Xiao Jia? A real dimensionality reduction attack. It only takes one move. Chapter 132. The Zombie King that frightened all creatures in Lingxiao City didn't even take a single move in front of Xiao Jia. He just died like that. Palu looked at the flying head of Li Di with sympathy, and followed Xiao Jia very faithfully. After coming to this world for so long, Xiao Jia had never played a game against the wind except for the silver-haired zombie. But what surprised Xiao Jia was that when Li Di was killed by her, a terrifying golden light burst out from his body. It was dragon energy. This old guy actually hid the dragon vein in his body. Xiao Jia was shocked by Li Di's imagination for a moment. But after thinking about it carefully, this is indeed Li Di's style of doing things. Except for himself, he doesn't trust anyone at all. It is reasonable to hide the dragon vein that is so important to him in his body. No wonder Li Di would set his sights on the small town. Although Qiaojia's small town is inconspicuous, the crystal core and energy value contained in the small town are really not low. And the small town is still a soft persimmon. The trick of hiding the dragon vein in the body of Li Emperor certainly avoided the possibility of the dragon vein being destroyed. However, there is also a big pitness. Li Emperor was a human in his life, and a zombie after death, and he was not even the top zombie. His body simply could not bear such a large amount of energy, and there was no way to support the energy consumption of the dragon vein, so he needed to constantly replenish energy. If the energy required by Li Emperor was converted into a specific value, it would be very scary. Qiaojia looked at the dragon energy that continued to overflow in the air, with dots of golden light, very beautiful and dreamy. She stretched out her hand, and the energy turned into a large net, accurately capturing the dragon energy into the energy net. I thought it would take some time to find the whereabouts of the dragon vein, but it turned out to be so easy. Qiaojia signaled Palu to pick up the corpse of the Li Emperor on the ground. He had to take it back to peel off the dragon vein, which would take some time. There should be enough time. Master Qiaojia, do you want to go to the treasury? Palu obediently picked up the headless corpse on the ground. The head of the Li Emperor had been taken away by the vicious dog zombie he raised. Now the vicious dog zombie is feasting on it. Treasure house? Let's take a look. Qiaojia nodded. There may be some treasures in the Li Emperor's treasury that he can't use. Qiaojia previously guessed that the Li Emperor might have a 10th level crystal core. After all, as an emperor and zombie king, he has many treasures. However, looking at the current situation, there is a high probability that there will not be a crystal core in his treasury. Not to mention a 10th level crystal core. Palu is also very clear about the location of the Li Emperor's treasure house. When she was still Li Emperor's subordinate, she took things out of the treasure house. This general who the Li Emperor thought was loyal was actually not that honest and loyal. After entering the treasury, someone actually found the treasury before them. It was Tang Kiki. And Feng Yuanyao who brought Tang Kiki with her. The two sides met in front of the treasury, and Feng Yuanyao, who had lured Tang Kiki out, was a little embarrassed. But this embarrassing mood was fleeting, and she immediately became righteous again. Didn't she just bring Tang Kiki out? Mayor, what a coincidence. Feng Yuanyao greeted Qiaojia, and there was no trace of embarrassment in her eyes. Yeah. Qiaojia nodded, and the energy net in her hand suddenly released, and a dragon energy flew out of the energy net, and drilled into the bodies of several people. What is this? Feng Yuanyao felt the rapid increase in strength, and had a vague guess in her heart. The dragon energy in the dragon vein. Qiaojia turned to look at Palu, and motioned her to open the door. In fact, it is not just dragon energy. Dragon energy can improve their luck and fortune and change their fate, but it will not improve their strength. The improvement in strength that Feng Yuanyao felt was due to Qiaojia. To describe it in the way of martial arts novels, it is the master's transmission of skills. It was Qiaojia who instilled her power into them, and improved their strength. Even Tang Kiki was promoted from the 2nd level to the 5th level by Qiaojia. The weaker the strength, the faster the improvement. For Qiaojia, whose strength has surpassed the 10th level, this will not hurt her foundation. It is a very simple thing. But for Feng Yuanyao and the others, this saves a lot of time. At least when facing those high-level monsters, they have the strength to fight. This is the last gift Qiaojia gave them. Tang Kiki looked up and stared at Qiaojia. She seemed to know what Qiaojia had done. Qiaojia raised the corner of his lips, and made a gesture to keep quiet. Don't say it. Tang Kiki gave Qiaojia a big, bright smile, then covered her mouth and nodded quickly. Feng Yuanyao looked at the two of them strangely. What were they talking about? But she had no time to take care of this matter, because Palu had already opened the door to the treasury. Unexpectedly, but within Qiaojia's expectations, the treasure house of the Li Emperor looked empty with few things. The disappointment of Feng Yuanyao and others was obvious. Is that old guy really the emperor? So poor? Adu pointed at the treasury that was echoing in disbelief and asked. He is. Palu answered silently and firmly. The treasury is so empty, and she has contributed to it. Qiaojia walked into the treasury quietly, and looked around casually. It is indeed very poor. This thing looks quite valuable. Feng Yuanyao picked up a strange star-like thing and said. Qiaojia seemed to have sensed something, turned his head, and was stunned. That is the token of Pojianqing. How did this thing appear here? Can I see it? Qiaojia stretched out his hand to Feng Yuanyao, and asked politely. Oh. Although Feng Yuan now didn't know what Xiao Jia was going to do, she still handed the thing to Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia took it, and saw that it was indeed the token of Poji Anqing, their badge. This one should be Xiaomei's token. Xiaomei is a wizard, and her full name is Meyer Hein. Xiao Jia stared at the Dark Star badge in her hand, and raised her hand to make a magic spell. This was taught to her by Xiaomei. The next moment after the magic spell ended, a pink light bloomed, and Xiaomei's energetic voice came out from the badge. Hello, hello, this is the most powerful wizard in the history of the Great Dark Star, Meyer Hein, Xiaomei. Hearing Xiaomei's voice, Xiao Jia unconsciously showed a gentle smile on his face. Feng Yuan now looked at Xiao Jia like this, with a complicated expression. Xiaomei, I have traveled to the Xiaozhu Plain. This seems to be an ancient world, but it is full of demons. It's very interesting. The one who can unlock this badge should be everyone from the Dark Star of Breaking Realm. Although I don't know who it is, and I can't know it, but everyone from the Dark Star of Breaking Realm is still alive, and has successfully found the badge of Master Xiaomei. This is really good news. Master Xiaomei is super happy. Since the crow disappeared and the Dark Star of Breaking Realm collapsed, Master Xiaomei is set out on the road alone. Master Xiaomei is not running away, but a strategic retreat. After all, Master Xiaomei can't beat those blood-sucking worms alone. Xiaomei talked a lot about a lot of things in the badge, many of which Xiao Jia didn't know. She seemed to have been away for a long time. Although she had only been in this world for a few months, the plane of no return had undergone very, very big changes. Finally, no matter who finds this badge, no matter who hears this news, as long as you are from the Dark Star of Breaking Realm, Master Xiaomei will always be there for you if you need her. Meyer Hein will always be the most loyal friend of Crow. Xiao Jia's expression at this moment was gentler than Shintong and the others had ever seen, and the mayor was very happy. The last sentence stored in the badge ended. Being able to get Xiaomei's whereabouts was probably the best news Xiao Jia had received since he recovered his memory. The second best news was probably that Xiaomei was still Xiaomei from the Dark Star of Breaking Realm. She had never betrayed Crow. Xiao Jia placed the badge on the ground, and a ball of blue flame appeared in his hand. The flame burned the badge, and the badge turned into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared into the air, leaving no trace. Mayor. Yes. Xiao Jia turned around and saw Shintong, and the others were all here. Just in time. Xiao Jia released all the dragon energy into the energy net, and the golden light entered their bodies, instantly increasing everyone's strength. Instantly, these people looked at Xiao Jia as if they were looking at a god. This Mayor Xiao Jia, what a terrifying person he is. The evaluation of Xiao Jia is really refreshing every moment. Jia, the badge just now. Wei Yi looked at the place where the badge disappeared and couldn't help asking. It belongs to my partner. Xiao Jia answered without hesitation. Are you a very good partner? Yes. Ah. So that's it. Wei Yi was very disappointed. She was not Jia Jia's best friend, and she was not even in the top 10. Maybe in the top 50. Maybe not even in the top 100. The emotion of possessiveness is not unique to love, but friendship. After hearing Xiao Jia's answer, not only Wei Yi, but also Shintong, Su Xiaoran, and even Feng Yuanya's expressions changed to varying degrees. Very subtle emotions. It's really sad. The crow that Miss Mayer just mentioned. Wei knew that this was offensive, but she couldn't help her curiosity or the desire to know about Xiao Jia. She really wanted to know about Xiao Jia's past, a past she had no part in. Sometimes it's no wonder that Julian was so hostile and envious of Xiao Jia. Wei's feelings for Xiao Jia were indeed very complicated. It's a code name for a person. It's also the person I'm looking for. Xiao Jia said generously without hiding anything. Crow is the code name of that person, because she was raised by crows since she was a child. I go first. Xiao Jia was very satisfied with this trip to Lingxiao City. She actually got the news of the surviving members of the Dark Star of Breaking the Realm. However, Xiaomei actually started to travel through time and space, which means the situation of the plane of no return is really not optimistic. At this moment, Xiao Jia was eager to return to that world and find that person as soon as possible. After saying goodbye to Shintong and others, Xiao Jia quickly returned to the Lord's mansion and began to peel, repair, and transform the dragon veins in the body of the Li Emperor without stopping. Let's continue searching? Long Tianyu looked at the silent Shintong and others, curled his lips, and turned to look at Xie Jinghan. Hypocritical. Xie Jinghan glanced at him, said nothing, and turned away. There was nothing in this treasure house, including the badge of Xiaomei, that was kept by the Li Emperor. Although it was special, it was not a good thing. The treasure house of Lidi is not as rich as the treasure houses of the private residences of some zombie generals under his command. Jia Jia is really leaving. Wei lowered her head and said sadly. She has never had such a clear understanding as now. The time before Jia Jia's departure seems to have begun to count down. We will meet again. Shintong patted Wei's shoulder and comforted her. The mayor left an advanced system to manage the town, which means that she has not given up the town. They will definitely meet again one day. Even if the mayor does not come back, they can go to the mayor. That system must know how to go to the mayor's plane. Compared with the mayor, they are still too weak. Yeah. The only one nodded. She would definitely work hard to become stronger. Although Qiao Jia left, Palu and Shan Ziyuji stayed. There are still many high-level zombies in the underground palace that these humans cannot handle. It will take a lot of time to clear the zombies in the underground palace. This is a big project. The residents and survivors of the town directly regarded this underground palace as a large-scale game copy. This underground palace is really too big. After all, the Li Emperor raised tens of millions of zombies here. Even if each zombie has no residence and stands one by one, it will take a large area. The area of the palace above and below the ground is enough for humans and low-level monsters to explore for a year or two. After Palu and other monsters killed some high-level zombies in the underground palace, they didn't care about it anymore. These low-level creatures have to be trained, and some casualties are normal. With the return of Qiao Jia and the main members of the town returned to its normal state again. The only difference is that the residents and survivors of the town have one more place to spawn monsters. This is good news. However, as time passed, the town became more and more anxious. The day of sealing Yudu is coming soon. Whether it is ordinary residents or the protagonists and villains, there are different degrees of emotional changes in their hearts. Saving the world is very grand, but it really requires human lives. The closer the time is, the greater the change in everyone's mentality. However, no one can stop the passage of time, and time finally comes to the day of sealing Yudu. Jiajia town is very quiet on this day, and there are almost no people. But the unoccupied areas outside Yudu are unprecedentedly lively. It can be said that there are huge crowds of people, and every bit of land is full of people. Most of the humans in the human base have come to the outside of Yudu. The human base chiefs such as Taifeng that Qiao Jia had met before have all come to the outside of Yudu. In addition to wanting to witness this great event, they are also worried that there will not be enough people to seal Yudu. If there are really not enough people at that time, they will fill in. Of course, most people still come with the mentality of watching the excitement. Chapter 133. All the creatures invited by Qiao Jia, whether human or monster, came. Whether they came to watch the fun or really wanted to help, at least they came in full force for Qiao Jia's sake. Even the blood clan that had just been hostile to Qiao Jia sent several princes, and the sage of the vampire also showed up openly. All the creatures gathered outside the gate of Yudu, and the evil creatures in Yudu seemed to know what Qiao Jia was going to do today. The negative emotions and desires that soared into the sky turned into substance and shrouded the sky above Yudu. It has expanded so much? Although they knew about Yudu's situation from other monsters, many high-level monsters came to Yudu for the first time. They couldn't help but feel shocked by the speed of Yudu's expansion. Qiao Jia looked calm, which was within her expectations. The number of habitable planets developed in the plane of no return is more than hundreds of millions, and the number of planets in the expansion star field is countless. Such a huge interstellar plane, the speed of the invasion of evil creatures has already eaten up more than half of it. Besides, this is the world. Let's get started. Qiao Jia didn't waste any time and quickly prepared to set up the formation. The seal formation has 9 secondary points and 1 main position. Qiao Jia herself will naturally go to the main position, and she needs to enter the center of Yudu. The remaining 9 secondary points will be handed over to other high-level monsters. Each point is not a high-level monster per point, and multiple high-level monsters need to work together. The system had already calculated it in advance when sending the invitation letter, and arranged the points of each monster. As for the protagonists and villains, they also need to enter Yudu, but they don't need to go as deep into Yudu as Qiao Jia. In addition to the 9 points and the main array, Qiao Jia will also set up 9 small arrays. The luck of the protagonist and the villains will be transmitted from these 9 small arrays to the dragon vein of the main array. And the danger lies here. The protagonist and the villains are only protected by the array. Once Qiao Jia enters the main array, the evil creatures in Yudu have no other way to destroy the small array except killing Qiao Jia. In other words, if you want to move the creatures in the small array, you have to get past Qiao Jia first. At first glance, it looks very safe. The most dangerous part is that the array can only protect the creatures in the array, and prevent the evil creatures from entering the array. However, the array cannot prevent the people in the array from leaving the array. Basically, it can prevent all physical attacks, but it cannot prevent mental attacks. The evil creatures in Yudu are good at bewitching people. Once the creatures in the array are bewitched and step out of the array, the death of these creatures will come. Before setting up the formation, Xiao Jia informed the protagonist, the villain group, and the members who did not return to the team of everything. In addition to the protagonist and the villain group, many survivors also joined the seal this time. Because even Xiao Jia could not guarantee that the sealing formation could not determine the sealing time of the monsters in Yudu. Therefore, after Shintong and the others discussed, they tried to gather as many people as possible. Xiao Jia has been repairing the dragon veins during this period, and Shintong and other humans have not been idle. The leaders of many human gathering places gathered together for countless rounds of meetings, and many monsters participated in them. After all, sealing Yudu benefits not only humans, but all creatures in this world. This time, it was not only humans who provided the dragon vein luck, but also monsters. Yulian of the Blood Clan, the Demon King Jingqi, the mixed-blood demon Lingyu. Even the silver-haired zombie and her sister joined in. As the zombie king and the zombie protagonist, they both had good luck. At Xiao Jia's command, all the creatures took their own duties and quickly started to act. Wang Banlon and other survivors turned themselves into war correspondents and began to report in real time. The casualty rate of these people and monsters was many times higher than that of the protagonist and the villain group, but they still chose to do so. What a firm belief. Xiao Jia was the first to enter Yudu. This was her second time to enter Yudu. The environment of Yudu was even worse than the last time she came. Whether it was stones or weeds, nothing looked normal. She needed to arrange the formations in Yudu, and she was accompanied by the A002 Advanced System and the A333 Intermediate System. System 333 is relatively useless. It is here to accompany Xiao Jia and System 2. System 2 is well informed and knowledgeable. After Xiao Jia tells her the steps, she will know what to do. With the help of System 2, Xiao Jia's work becomes much easier. And the work of arranging the formation is not easy. The evil creatures in Yudu keep rushing towards Xiao Jia, just like a zombie tide. These evil creatures are omnipresent, as if the entire Yudu is the incarnation of evil creatures. They tried to stop Xiao Jia, but they underestimated Xiao Jia's strength. One person with two swords, Xiao Jia just stood there, and there was no evil creature that could stop Xiao Jia's steps. The pressure from Xiao Jia alone was enough to crush low and middle-level evil creatures. They couldn't even get close to Xiao Jia. Even high-level evil creatures couldn't survive Xiao Jia's move. The evil creature masters in Yudu just watched Xiao Jia's actions coldly. They knew they couldn't stop Xiao Jia, so they gave up making unnecessary sacrifices. But that didn't mean they lost. Xiao Jia would leave sooner or later, and they would return to this land sooner or later. What's more, they smelled a familiar smell on Xiao Jia. Under the absolute crushing of strength, Xiao Jia came to the center of Yudu step by step. After arranging the formation materials that had been prepared long ago, the high-level monsters outside had also dealt with everything. The protagonist and the villain group were escorted into the 9 small formations, and everything was ready. 9 golden light pillars shot up into the sky, penetrating the ground and the sky. And a straight channel lit up in front of the point, connecting the point and the 9 small formations. The high-level monsters in the point released all their strength, and this huge power was instantly transmitted to the 9 small formations through the channel. The 9 small formations lit up a dark red light, which seemed to indicate an ominous sign. All the creatures in the formation suddenly felt that some kind of substance was flowing out of their bodies. A large number of evil things gathered outside the formation, and an inexplicable panic spread in the hearts of the creatures. The surrounding environment began to distort and change in front of them. The formation that was originally empty, and had nothing turned into a scene like hell on earth. Shintong and others kept Xiao Jia's instructions in mind. Everything here was the temptation of evil things. Don't listen, don't look, don't say, and don't move. They gritted their teeth, closed their eyes tightly, and tried not to respond. What was lost in these creatures was their luck. The weaker their luck, the more easily they were tempted by evil things. It was easy for evil things to invade their hearts. This was also the reason why Xiao Jia didn't let ordinary people come at the beginning, because they would only sacrifice their lives in vain. As their luck was lost, more and more creatures were tempted by the evil things outside, and walked out of the formation. In the eyes of these creatures, maybe they didn't walk out of the formation, but that was the fact. and all the lost luck was absorbed by the formation and infused into the dragon vein. Xiao Jia was placed in the center of the main formation. What she had to do was to converge this power into the dragon vein, and use the power of the dragon vein to suppress Yudu. This required very strong power, and will. Xiao Jia would be bewitched more than those creatures outside, not less. She even saw that person outside the formation. She saw the members of the Dark Star of Breaking the Realm. Mom, Xiaomei, Honka. All of them are people Xiao Jia is familiar with and loves deeply. That was the time when the staff of Breaking World Dark Star was the most complete, and all the members were there. Everyone gathered together on the abandoned planet, playing, singing, dancing, and laughing. That was also the worst time when they were hunted by the corporate group. Xiao Jia knew that as long as she was willing to give up the seal, she could immerse herself in this beauty forever. This beauty is false, but it is eternal. Isn't this what Xiao Jia is pursuing? Of course, this is not what I am pursuing. Xiao Jia looked at the group of evil creatures outside with indifference. How could this falsehood be worthy of the difficulties that Breaking World Dark Star has gone through? She released her power without hesitation. The power of the high-level creatures in the formation was mobilized by Xiao Jia and gathered together to fight against the evil spirits in Yudu. In an instant, the sky above the entire Yudu was shrouded by another thicker black, like a void abyss. The evil creatures in Yudu tried their best to resist the terrifying attraction of the abyss, but all this was just a futile resistance. The dragon vein that absorbed a lot of luck gradually turned into a towering mountain, and all the evil was suppressed in the depths of the mountain. The weird and twisted screams of the evil creatures shook the sky, and those creatures outside Yudu, even the residents far away in the town, were affected. In an instant, all the creatures felt the deepest despair. It was a kind of desperate thought that made them die immediately. However, before they could make any move, the Dragon Vein Mountain had completely taken shape. All the evil was sealed. Everything was over. Yudu returned to its original appearance, and completely returned to peace. Only the corpses on the ground showed how terrible things had happened here. It's over. The surviving creatures thought vaguely. The evil disappeared, the darkness that had shrouded the sky dissipated, and the warm sunlight sprinkled on the creatures. The sunlight brought back the consciousness of the creatures. Am I still alive? Someone asked uncertainly. Should I still be alive? They succeeded. The protagonists and villains in the formation were also very emotional at this moment. Not only did they succeed, they were still alive. These are. The only one stretched out her hand, and a little light fell from the sky, and the moment it touched her palm, it melted away. Is this the legendary merit? Feng Yuan now asked doubtfully. No. Xiao Jia's voice came from behind everyone. Mayor. When everyone turned around, they all looked at Xiao Jia in shock. At this moment, Xiao Jia's hair turned white, and even his condition seemed to be more than 20 years older. It's as expected, Xiao Jia replied calmly. Fortunately, it was better than she expected. She thought she would become an old woman. She was the main force in sealing Yudu. How could it not cost her a little? However, it should be restored after a while. Mayor. Everyone looked at Xiao Jia with complicated expressions. They didn't expect that the mayor had paid so much for them. It's okay. Suddenly, a huge purple-red vortex appeared in the originally blue sky. The creatures that had not yet dispersed immediately became alert, looking at the purple-red vortex and ready to attack at any time. Did the seal fail? Ouch. However, the expected counterattack of the evil creature did not happen, but instead, a figure that seemed to be a human fell from the vortex. The figure fell straight to the ground. Xiao Jia looked at the figure with a slight movement of her eyes. She quickly rushed to the direction where the figure fell. Shintong and others saw it and immediately followed. When they arrived at the place, Xiao Jia saw the figure on the ground crying out in pain and couldn't help but smile. Xiao. The stranger got up from the ground and patted the dust on his body. She moved her nose and felt a familiar smell. As soon as she turned around, her eyes widened and a big smile broke out on her face. But halfway through her smile, she felt something was wrong. Hey! Grandma Xiao. Xiao Jia looked at Xiaomei helplessly. Xiaomei was still so reckless. Xiao, how did you become an old woman? Were you attacked? Who? The great Xiaomei is here. Let Xiaomei avenge you. The wizard Xiaomei of the Dark Star said to Xiao Jia with indignation. The joy of seeing her companions made her ignore Xiao Jia's strong strength. Who could harm her? No one, just sealed a group of evil things. Xiao Jia shook her head and explained. Evil things? Xiaomei's face changed. Even this place was invaded by evil things? But Xiaomei immediately threw herself into Xiao Jia's arms happily. Seeing Xiao was really a pleasure. Let's go, Chiao Chiao, let's go back together. I heard that Hong Ke found the whereabouts of Crow. She has been missing for more than 20 years. Xiao Mei took Chiao Jia's hand and said, as a matter of course. She waved the witch staff in her hand, using the remaining energy in the air to open a space-time tunnel, and pulled Chiao Jia away. Jia Jia? The hurried Wei and others saw such a scene, and Wei couldn't help but call Chiao Jia. Can't there be even a good goodbye? Hearing Wei's voice, Chiao Jia turned around. Everyone is here. Mayor. Chiao Jia. Everyone couldn't help but call Chiao Jia out, and the unexpected departure made them all a little at a loss. Let's go, Chiao Chiao. Xiao Mei couldn't help but pull Chiao Jia again. She was a little scared. She was afraid that Chiao Jia would refuse to return to the dark star of the broken world because of the new bond she had formed, just like Lost. Sorry, I'm going home. Chiao Jia waved to everyone. Although it was very hurried, for her, reorganizing the dark star of the broken world and finding that person was always her goal. Goodbye. Jia Jia, we will definitely find you. Wei shouted loudly to Chiao Jia, who walked into the space-time channel. The sad mood of parting spread silently. Such a hasty parting may never see each other again in this life. Host, wait for me. A small figure ran wildly and shouted in fear, and finally jumped before the space-time channel disappeared, finally caught up. Looking at the figure of the system disappearing in the space-time channel, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. The deputy mayor is still so reckless. The sad atmosphere was dispelled by the reckless operation of the system, and the sadness was replaced by a firm emotion. See you again. They looked at each other and said affirmatively, before they meet again, they must work hard to impress the mayor. Definitely see you again. Chapter 134 Extra. A month has passed since Chiao Jia left, and the town is still the same town. The A002 advanced system has taken over all of Chiao Jia's authority and connections. During this period, the human base and Jiajia town held an extremely grand funeral in the town. It was held for those who died in the Sealing Yudu incident. In fact, many people died in this incident. But their deaths were not worthless. Because of their sacrifice, the monsters of Yudu will be suppressed under the Dragon Vein Mountain for at least 100 years. The funeral was held on the morning of the 7th day after Chiao Jia left. The weather was very good, with bright sunshine and a gentle breeze. The leaders of the major bases came, including some high-level monsters of the monster forces, who also attended the funeral. They built a cemetery forest in Jiajia town, with a statue of Chiao Jia standing in the center, which looked very similar to Chiao Jia. The photo was provided by Wang Banlan. Peace is often accompanied by a lot of sacrifices. History will remember the contributions of Chiao Jia and these human monsters. With the efforts of A002 advanced system, and Su Qianqian and other town staff, the town developed rapidly. Within a month, the 9 living areas were basically completed, and the prototypes of the Sky City and the Underground City were also completed. The permanent residents of the town, humans and monsters combined, are roughly stable at around 5 million. Chiao Jia's departure seemed to have brought no changes to the town. However, it was only as if her departure caused the mood of Wei Yi and others to be not very high. Perhaps Chiao Jia left too hastily, and everyone did not have time to say goodbye properly. She even sealed up the Jade Capital, and didn't take anything with her. Although only Chiao Jia was missing, when Jiajia town lost Chiao Jia, the mayor, it was like losing its soul. Moreover, after Chiao Jia left, the town's strength plummeted. Chiao Jia left with Palu, a top combat force, and the number 333 intermediate system. The number 333 intermediate system was useless, but the strength of Chiao Jia and Palu was overwhelming and invincible. She left, and Shueisha naturally followed her. The town lost 3 top combat forces at once, which can be said to be a great loss of vitality. Among the monsters and humans left, only a few were worth mentioning. Julian's strength had been raised to the 7th level, and Shan Zhe, Yu Ji, Xiao Lu and other confidants of Chiao Jia had also been raised to the middle of the 6th level by Chiao Jia's transmission of power. On the human side, Shen Ta Feng, Yuan Yao Wei, and other top human combat forces were all around the 6th level. This is a far cry from the strength when Chiao Jia was here. Fortunately, Chiao Jia's act of sealing Yuta gave Jiajia town some face among the many monster forces. For Chiao Jia's sake, the monster forces with some shame would basically not touch Jiajia town. The days went on like this, and the world would not become truly peaceful just because Yuta was sealed. War and blood are still spreading. The peace of Jiajia town was broken on the day when the A002 advanced system proposed to change the name of Jiajia town. What did you say? I don't agree. At the town meeting, The other employees of the town strongly opposed the request made by the A002 senior system. The strongest opposition came from the residents headed by Xiaolu, Su Xiaoran and Tao Wenyang. How long has the king been gone, and you want to change the name of the town? Do you want to usurp the throne? I don't agree. Xiaolu slammed the table and refused loudly. After Qiao Jia left, Xiaolu grew a lot taller and was no longer the weak little green skin. Instead, he was replaced by a brand new tall and mighty warrior. This was proposed by Lord Qiao Jia before he left. The A002 senior system said helplessly. This is the 6th time she has proposed to change the name of the town in the past year, but each time she was strongly protested by the residents of the town. In a year, Su Lin can run around. This child's personality is very similar to Qiao Jia. He can't stay idle at all and runs out every day. Last month, he took people to fight with Fu Jingquan's forces because of grabbing territory. Sometimes Su Xiaoran was a little scared when she saw Su Lin, who looked too much like Qiao Jia. He was quiet, good at fighting, and looked like he was keeping people at a distance all day long. But he was surprisingly reliable. In order to successfully change his name, A002 specially called back Su Lin, who was taming the western dragon outside. I agree. Su Lin raised his hand. His young face was serious and solemn. Lin? Su Xiaoran looked at Su Lin in surprise. She didn't understand why Su Lin agreed. Why do you want to refuse? Isn't this at Qiao Jia's request? Su Lin asked back. But? Xiaolu was about to refute, but was interrupted by Su Lin. No buts. Su Lin refuted coldly. It took so long for this matter. She looked at the A002 advanced system. This system is too funny. As an advanced system, A002 certainly has a way to solve this problem, but she just likes to tease Xiaolu and Su Xiaoran. Now Qiao Jia has been away for a year, Shintong has successfully advanced to the 7th level, and Su Lin has also entered the 6th level. It is almost time for the town to usher in a new atmosphere. A 002 brought Su Lin back. She is already Su Lin's system. This was Qiao Jia's advice to A002 system before going to Yudu. Su Lin is a good seedling, and her future will definitely not stop at this plane world. Sooner or later, Su Lin will enter the void, which is a higher level than the plane of no return. The evil things that invaded this world, and the plane of no return came from there, and the main god also came from there. That was once the goal of the Dark Star of Breaking Realm, the goal after defeating the corporate group. The town will be renamed Breaking Realm City. It's decided. Su Lin made the final decision without any objection or rejection. I disagree. Little Green seemed to have inherited the loud voice of System A333, shouting at the top of his lungs. It's a pity that it couldn't beat Su Lin, nor could it defeat him. Su Lin, who had multiple prefix titles and the blessing of the system, could completely challenge Shintong, who was at the 7th level, not to mention Little Green. Little Green stared at Su Lin angrily, and could only watch Su Lin change the name of Jijia Town. But this time the name change finally satisfied everyone. In the 7th year after Jijia Town was renamed Poji City, the town welcomed a group of unexpected tourists. At this time, Poji City was already the most powerful city in the world. 7 years was enough to bring huge changes to the city, including the people in the city. Poji City, Xiaolu, come and see, the name of this city is quite interesting. What's the name? Several tourists who were obviously dressed differently from Poji City stood at the magnificent gate of Poji City, ignoring the strange looks of the people around them, pointing at the name above the gate and speaking loudly. A blue-haired girl was obviously stunned when she heard the name Poji City. Look, isn't the name of this city interesting? Qiao Jia's town. Poji City. This is both a town and a city, and it's also someone's town. It's too weird. The short-haired boy put his hands behind his back, and couldn't help curling his lips. Look, there are words next to it. A girl with 2 swords, who was traveling with the blue-haired girl, pointed at the words on both sides of the city gate, and said quickly, "This is to commemorate the most powerful, kindest, most outstanding and most indispensable Mayor Qiao Jia, the landlord boss, the king, the broken world star, the savior. No, the people in this city are. Interesting." Under the death gaze of many residents at the city gate, the short-haired boy silently changed his words. He didn't notice that his companions around him changed their faces when they saw the huge words at the city gate. Break the world star, Qiao Jia. How long has it been since she heard these words? Xiaolu, did you hear that? What? The girl named Xiaolu finally came back to her senses after being called by her companions. I just wanted to ask you what's wrong. Why did you call so many times? The girl with two swords put her hands on her waist and complained unhappily. Nothing, just. Forget it. Let's go into the city and take a look. It seems that there will be many masters inside. I wonder if the person named Xiao Jia at the city gate is still alive. I really want to challenge her. Before Xiaolu finished speaking, she was interrupted by her companions and pulled into the broken boundary city. Hearing her companions' words, her expression became more complicated. Entering the broken boundary city, they were soon shocked by the magnificent and fantastic scene in the city. The sky city suspended above the city surrounded by clouds. The sun shone on the waterfall pouring down from the sky city. It was extremely dreamy. People came and went in the city, magic cultivation, beast summoning. Residents of various professions lived in an orderly manner. The mobile biological prison traveled among the crowd, capturing residents who violated the rules. Everything was so peaceful and beautiful. It was completely different from what they had seen along the way in this world. The outside world was full of blood and war, and monsters were everywhere. Are you new here? Visiting the town? Do you need a guide? When several travelers were talking, a child suddenly came over and asked enthusiastically. You only need one level 2 crystal core to show you around the town. The child raised a finger. Her skin was dark, but her face was filled with a bright smile. Okay, the extra is your tip. The double-bladed woman simply threw a few crystal cores to the child and asked her to show her around the town. Thank you, boss. The child smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed, and his big white teeth were extremely shining. Let's talk about our Jiejia town. After confirming the authenticity of the crystal core, the child immediately began to introduce the town. Isn't it Poji City? Although it is now called Poji City, the town was originally called Jiejia Town, and everyone is used to calling it that. The child was born after Xiao Jia left. She is less than 7 years old now. She has no impression of Xiao Jia, but she has been influenced by her since she was a child, and she also admires Xiao Jia very much. I will take you to see the Dark Star Forest, which is a must-see in our town. There are buried the creatures who sacrificed to save the world, and there is also a statue of the mayor. But our mayor is not dead. Hearing the child's words, Xiaolu suddenly raised his head. Xiao Jia is not dead, is she here? The mayor just left temporarily. The child said again. Xiaolu didn't know whether she was relieved or disappointed at the moment. She really had mixed feelings about meeting her former companions. She is also a member of the Dark Star Breaker. Because her name is Xiaolu, and she often gets lost, her code name is Lost. Xiaolu didn't expect that when she traveled to this world, she would see the things left by Xiao Jia in this world. This thing is full of traces of the Dark Star Breaker. The city called the Breaker, the Dark Star Forest, and even a shop with the Dark Star Breaker token badge as a sign. The specialty shop of the Crow Element, the magic shop called Xiaomei. Walking here, Xiaolu felt like being pricked by a thorn, as if Xiao Jia and the Crow Xiaomei would appear in the next second. Her emotions reached their peak when she saw Xiao Jia's statue. Looking at the lifelike statue, Xiaolu almost collapsed. When Xiaomei came to her, she was ruthlessly rejected. But Xiao Jia actually. Lin Lin. Suddenly, the child who served as a guide waved vigorously at a child under the statue. Su Lin, with short blue and white hair, turned around and almost scared Xiaolu. This child is too similar to Xiao Jia, isn't he? Not in appearance, but in overall aura and behavior. This made Xiaolu feel as if she was facing Xiao Jia. Lin Lin, are you ready to go? The little guide saw Su Lin put a bouquet of flowers in front of Xiao Jia's statue, and asked immediately. Yeah. Su Lin nodded. 7-year-old Su Lin has already entered the 9th level. She finally has the ability to lead the team into Aunt Xiao Jia's playing world. Today is the time for them to leave. There is no farewell, no banquet, just a simple goodbye to their relatives before leaving. Su Lin came to the Dark Star Forest to pay homage after saying goodbye to Su Shaoran and the others, and then said goodbye to Xiao Jia's statue. I hope that after they enter the plane of no return, everything will go smoothly, and they can find Aunt Xiao Jia smoothly. I can also help her. It's great that Lin Lin can meet the mayor. The little guide said enviously. Xiaolu looked at Su Lin with a complicated expression. She was not stupid. The simple conversation between the two made her understand the current situation. Is this child going to help Xiao Jia? Xiaolu fell into deep thought again. Xiaolu. Ah? Xiaolu looked up. Her companions were looking at her helplessly. Let's go, they said to Xiaolu. Okay, where's the guide? Xiaolu looked around blankly and asked. He's gone. They answered as a matter of course. Gone? Yes, we are leaving now. Why do we need a guide? Xiaolu was a little confused about the current situation. Where were they going? That Xiao Jia is Xiaolu's former companion? Just like the previous Miss Xiaomei, they are all members of the Dark Star of Breaking Realm, right? Xiaolu's companion smiled brightly and proudly. Xiaolu, your companions are of course our companions. How can we stand idly by when our companions are in trouble? The double-blade girl held her hands and raised her head proudly. So, let's go to Xiaolu's original world together now. They stretched out their hands to Xiaolu and said in unison. Yeah! Xiaolu smiled and put his hand on it. Her companions must be waiting for her. In the distant interstellar plane, Xiao Jia, who was fighting against the corporate group and the invading evil creatures, looked up at the starry sky as if she felt something. Xiao Xiao. There is the whereabouts of the crow. Xiaomei ran over from a distance and shouted loudly to Xiao Jia and the members of Breaking World Dark Star. In the 7th year of returning home, Xiao Jia finally found the trace of that person. Maybe it won't be long before the members of Breaking World Dark Star can really gather together. Xiao Jia thought.